I was currently struggling to get my laptop on the internet, which I would not have assumed would be a difficult task. I upgraded to Windows 10, and then for some reason I just can't connect now. So I don't think we're going to focus on this for too much longer. But there was big news I wanted to share with you guys today. Well, maybe I'll look at this over lunch, I guess. Anyway, it's Friday. All right. Let's see what we got on the list for today. So today's Panda's birthday. Folk's birthday is coming up. Have I tried the automatic troubleshoot? I only just started looking at this like 2-3 minutes ago, and I didn't really try anything yet. I've tried nothing, and I'm all out of ideas. Yeah, I'll get back to it, I think, later. And I'll share the big news, yeah, later. I was making sure I didn't have the big news written up here. Whoops. Alright. Hi, Echo. Hey, old man. I don't know if Echo thinks my name is Andy, or if there's another Andy in here. But I'm now Andy13531. Alright, so what is Botland? I now have a video for this. So I'm going to make a command for you guys because I've been getting asked this question a lot. And yes, everyone, that's the news. Yeah, so I got accepted into the BizSpark program. It took a third application. And yeah, that means that I should have Azure credit and can actually, one of the other things I should do. Yeah, hopefully today we can do this, but I'll write this under news. So got into BizSpark, 3 times a charm. Then need to transfer away from DigitalOcean so that I don't end up paying money for an account that I won't use. So that's what I'd hope to do today, but I don't see that happening if I can't. Oh wait, I didn't tell you the problem that I was trying to solve. I can't sign up for Azure. I have the BizSpark account. I can't sign up for Azure. I contacted support. They called me last night, and the call is actually kind of funny because the guy calls me and he says, "All right, I want you to go to Microsoft.com or help support." I don't know. Hang on, let me find you the website. I think it was support.microsoft.com/help. Yeah, this is the site. And so he says, I want you to go to this site, and I want you to just click agree to the terms of service. So you guys saw me on Wednesday, like, reading through the terms of service of Let's Encrypt, and that probably took me like 10 minutes. So I said, I can't just click agree on this. Like, I got to read through the whole thing. I don't think anyone's ever said that to this guy before, because he's like, oh, well, yeah, you can do that now. Like, I'll just stay on the phone. I thought the BizSpark terms of service took me like an hour to read. This is going to take me some amount of time. I don't know how long. So I said, can we like settle this over email? So that's what we're trying to do. And he suggested that I try signing in from another machine, which I don't think should be important given that I've signed in from 3 different browsers. And, well, whatever. Anyway, I should try it. I have to go to work. Yeah. Everyone ruined it for everybody. What's BizSpark? BizSpark is a Microsoft program for startups that gives you like thousands of dollars of software for free. I don't need most of the software. So it gives you things like Office and SQL Server and Visual Studio. I mostly just needed Azure. And for that, it's $150 per dev per month of credit. Well, that means I get $150. And maybe I can get my co-founder in on this too, and that'd be $300, which would be great because this would finally let us try scaling things without needing to pay a bunch of money, which is awesome. But yeah, we'll have to still look into it. It's not done yet. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. There's like a rumbling. It was weird. Okay. Well, you guys are going to witness a live earthquake on stream where the ceiling comes crashing down on top of me. And I sound really morbid when it turns out that that comes true. All right, what is botland? No. Maybe what happens when you type? What happens when you type this in chat? Nothing. That's what we're gonna do. Botland. All right. What is botland? Well, dear viewer, please watch this video. Blammo. Hey Sky Knight, hey Rekazan. Hey Eruptor. And thanks Eruptor. Alright, now when we type botland. Alright. Yeah, so I recorded this video yesterday. And I think this will make it so I don't need to say what botland is on stream anymore. So, and I tried my best to wear Christmas colors in here. You can see I have a green shirt and a red hoodie. That's Christmas colors. So that I offend all the people who don't celebrate Christmas, which is actually partially me, since I don't really plan on celebrating Christmas this year. I've offended myself. Alright, what is botland? To find out more about what botland is, please watch this video. You seem to be in a good mood today. Must be all the BizSpark credits. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think my sleep has been better lately. And also it's Friday. And I ate a good breakfast. I think I have perfected making eggs in this one pan that I have. Each pan is a little bit different. But this pan, I know how to use this pan now. Alright. So, recorded a what is botland video. Type botland to see it. Why so noob? Adam is a noob because I will not be making that. So Panda's birthday is on Friday. I gotta make sure, 100% sure that we wish these people happy birthday today. Did I see Star Wars? No. And Exo Gaming, I think it might have been you. Someone suggested, like, hey, have you watched Hunger Games? Do you plan on watching that? I saw that the other night, and I very much disliked it. But I'm not a Hunger Games fan, and I think that's probably to what effect I'd answered the question when you'd originally asked. Okay. Oh yeah, this is where we left off. Now my good mood is going to fade rapidly. Are you ready for this? So, where I left off, I was trying to get it so that either I could trust a self-signed certificate or I could get a Let's Encrypt certificate. The reason why I didn't want to go with a Let's Encrypt certificate right now is because, well, one, I didn't want to sign up for it on stream. I didn't know what kind of information it asked for. And two, it's bound to a certain domain. So then I need to set up like DNS and everything. But we tried the self-sign route, so I think we're going to try the Let's Encrypt route. Alright. So, excuse me, I'm going to say, trying the Let's Encrypt route again because self-signing led to misery. Same, I told you it was bad. Oh, okay. The first Hunger Games I actually thought was decent. In fact, let me see. Hunger Games. The first one got a 7.3. The next one I watched was Mockingjay Part 1. That got 6.8. And the one I just watched got a 7.0. So they were both downhill from the very first one. Although the last one redeemed itself a little bit at least. The day I saw it, I said it was a foul. There's... Yeah, I'm getting a call from a friend. Yeah. Okay. Automatic HTTPS with Express.js. Automatic live renewal. On-the-fly HTTPS certificates. So this is just a wrapper around Well, let's encrypt in exactly 90 seconds. What's this? What's this attention-grabbing article title? Favorite movie of 2015. When was Predestination made? Hang on a second. I don't ever do this on stream, but I also never get calls when I'm on stream. I'm gonna just text this person back really fast. Okay. We'll see. If someone's on fire or otherwise in grave peril, then I'll respond to this. Otherwise, I'll just leave this. Predestination was 2014, so I don't know. I don't even know what the best 2015 movie was. All right. Let's see. Free SSL with DigitalOcean and Caddy. Wait a second. DigitalOcean can give me free SSL as well? Also, there was some other site. I finally found it in my notes the other day. I don't know why I couldn't find it when I was searching. $90-day automatic renewal, email only registration, domain ownership validation. Huh. Are those your own personal scores? Do you keep a spreadsheet of movie rankings? Oh, that was IMDb. And I'm looking at my first random number code. Number equals math.random, 244 minus 1. Oh, nice. Not root, right? Interstellar. Oh, I watched that too. I thought it was a good movie. I left the theater thinking, why would anyone ever watch a movie that's 3 hours long? That's too long for me. I can't watch a movie that's that long. I was like angry by the end of the film. And I like the movie, so I don't know. Yeah. Oh, whoa, old man, you can't. I'm gonna mute you because that's a. Anyone who hasn't seen the movie, that's kind of a spoiler. So, yeah. And Exo Gaming, I'm also just gonna mute any sort of Star Wars talk about the actual content of the film. So sorry, please no movie spoilers in here. I don't want people to have to walk on eggshells in this chat. But I have been in other people's chats where things I was about to watch were spoiled, and I know what it feels like. So anyway, yeah, just muted you guys for now. Adam, who do you get your domain through? I can get you a paid SSL certificate if you want for a year. So Noob for Lunch, thank you. I get my domain through. Actually, one is through GoDaddy, and the other is through one of those like name.com or something like that. No, and I know the people who just whispered me because I muted them. I'm sorry. I don't know what is the spoiler for Star Wars right now. I haven't seen it. I probably will see it. And the other movie, that was definitely a spoiler for the first movie, Predestination. Also, I didn't realize it would time you out for 10 minutes. I wanted it to just mute your messages. Yeah, okay, Sloan, that's good. Yeah, and I could have told you that. I just didn't. I don't like when someone asks a question. Let's say, here's something that someone asked the other day. They said, I have the mouse position. I have the mouse position and an image, and I want to center the image where the mouse is. I could have just told this person, okay, yeah, here's what you do. You take the X and you subtract some. But instead of doing something like that, I said, here's how you would get to it. So Sloan, I think yesterday I'd asked you a question or Wednesday, of do you actually need to physically move the mouse, or do you just need to get some sort of like tile-based thing or a grid-based thing? Okay, I'm gonna try Let's Encrypt, and I want to figure out do I even want this, the Node.js. Oh wait a second, what? Yeah, DDNS-CLI. Then there's Caddy, email, grab a domain. Oh, this is. Oh, so Dapply is apparently one of those DNS sites where you can sign up for a domain that'll just point to your. It's not hosting. Okay. Oh, well, I have a domain, so ideally I'd be able to just get this working. And yeah, so thank you for telling me that. $10 a year. I may go that route eventually. For now, I'm going to try to go with the free options. I haven't talked about my exact budget. I have said it's very tight, but it's not that $10 a year is going to tip this to the point where it's like, oh, nope, can't do the project anymore. But as many of these things I can cut down on, it's much better that way. So originally, I was going to be using DigitalOcean because I thought I wouldn't have BizSpark, and it was $5 a month for what I was paying, and I would have needed at least one or two more servers, which would have brought it to 15 a month, which would be 180 a year plus the 10 a year, and that, I don't know, after a year and a half of development, it's like that's between $200 and $300 I could have saved. This is really just a reason why I should go with like a Kickstarter or donations or something. Oh, also, I realized I just messaged this person back on my phone and then never checked the response. Okay. Make a Kickstarter, that'd be great. Do you know any automated way to convert GLSL 3.3? I don't. I neither know whether there is one or whether it's something you'd even want to do exactly. You want to like downgrade your GLSL? Also, I haven't actually done any work today. I should probably do that. Okay. Automatic live renewal. This says in process. So I guess I don't need to start anything new for this. HTTPS certificate for dynamic DNS. Works with node cluster out of the box. Usable via command line as well. Free SSL. 90-day certificates. See the node let's encrypt examples. Okay. Let's see what we got here. What? Their configuration, they take in domains, email, and agree. Can also ship you my moped. Yaki says the thing about Kickstarter is that you need an extremely visual appealing advertisement, and that's pretty expensive. Yeah, and that's actually something I've kept in mind. I don't think it'd be easy to do a Kickstarter for a game without a trailer, and I don't think a trailer is something I could do. My video editing skills consist of splitting and trimming video, which is the video equivalent of cropping an image. So if you gave me a video that looked like this, I could turn it into this for you. And that's about all I can do. Not if you have someone that went to school for digital editing and graphic design, which I think he does, or I could help him with that. No, making the Kickstarter look good, I think is something I could do. Making a video. Also, the other thing is we don't even have real graphics for the game yet. I don't know. Anyway, if I were to make a Kickstarter, I'd do it months into the future, I think, because the majority of the costs for this game are, one, my development time, which I've pretty much just deferred until later, and two, the servers, I think. Well, no, and the art. Yeah. That's practically all the cost of this. I guess let me phrase it this way. The costs that are not so big compared to the total project budget is like the accountant, the lawyer, the business fees, and our marketing campaign that we're running. Adam, so we're going to be spending an additional $100 at minimum on a video, 50 on images. It's like absolutely bare minimum price. Yeah, I'll think about that stuff later, I think. For now, I need to... Okay, wait. What was I even doing here? The whole point was getting it to the point where we had these super user tokens. And I think I wrote myself a note about this. This is something that, what did I write here? When the account server validates whether a bot bay can be created, we need to check to see if you're, oh yeah, no, this had to do with floating bays. That's not necessarily important. All right, so I don't understand what this is a command line thing to do, so we need to read through this. Let's encrypt example. It looks like you'd be signing up with certificates for this. LE equals required ... I guess that's let's encrypt. BK defaults. So backend specific defaults will be passed through. Since agreed TOS is a legal agreement, I would suggest not accepting it by default. All right, web root path. Wait, out of curiosity here. Huh, interesting. All right, so web root path, full chain TPL. Config, backend specific. So they have logs. So le.create. So they're creating the let's encrypt object, and then what? Oh, they need the dapply.com certificates and whatever else. I think I'm just going to try the normal command line for this. Then when they're done, they just use this. Huh. Also, in order for a Kickstarter to be worth it, need to make around $1,000 to be somewhat be worth it. Yeah, well, okay. So part of this is I have a couple of mentors, and I've taught, like, scalability is not something I would typically, not even I would typically, it's not something I've really done before. I've never had to account for it. And so there are a lot of unknowns for me. Until I clarify those unknowns, until I get through, take a look at something else. Let me show you something. I can't show you this entire list, but here's my reading list that well, it's not just a reading list. Let me try to paste this in. Okay, here's a bunch of stuff I have to read. You can ignore the thing about send quantum K constants. So I don't know how long, like the terms of service is going to take like 10 minutes. The best practices for REST API, this looks like a gigantic thing. This might take like half a day or a day, and I got to take notes on it and everything. Microservices is another big thing. Like at some point I need to read through this stuff, and I am thinking the next couple Thursdays, this coming Thursday is Christmas Eve, I think, but these next couple Thursdays, maybe I can spend some time doing that. I have a list of everything, yeah. I try to keep everything in some kind of OneNote list. Alright, I don't know why I'm so hesitant to start this. I guess let's do things just the straight up command line way right now. And then I'll figure the rest of this out. So yeah, in order to do this, I need to launch my VM, because that's where, actually, just use Java and not worry about speed anymore. Oh, actually, you know what? I watched a video the other day about like MongoDB is web scale, which people were joking about in here the other day. I'd never seen the video. I'd never even heard that buzzword, web scale. Uh-oh, this doesn't look good. I can't connect to my DigitalOcean VM. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What's going on? Is my VM up? I gotta look at this on the other screen. Oh. Okay. Here, it says it's up. Right? Baland VM. Huh. No, it should be up. What's going on here? Restart session. That's weird. Did the IP address change? Is the game even online? Okay, if this works, this means that the server is obviously up. It could be that no, it can't be that the IP address changed. Otherwise, that wouldn't have worked. Okay, what is going on right now? All right, let me try something. Oh, weird. I don't even know my login info for this. Like, I don't think I have login info. It should be. The problems are starting early today. Let me check my settings. Somehow, I don't know how this got screwed up. Oh, I know how now. How now, brown cow? All right. I am a dummy. Okay, so a while ago, here's what happened. I had just set up the DigitalOcean account, and I didn't want you guys knowing the IP address because I hadn't put any sort of authentication in place yet. So I made a key in my host file for hi.com. Well, if you remember back to Wednesday, I changed that to point somewhere else. So that's why this was failing. It's a good thing I actually looked at the... Okay, here, let's try this out. All right. We are in business. Well, we're almost in business. I gotta drag this window back over here, but I can't do that yet until this thing finishes loading. What is going on? Also, what did I miss in chat? Oh yeah, Joff. I think this know everything thing is very good, and I'll try to do that more. You know, I had watched a speech at one point. It's not something that's online. It was in person that I saw this. It was a humorous speech, and someone said, you should mine your life for jokes. They really said you should mine your life for everything, for ideas, for thoughts. I mean, how many of you have had an idea before you go to sleep and you just think, I'll write it down when I wake up. And then you wake up and all you remember is, I had a good idea last night. I don't know what it is. That is an opportunity for you to write something down. Okay, this looks very bad. The server crashed. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. The way I've been starting the server is with max old space size equals 290. So my RAM usage right now is at 164. So 290 would put me at like 454. And then there's, I guess, new space as well. And that creeped up beyond the limit. Alright, well, let's restart the server. This kind of stuff can't happen eventually. Let's set this to just 280 for now. I probably need to set other sizes as well. Adam, is there a reason you use VirtualBox instead of Hyper-V? Hyper-V, I actually would have preferred using that. I think I tried getting it set up, and I have it here. I just never got it working. I don't even remember what the problem was. Maybe I just didn't have any OS images. But anyway, VirtualBox or Hyper-V, either one, all I needed was a way to just start a VM and then SSH into it. So I just started my VM. Now let's do the SSH part. And done. So there we go. What else? Adam, have you ever considered to replace Sublime with Vim? Yaki says, I can't imagine Adam without Sublime and Sublime without Adam. I, a while ago, was looking into text editors. This was like years and years ago. And I thought, I'll try Vim. And I really like some of the concepts behind Vim. And then throughout the years, it turns out that I end up using it like once every 2 or 3 years in a more serious fashion. So I pretty much just remember the shortcuts now that are most important. And even though sometimes I forget. Hey again, old man. I try to find a good text editor that I like. For now, it's between Sublime and Vim. Yeah. And I do like Sublime a lot. I'm drawing text, but it's only there for a split second. Pygame.font.sysfont. Again, let me show you some code that I have. Where would I even show you this? I don't know a good... Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. I can show you the original Botland code, because that's where I drew... That's where I drew text to the screen. See, money 100. We'll just go take a look at that. All right. Let's search for money 100. There we go. So default font dot render. So from what I can see here, and I don't really remember the particulars of Pygame, but default font dot, like, you need to make a font first. So let me go take a look at where I made a font. All of this code sucks, by the way. Oh, come on. Where did I set this thing? All right, let's search for it. Default font equals, here we go. Okay, so first you make a font, and next you render that font to the screen. So I think I have screen equals, yep. And then I say default font dot render. Hrothgar. I don't even know what that was. Is that the name of an Act 5 mercenary in Diablo 2? Where would I have gotten this name from? Oh, legendary Danish king. But I also think it was part of Diablo 2. I don't remember. There's probably some site out there with the mercenary names. Did you ever see an editor called Atom? It's made by GitHub. Yeah, I have seen it, and I've used it a little bit. Okay, so, old man, I'm gonna paste you this code. Wait, what am I supposed to use? D-paste or B-paste or something? Why are there so many different paste bin clones? I guess because it's easy to make and everyone thinks they can do something better. So to specify how long something would last on the screen, see how I'm doing this blit here? For as long as this is done, this will be on the screen. So if you want to make it not happen, you could do something like this. You could say if current time is less than the time to end at, then blit it. And so what you'd really want to do is make an object, like a text class, where you say like text object, and you take in def init self, comma, maybe position, time to live, and the text itself, and then you make one of these. You make one of these. You do this. I don't know. Anyway, you kind of get the idea, hopefully, and if not, yeah, ask more questions. I'm trying to get Adam on the Adam bandwagon. Yeah, I might have to give it another real shot at some point. Alright, anyway, our VM is up. Let's try running Let's Encrypt. So I have this in here. I have this. I'm going to run Let's Encrypt auto. And then in order for this to work, we need to go find out what the arguments are because this thing takes a really long time. Let's Encrypt auto. This should bring us back to the how it works site. Good. Okay. So they say cert only, then they pass in web root. So the web root part, what does this even matter for? That's part of what I don't understand here. Using the web root plugin. So maybe I just don't do that. Maybe I say cert only -d. Let's make a URL here. Let's say test.bot.land. Which doesn't even exist, I'm pretty sure. But we'll have to make that. Yeah, web page is not available. That's fine. Okay, so yeah, I think we can just do this. It's probably going to ask us a bunch of questions. I have the opposite feeling. I wrote Sublime packages and felt so limited. I feel like I could do literally anything on Atom. Yeah, I think at some point I'll give it another shot. See, the problem when you've gotten so used to a workflow, part of the problem is even if you switch to something that is a superset of that workflow, you still need to reconfigure everything. So, for example, when I went from Eclipse to Visual Studio, I'd gotten so used to some of the Eclipse shortcuts that it was like Visual Studio has different ones. It's not that it can't do it, it just has different ones. And so at the very least, I need to configure, what's it called, Atom to do this thing. That's pretty minor, but you eventually run into a case where you're like, all right, I am writing a test, and then you're like, whoops, accidentally wrote writing twice. Let me delete this line. Wait, what? Duplicate? What's going on here? And then you say, okay, fine. Now I got to go into settings. I got to change that thing, and okay, now I can delete the line. And so all that stuff is part of the reason why there's enough of a speed bump now, where I'm not going to be doing this. All right, email address. Please read the terms of service. Now, I read this the other day, and that's what stopped me from doing this originally. I read this the other day, and I was registering for a domain I don't own. So now I'm registering it for the correct domain. Okay, so we can agree to this stuff now. The program HA proxy is already listening on TCP port 443. Please stop HA proxy program temporarily and then try again. Okay, I guess let's connect again to this thing. So HA proxy is running. I guess I need to do sudo service HA proxy stop. And that should be enough to do this. Oh, it closed out of the program anyway. At least one of the possibly required ports is already taken. Your account credentials have been saved in your Let's... What? You should make a secure backup of this folder. Will also contain certificates and private keys. Okay, hang on a second. What account credentials? I don't even have credentials yet. ls etc let's encrypt. Accounts. Cannot open directory. Permission denied. Alright, I gotta do this off screen because I don't know what's in this folder. There's Acme v1 let's encrypt. I can't even tab complete this because of vo1.api.let'sencrypt.org. It has a directory in it called directory. Clever. No, I'm not even gonna type this out. Okay, whatever. I don't know what this is, but it doesn't probably matter too much. What else? For me, was fine with it. With Sublime, I feel like I can make a lot with it just from start. And with Atom, I think that I need a lot to make it feel... okay. Let's try this again. Oh man. I wore this shirt on stream before and the same thing happened, where I just like bent my elbow and I tore the shirt. Well, that part of my shirt is never visible on stream, so let's just never turn my elbow, and no one will ever know that happened, other than that it's recorded for the world to see forevermore. Oh, hey Danthus. I am working on Botland, which everyone has conveniently put into chat. And hey Weedley. Failed authorization procedure. The server could not connect to the client to verify the domain. Oh, I'm supposed to be doing this from... Wait, what? How does this work? So it sounds like I need to set up a DNS entry that'll point at this particular machine. Otherwise, this is going to fail. Hey, Callum. It's going pretty well. Oh, yeah, there's no price command. What SSH client do you use? I'm using PuTTY as well. Or actually, here I'm using just SSH. Here I'm using PuTTY. I have the git commands on my Windows set up, so I can use SSH. Okay, well, how about this? I'll go set this up. What's my address? 192.168.124. Except for this to work, I'm gonna need to forward a port. But what port would I even forward? Like, how is Acme trying to connect to this? It says server failure at resolver. Like, so there are two problems here, I'm assuming. One, I definitely know is a problem, which is that test.bot.land doesn't even exist. So I need to set that up. I can do that. That part's fine. Then the second part, though, is that this Acme connection is trying to verify the domain. Okay, let's just try this with bot.land. Let's just see what happens. Because that's something that definitely resolved. I don't know what this does, so we'll have to see. Maybe this will give me that same error, which would be a good thing, because then I can make this work for the domain I want, and I'll just go figure out how to connect this. I wonder if this is why their example had them starting a server. In fact, I'll have to, oh, see you, Sloan. I'll have to take a look. There was this. No, here. So they created a server on request app. Listen on port. What port is it? 80. And then there's a TLS port of 5001. TLS port, where is that used? They have a TLS server listening. But the TLS server doesn't do anything. It just exists. Oh wait, no, here we go. Create server key cert SNI callback. Oh, I probably need to, yeah, this is all gonna fail, isn't it? Yep. See ya, Echo Hotel. So I guess this is why I would use a script like this. The problem is it requires some things I don't necessarily want to use. So Let's Encrypt is required, but then there was also the, what's that called, DAPLI certificates. Localhost.dapply.com certificates. Express I have, then those are just Node plugins, or Node-based plugins. Well, maybe I should just try this. Yeah, maybe I should just try this. Danthus, it's private, so this won't be an open source project. All right, what is the, out of curiosity here, what is the SNI callback? I looked up what SNI was the other day. It's server name and something indication. Extension of the TLS computer networking protocol, by which a client indicates which host name it's attempting to connect to at the start of the handshaking process. This allows the server to present multiple certificates on the same IP address and TCP port, hence allows multiple secure websites. So here's what this kind of sounds like. It sounds like this code here. We start a TLS server. Acme is going to try connecting to this. When it does get hit, it's going to say, hey, I'm looking for bot.land. So then the Let's Encrypt middleware knows, well, Let's Encrypt knows, here's what to do when that happens, which is presumably the rest of the setup process. Alright, I guess I'll try this out. User@example.com? Why did they do that? Conf.email. Oh, I see. That's just the email address that I've been typing in. Is it possible to hide client-side JavaScript? No. Not in a browser, at least. You could probably embed it into something else and then encrypt it. But at some point, all code needs to eventually be run on your machine. And yeah, I guess they'd have to rewrite some anyway, I'm not going to go through this. All right, so let me download this. Let me get all this stuff. I'll just try this on the Debian VM. So we'll do this. We'll say make dir Node.js Let's Encrypt. All right, so here we'll do npm init. npm not found. nvmu 0.12.5. Now we can do npm init, which should give us a whole bunch of stuff. No. Author. Okay, now let's edit that. I want to delete some of these lines. This one, I don't need it. Now let's keep the description, I guess. License, I don't want that. Okay, next up, npm install dash save let's encrypt. And minifying it, uglifying it, like even if you have single, so I showed you guys this the other day. I know there were at least a couple of developers I'd worked with before who were not familiar with this feature, because you don't typically need to use this. But if you check this out, if you go to any website right now, Chrome has a button that'll pretty print your code. So here, these are all comments. That part's fine. That's readable. In fact, it's plain English. But then down here, we get into code where, like, good luck as a human ever reading this block and being able to follow along when the lines span like thousands of characters. So just press this button here, and it'll pretty print all your code, and it'll make it a lot easier to debug things and take a look. All the variables will still be a single character long, so that part will be a little bit more confusing. Sometimes, like the Google Closure compiler will actually reuse variables if it determines that it can, so that it saves 4 bytes here and there. And also, the pretty print button takes a very long time to work. But yeah, you can see now it's more readable. You shouldn't have to scroll right a whole lot, although I don't know why the scroll bar is still that long. But yeah, like I said, it'll still be harder to read, but it's harder to read than normal, but easier to read than that dense block of code that we had there before. Okay. All right, so we got that. Next we need, what are the other, let's encrypt CLI. Wait, I shouldn't need this, right? Let's encrypt express. Register a 90-day certificate manually on a whim. Snippet, command line minimal. Email, if error. Let's do this one for right now. So we're going to take this. Oh, we need to use strict as well. Let's take this. Let's open up app.js. Well, let's touch app.js, vim app.js. Okay. So we need to change some of these things now. I'm going to change this to, no. This is going to be test.bot.land. And then this is going to change to my email address. I know I agree to the terms of service because we just read through it on Wednesday. Actually, I guess technically it could just change between Wednesday and now, but I'm not going to reread it. You should make this special dir in your product and leave it empty. What? Webroot path is the current directory name plus ... That doesn't sound like a good idea. It's going to go up a folder. Let's write this and then take a look at something. Okay, let's just do node. If I do console.log dir name, is this code node.js let's encrypt? Dir name is not defined. Oh, I wonder if this is something you only get if you're running from a file. Node.js dir name. What's the difference between dir name and /? Always the directory in which the currently executing script resides. Yeah, so I wonder if they expected this to be in like a bin www or something, because this doesn't make any sense. This would be outside of the project folder for me. I could just modify this. I just want to see what they were trying to do here. But fine, let's make test, make dir -p test/acme challenge. And then let's run app.js again. And then instead of the ... that we have, oh, that's searching for regex. Okay, so instead of this, I guess we just delete that. I guess I'll also say here console.log the web root path is set to. This looks like very meme heavy code because let's encrypt shortens to la. Config la web root path. Learn how to speak French and code Node at the same time. Okay. Wait, part 2. They never said there'd be a part 2. Express web server. So that makes sense. I thought they put all this into one file over here, right? There was no part 1 and part 2. What did the client do exactly? The client called register. Register is called right down here, though. Yeah, they put everything into one. Weird. How is this any different from the minimal command line thing? Hey, OMG. Interesting. So this was snippet, command line minimal. Wait, they put everything into one file here too. In fact, how are these two things different? What do they do differently here? Let's look at the raw files for both of these. Put this into, I guess, that file, and then this will say diff with clipboard. Require config minimal. Okay, so they got rid of all the config that they would have needed. And I'm guessing that's where they get the port from too. This just sounds stupid. Old Man says, I know you don't have audio in your game yet, but in mine I think the audio track I'm using is too long. Sometimes I'll shoot multiple times and the sound effect will only play twice, if you understand. I think I may just need to cut the audio track. You might want to look that up on Google. Sometimes there are, like, I don't know how Python handles its audio, but a lot of how audio works is there's channels and buffering and yeah. Wheatley says, how is your day off, Adam? So Thursday is only a day off from streaming. It's not really a day off from working. I typically have a couple of hours of meetings and then like filing all the notes from those meetings and then whatever else it is that I plan on doing. And so last night it was applying to BizSpark. That took a long time because I wrote my application out and then it turns out it was like 500 characters above what it could have been. You're only allowed 2,500 characters. And so then I needed to figure out, oh God, how can I get rid of a sixth of this? So I figured that out. Then I also had to send off a decently long email to one of my mentors. Dantha says, where do you work? I work in the botland. I work for my own company. So it's called Xtonomus LLC. I'm not getting paid for any of this stuff. I'm just doing this. Eventually, you'll be able to spend money on Botland. And if you want to find out more about that, you can read that. Although if you haven't seen the game yet, it's probably not too self-explanatory what that is. And I could share more information. So keep asking questions. I think that I'm going to take their command line program that they have. Runnable demo. Manual standalone registration via command line. Runs against testing server on TLS port 5001. Okay, yeah. Let's try this. So let's go back into examples. Let's get their command line. Take this. Paste this into app, I guess. This is... So how about this? Let's move app.js to command line minimal. And then we'll also make command line.js. Oops. Set paste. I need to delete this line without yanking it. I don't know how to do that, so let's just do that. All right, now I paste in this stuff. All right, so let's try running that. Command line minimal. And then I need to specify some arguments here. So it's my URLs, then my email, and then whether or not I agree, which is apparently the word agree. Or maybe it's just supposed to be true or false. But anyway, my domain, so test.bot.land, my email address. Whoops, no, we can't do it that way. It's got to be a space. And then agree. So this will also fail because I am not, like, test.bot.land needs to point at this device, which means I need to forward a couple of ports, or I need to run all of this from my DigitalOcean account. So which do I prefer to do? Everybody gets free copies of Botland because the game is free. I know this is really far off, but when Botland is completed, would you stream bug fixes and updates? I would love to do that. So this is my ideal job. I don't know about the streaming part exactly. Like I said, it sometimes produces certain stresses that I don't know if I'd have if I wasn't streaming. I really like interacting with people, and I like that I feel like I'm in an office when I'm streaming, as opposed to just in the room alone. But yeah, there are some downsides and some upsides. So anyway, when the game is finally released, yeah, there will be bug fixes, there will be updates, and I'd love to still stream that stuff. But there's also going to be a whole lot of other stuff to focus on when the game is released, like metrics and data analysis, and probably hiring people, and maybe, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff. Okay, so I need to go make this DNS actually work. So what's my IP? I'll paste this. I got to do all this off screen because it's a lot of like password and connection information and all this other stuff. Oh wait, I can't set this up. You guys know what the URL is, so you know what my IP is. Oh. Okay, well, I guess we set up the DNS so that I do this on the DigitalOcean server. All right, yeah, let me do that. Where is the DNS zone editor? There it is. All right, select a domain, bot.land. The name is going to be test.bot.land, and the address is going to be whatever it is that. Let's ping play.bot.land. It's going to be that. There we go. Okay, cool. So now, if I go to test.bot.land:3000, this should bring me to exactly where play.bot.land does. Good. All right, so that part's done. Next, we need to go onto the DigitalOcean server, which is here. We need to see, we have very little memory to work with here. I think I've got to take the server down. Is anyone even playing? No, no one's online. Okay, I'm going to take the server down, because otherwise I can't do this. So the server is now down, and look at how much memory I just saved. We went from 424 down to 170. So that is more than enough to be able to do this. Let's set this up now. So I'm gonna make dir what do I call this? Node.js let's encrypt. Let's just do that. Alright, so now we are in this. Now we need to do npm init. Yep. Yeah, it looks good because I don't really care about half this stuff in here. And we can edit out some of these things like this and this. Okay. So now we have the package.json. Now let's install, save, let's encrypt. At some point I'm going to need to document all of this. So yeah, let's install this. Oh, it automatically selects all of it. I just wanted to see what the name of the package was, but it's let's encrypt. which makes sense. No description, no repository field, no readme data. That's the whole reason I went in there and deleted that stuff, but fine, I guess I'll add it back in. Or I could just deal with the warnings. Okay, so we got that. Next we need okay, yeah, no, I want to run this with, yeah, let's take this. This is the command line thing. I keep expecting my console to be there. I could actually put this window into here, into conemu. It lets me bind that, but I don't like what happens to the shortcuts when I do that. All right, so touch commandline.js, vim commandline.js, set paste. Whoops, that's not how you do that. Then we paste it in. Nope. Cool. Delete this line and write this. Okay, I think we're good to go. So now we do test.bot.land and cannot find module // Hooray. All right, so let's take a look. What is it trying to find? .. That's supposed to be let's encrypt. Okay, so let's open that up again, and where we find require here, let's change this to let's encrypt. Then run this again. Cannot find localhost dapply.com certificates. It never says to install that. I don't know where, they never mention Dapply on here at all. I mean, they have a link to this guy's, the GitHub. Weird. So is this something I can even get? Dapply.com certificates? I don't know what this even does. I kind of want to take a look through this. Package. They're in fact signed RSA key pairs used for TLS encryption. Oh, here we go. They have a GitHub page. I can figure out what it is that this thing does. For the sake of keywords, most people, yeah, that was what was written on the other thing. Oh, this is actually exactly what's taken. This was taken directly from Git. Localhost.dapply.com is an... Oh, interesting. So this is to get around the self-signing problems. And localhost.dapply.com is their DNS just for your own machine. Oh, wow. That's actually really cool. What music do you listen to? I mostly listen to classical, but I guess I also listen to video game music. I forgot to mention that last time I talked about this stuff. It all depends on what I'm in the mood for. But when I do listen to classical, it's mostly from the Romantic era. So Tchaikovsky and Liszt and Rachmaninoff and a lot of Russian composers. Okay, so we just need to install this. And in fact, this certificate, they're giving you the private key because there's nothing you could ever encrypt on localhost and have it be a security violation, because localhost always points to your own machine. Yeah, so they just give you the private key. Interesting. So if you guys want to hack localhost, this is how you do it. Just put a bunch of stuff in a file. All right, let's get this. And at some point, I should be keeping track of what steps I'm going through. So steps, one, I guess, was follow the instructions. Follow instructions here. So basically, create commandline.js, copy, paste their script from here. Change. These are really bullet points. Oh, that was weird. Change their require ... to require let's encrypt, or just make sure you download their entire Git repo. Then install the Happily certificates. Install the localhost certs. Note, localhost.dapply.com is a DNS that points to 127.0.0.1. Hey, partial data. Wait, did you buy Hue because you watched me? If only Phillips knew about this. Install localhost certs. Okay. Yeah. Then finally, it is node command line.js, which is what we're about to run after we do this step. All right. How can you live with so many tabs open in Sublime? This is all cruft from Wednesday. I can just get rid of most of this stuff. The reason it doesn't bug me is because whenever I go to a different tab, it's not that I'm clicking tabs, that I'm manually typing like Control-4 is the fourth tab. I'm almost always doing something like Client Arena and opening it up that way, or Serve Arena or something like that. And I feel like it's usually a much better way for me to go between tabs. So they just all collect up. Alright, so we have this now. We should be able to run the command we had from before. Cannot find module express. Okay, fine. npm install save express. Is express.js or just express? Because their site is express.js, isn't it? It's probably just express. Yeah. Okay. I guess I should also write that in the list. Install express, npm install save express. Alright, now I think we're ready to go. le.middleware. So command line.js is trying to... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. le.create doesn't exist? Because it couldn't find... Oh man. Alright, let's take a look at their script again. Hey Spets. Yes and no, your marketing strategy infected my subconscious. I woke up in cold sweat, mom's spaghetti, and then went to Home Depot and got the starter pack. Then the LED... What, really? Yeah, you should take a picture. Wow, you spent a lot of money. But, I guess it's a gift to yourself, huh? Alright, so here's what they had, which I changed to this. Let's encrypt. Then they got this here, they would create it. So then they have lowercase le, which they then try to use the middleware function on. So let's see what happens when I do this. If I run node and I say var le equals require let's encrypt. First of all, does this exist? Le is undefined. No, there it is. Okay, so then I say le.create. And my defaults are just going to be, what are BK defaults? This, I guess. My goodness. Oh, right, there's no test Acme challenge directory. So then this failed, but it never showed that it failed. In fact, that's what they should have done after this. They should have said something like if le equals null, then console.error. There was a problem creating le. Calling... Except for, I don't know what the problem is, because le is just going to be undefined. So I guess we throw new error with all of that. Yeah, except for I also can't type this into here. I need to type this into... Oh, what's going on here? That was weird. Alright, so let's exit this thing. we're going to need to create that folder. We're going to need to write down that we need to create the folder, but we're also going to need to do this. Go to line 55, and right up here, whoops, set paste. There. Write that. Now I expect that to get hit. Nope. So LE exists, it just wasn't created correct. Whatever. Don't even care. Just don't even care. Here's what we'll do instead. We'll make that folder that they told us to make, I guess, at some point. Acme. This. Where did they told me to, yeah, you should make this special dir in your product and leave it empty. Config, is that in here? Web root path, it is, okay. How are we gonna do this? I guess this is why putting all of this into www is a way better idea than whatever I was doing. In fact, that's probably how we should have phrased this. App equals express. Wait, that doesn't add up, right? And should I run the express generator? No. Well, what if? And this is okay. So document that you either need to change a bunch of directories, or you just need to run express to begin with. And I'm gonna just change the directories for now. I think this is incredibly stupid, and that I should probably have just cloned their entire repository, which had I done that, what would have happened? Let's close all this other stuff. So they have their lib in here. You still would have needed to run express though. They're okay, well, fine. So we need to change all the parts where we see dir name here and delete this entirely. Yeah, so this is 5x. That's 6x. There. Whoops. No. Dot. There we go. Alright, so now the text ... should not appear in this file. It is not. It's not there. So now we can run this. Everything should be fine. Perfect. The exact same error we got before. Because I never made that folder. Make dir-p test / acme challenge. Dir-p. Okay. Now we try again. Still doesn't work. Didn't put anything in here either. Okay. Let's try. Let's delete these things and let's put what functions this does have in here. For var k in le console.log plus k. Okay, so let's do this. Tab this in. Wait, shouldn't that tab in? Yeah. And then up here we'll just say console.log le keys. And then we rerun our node command. There we go. Alright, and there are the keys that we have. Backend, validate, fetch, renew, register. So we don't have middleware. Where should we have that? So if I go into lib, no, it would be pulled from here actually, right? Does middleware exist here? I don't even think it does exist here. Okay, no, this is wrong. This is node let's encrypt. I should be looking in let's encrypt. Oh, so I've been including the wrong thing this whole time, haven't I? Oh, that doesn't make any sense. let's see. Wait a second, what? They require... They link to... Yeah, they link to this, which is the file I was already using. And this tries to... Oh, this is trying to require node let's encrypt, which I don't even have. Okay, that's probably the issue. But then .create, how did that exist? They don't even write this though, that's weird. They say just install let's encrypt, but this is actually the node let's encrypt, which is... Oh, no, it's the same name, never mind. Slickflow says, how do you know this stuff? If you pay very close attention, you'll see that I don't know this stuff. And yeah, I'm not totally sure what's going on here. This is someone else's library that I'm trying to use, and I'm running into some issues here. So this is supposed to have a middleware function. I don't even know where it comes from. Oh, hey, Dapply made this. Is Dapply a person or a company? Dapply Inc. Well, that answers that. It's a company. Huh. So what do I do at this point? I don't see middleware in any of this. I wonder if it would have ever appeared in a past version of this. Let me go to index and take a look at the history. Where's history? Here we go. All right, let's go back to... Oh, hey, this only... Wait, what? This was created 6 days ago? Oh, wow. Maybe I shouldn't be using this right now. Anyway, let's take a look. Did middleware ever exist in here? If I could ever spell middleware right. No, it doesn't. Slickflow says, what's he trying to do? So what I'm trying to do is get a Let's Encrypt SSL certificate so that I can secure my... Well, okay, I don't know how much you know about coding, but I can explain this either very technically or very surfacey. So let me know what you want to know. See the node Let's Encrypt examples. I think I was already here. Yeah, I was here. I have this thing with Caddy though. But here they end up requiring a lot more. Okay, install Dapply DNS. Written in Node.js. This script installs that and a few other goodies you need for Node.js development. Yeah, I don't want to get these things. And I also shouldn't need a special domain for this. But then at the end of all of this, they should just be able to call into their Node.js setup, which apparently they never did. Huh. Surface then tech. Okay, so on the surfacey explanation is I'm making a game, and if you want to know more about the game, I can always paste a video in to tell you about that. I'm making a game in order to make sure that people can sign up for accounts and that they can only act on their own account. I need to set up a security layer on top of all of this. In order to do that, you need a certificate to say that you are who you say you are, and this is something that it comes in a pair. So there's a public version of the certificate and there's a private version. So everyone can have your public version and you're the only one who can have the private version. So I'm trying to get this pair of certificates right now, and there's a site that'll let you do this, but I can't figure out how to use these libraries that are supposed to interface with it. Then the technical description is, yeah, I'm trying to get SSL certs so that I can set up TLS for my REST server. And I think as part of this, Let's Encrypt needs to contact your site to figure out you are who you say you are. And that's what this stuff should set up. It sets up an SSL server, but I can't even get their library working. Oh, okay, old man. Well, take care and good luck to you too. Okay, so the weird part that I'm seeing here is that it says undefined is not a function. And it's certainly not a function. We don't have that anywhere. I don't even see that in their entire repository. I don't even see it in the history of their repository. So either this function is not supposed to come from here, which would be very weird, or something's like, I think this is a bug in there. In fact, you know what I should have done? I should have looked at issues. No, these are all different. How did anyone get this working then? Right, it's this function that we're trying to use. So if I were to paste this into here, which I already searched for, we can see them calling it, but we don't ever see a definition of it. Okay, and this is what kind of object? It's le.create, which I suppose does not necessarily have to create something that was made in this. Okay, so fine. This may not be a problem. Let's continue to look at their code for just a sec. So we go back to here, go into index, and they have a create function. What does create return? Where's the return value? Aha! They're probably going to return LE from all of this. Yes, they do. And they never define a middleware function. And they probably never mix in anything else. No, they don't. So none of this stuff should work. So then it's a history of this file that I'd be interested in. Was I looking at the history of this file? No, they used to have a middleware function. So this is a bug in their library. Graduated today? Oh, nice. Congrats. Wow. Did you see their to-do? To-do le.middleware was moved to Let's Encrypt Express. Need to update the docs here. No, I didn't see that actually. Where was that written? Where is that? Okay, let's take a look. Oh. Does this show up in... Okay. So here's what's kind of tedious about this. What I was using is this code. Let's take a look. Alright, so what I was using is this code. And where they wrote this thing is here. But even here, they don't say anything about need to update the docs. Wait, that means that page is out of date, right? I'm trying to figure out how I ran into this problem. Yeah. They did not exactly pull from here. Alright. Well, thank you, Amperx. So, alright, this was moved. Does this say anything more about this? Save Let's Encrypt, global Let's Encrypt CLI. I don't want the CLI. But there's this that I apparently need. So I guess let's get this. So we gotta install Let's Encrypt Express. Without this, you'll get an error about middleware. not being a function. What are points used for? Points are only used for two things. Proportion of good libraries to bad libraries is like what? Yeah. Well, the weird... Oh, man. This is a very, very new library, this entire thing. It was made, I guess, 6 days ago, and it's been updated as recently as 1 day ago. But you just shouldn't do that. Put it to do update the docs in a public repository. I feel like that's not okay. Oh well. Whatever. It should be done now. So now we need to make use of this Let's Encrypt Express. So let's see. Do they... What? All you have to do is start the web server and then visit it at its domain name. The certificate will be retrieved automatically. Renewals and registrations are automatic. No partial data. I did not bleach my teeth. Sir Crash says, had you done it manually instead of using Node Let's Encrypt, you'd probably be rolling by now. I used Acme Tiny to great effect. Maybe give it a shot if you... So I had tried this manually, and what I ran into was... Where is it? Well, maybe I don't have it on my screen anymore. But I did try it manually, and the problem is that they couldn't verify my client identity. A tiny script to issue and renew TLS certs from Let's Encrypt. Yeah, this was the part that I couldn't get working manually. Because I didn't realize how this worked. Huh. Okay. Do I even want to do this right now? Yeah, I used to be on the cast of Friends. I was Ross's brother, but they never aired that episode. Couldn't identify you. You need to host a challenge file. Let's Encrypt will download. Yeah, and that's the part I didn't realize. And it makes perfect sense why I would need something like that. I'm just being a dummy. Do I even want to do this? Because, okay, so what I'm debating on now is, do I even sign up for an LE cert? I'll need to eventually, so I should probably just do it. Again, my hesitation is that there's maintenance and that I need to renew this. That's something that Express server would handle automatically, and then I could just make a cron job for, like this thing said. Although everything would need to host this. Or I could... and then I need to share these certificates between my computers. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. And so this entire thing was supposed to be done as short as possible so that you could read it all and make sure that you're happy with the code. Chenandler bong. All right, so I guess part of this is question, do I go with the Express route or the Python route? Let's see, what are the steps for this? Create a private key. Create a certificate signing request for your domain. Oh, you can pass in a subject? Huh. Actually, I wonder if this would be enough to have just fixed the problem I was having before. Wow. Who knows? When in doubt, snake it out. Make your website host challenge files. You must prove you own the domains. So server name, your site, location, well-known Acme challenge. But I don't want to be running Nginx here either. Oh man, I don't know. I kind of want to just ignore all of this, figure it out myself on the weekend, and then work on different things on stream right now. Except for I'm not going to do it on the weekend. And I'll still be paralyzed at the same step if I don't move forward here. Those are Nginx configs. What do you use as your front end? So I'm using Node right now as my front end. And Node can serve up those files. I can make an express route to it. But then if I'm going to be doing that, I feel like I should just use this Let's Encrypt Express, which is supposed to handle this and actually automatic renewal. Anyway, let's take a look at Let's Encrypt Express. What are those routes? The Python and Express? Oh, I see what you're talking about. So Express.js is it's a layer over Node's web server. So it'll handle a bunch of things. It'll handle routing, views, and what they call middleware. So going into all of these would be possibly a little bit tedious, so I'll just sum them up really quickly. Routing is something like this. Imagine if you had a route where you went to www.test.com/users/5 or something like that. You can have users load a certain page, and then when you go to something like, I don't know, items/bike, you can have that go to a different page. So routing is just given a URL, where do I go? Views are the actual view on that page. So your user page might look like this. Name, Bob, profession, clown. And so all of this page would typically be stored in something like, HTML maybe. So you have a div here and you have a div here. And so there's a view engine you can install, which could be templated so that maybe you write this in Jade, maybe you write it in Smarty, maybe you do something else. And then the middleware is just extra stuff you can run on a request. So it goes like this. You pipe your request through all of your middleware, and then you finally get your new request out of it. So you might, given a user's request, you might authenticate it, and then you might say, oh, if this is a user whose name starts with A, let's really route them to a special test site. And then there's some other thing here, and so that's what Express gives you. The Python route here was just host a front end yourself, and then this will set up all of the putting certificates in the right place and everything, and making sure you can get your Let's Encrypt cert set up. Node is entirely foreign to me, but in every other framework, we never serve clients directly, always behind a front end like Nginx. So Node can be a front end, Python can be a front end. In that sense, they're the same as far as their web servers go. But yeah, you can always put it behind an HTTP proxy like Nginx. Atomic says, hi, Adam. Hi. Hi. Yeah, so Sir Crash, you said I assume it's the same for Node. Yeah, you're right. Scaffolding for your web app, right? It's scaffolding for your web app. Express pretty much is. You can just use Express.js if you want to place this web server behind Nginx. And yeah, I wouldn't say there are security implications to using like Node or Python as a front end. You'd still need to secure Nginx as well. Like by default, I don't think Nginx does anything. You need to configure it. And you'd need to put SSL tags in Nginx just like how you need to put SSL verification in Node.js or Python. Would I be able to pwn your server with Slow Loris? I don't know what Slow Loris is, but oh. Tries to keep many connections to the target web server open and hold them open as long as possible. It accomplishes this by opening connections to the target web server and sending a partial. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Nginx will take care of something like this. And I guess you would need to. Not sure what you need to do in Node to handle this. You probably need to write your own layer on top of this to make sure that people aren't just holding connections open and doing nothing. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll add this too as a test for very far in the future. Right, long term to do. Test web server using Slow Loris. All right. I'm still not totally sure how I want to go about doing this. And actually, it could be just a totally fine thing right now to do, to just pay for a certificate. Or, I don't know. All right, let me put my questions here. So one, do I even handle this now? If I don't, what do I do instead? So here, let's list the pros and cons. The pros of handling this now would be it's done and I can move on with my normal to-do list. The cons are it's driving me crazy. If I don't, what do I do instead? Well, let's take a look at the rest of the to-do list. I guess I could just fake having a super user for now and then work on creating bot bays. Business as usual, except that my security would be wide open. This is fine since there are no accounts right now. Yeah, maybe I do that. Didn't you consider Let's Encrypt 2 days ago? Yeah. And am I using Restify for the REST API? Yes, I am. So here's, yeah, I can worry about a cert later. I think what I wanted to test out though is that I have this REST server. So if I go into here, you'll find that I have like, you can create users, you can get users, you can create bot bays, you can get bot bays, and later you'll be able to edit them and do whatever else. So right now, an individual user is either authorized to do something or they're not. I could make something that's secured with even like just a password for right now, and the password can just be the word password, just something that to simulate what it'll be like once I have this up and running. And then yeah, get the SSL certificates later. Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. All right, so let's cancel this. I'm gonna write that I cancel this because it's taking me too long and I have a bunch of questions still about it. Let's see. I'll write down the various libraries I found that could help me with this in the future. So there was this, Let's Encrypt Express. So in the future, look into this and also this. And then I guess I'll write the instructions I had here. Yeah. I'll just paste these into here, although they're not complete by any means. Alright, so we can close this stuff, we can close this, we can, well, should we even close this? This goes from the other day. Okay, we did this too. Alright, cool. So add super user tokens for when your SSL cert is good. We can add this even though we don't have SSL certs. We could put in a token. How would we do this? I guess we'd have some like create super token / password. And then if the password matches, you get a token with super user true in it. Yeah, we can do this. And then that is authorized to do everything. So, do I want to do this? Yeah, I think for right now this is helpful because this is eventually what we're going to need to do. So let's come up with the items here. Create super token, or maybe just a super token API that takes in a password. When valid, it gives you a token. Yeah, when valid, it gives you a token with super user true in it. Then authorize anyone with super user true in their token. Okay. Could you just set up some test server running Ubuntu and CentOS and do OpenSSL? Yeah, so that's what I tried working on Wednesday, and it took me like 2 or 3 hours before I finally said, all right, I can't figure this out. And I'm getting like more frustrated than I should be getting with this. So I think it's time to move on now. And then yeah, some weekend when I have time to work on this, I should do that then. Until then, like I said, this won't be secure at all. But I don't have anyone's account in this new system yet. And even once I do, if I don't have any personal information, then it's still fine if it's not secure. Eventually, obviously, everything needs to be secure. So we'll get to that point. Okay. Yeah, let's start to work on this. So we're going to make a post to super user. And this will be create super token. And so we have this. This is going to be pretty similar to create token. It's going to be called create super token. So what we take in is a password. Yeah. All right. So if not util.exists password or password, actually we can say not is string, or password.length is, actually that's it, just you didn't specify a password, did not specify a password, did not contact database. Okay, that's it. Next, we get the password. This should not be parse int. We test to see if the password is correct. So if password not equal to password, then we say password invalid. Password invalid. It needs to be password. And the reason I'm just piping this back for right now is, like I said, this is all totally temporary. So I'll say to do change this so that it's not terribly open. Actually secure. Let's do that. So we're sending them an error message. Oh, this needs to be swapped. So we're sending them an error message. Good. Now we know their password's good, so let's just generate the token. So we can say generating a super token. So we don't need to get a user here. We just need to generate a token. So let's do this. We do this.generate token. And it says user ID. Actually, this is not what we want, right? User ID. Payload equals user ID. I guess we could just say generate super token. This is going to say const payload equals super user true. Options equals expires in 10 days. And then return promisified sign payload this.jwt secret and the options. Just like generate token, but this generates a token for a super user. A person with a super token is allowed to do anything. And it's not really a person, it's an entity with a super token is allowed to do anything. This is intended for game servers that should be able to act on behalf of the account server. Ordinary Llama says, good, I'm not the only one who says what they're coding. Oh, I have to do that because I'm on Twitch. I don't do this when I'm normally coding. Okay, good. And then this returns a promise. So let's put at return promise. All right, next up, we made use of this function, or well, we need to make use of this and create super token. So we're going to call this here, and then we're going to need to save it to the database. Now, our database saves this for a user. We don't actually have a user for this. So there's no way to make sure that this is valid. Ordinary Llama, no, you're not insane. I think it's helpful sometimes. If you've ever heard of rubber duck debugging, that's essentially what you're doing when you talk to yourself and you're coding. So I find it helpful to state your assumptions and get those out of the way, but then sometimes I just still don't end up solving problems. All right, so generate super token. We could, yeah, here's what we got to do now. We either need to make a super token database or a fake user. What makes more sense? I think a super token database makes more sense. Well, what does that mean though? That means that, wait, no, we don't even have to do this, right? If it was signed with our secret, we don't even need to store it in a database. In fact, why do we store it in the database? Yeah, that makes no sense. Right, do we ever load it from a database? We don't even do that. What was I thinking? Save token. Oh, when you get a user, you have their token. Where do I use that, though? it would be resp0. That's the user. Botbay user password. I never use this. I never do .token anywhere. Why do I bother saving tokens then? Wow, I don't actually know. As long as a token was signed with... Yeah, wow. I don't know why I do this. So, I guess I don't need to save it. Oh man, I'm sorry. Ordinary Llama says, so how long have you been working on this? This has been 3 months and 10 days. Which works out to 56 days of development time, which is why today is Botland Day 56. And hey to Dutch on. So we just generate the token. I guess we just don't save it anywhere. We don't even save it. Yeah, we just have the token. So we say generated token equals token. We don't return anything because we don't need a promise necessarily. And then we send them the token. Successfully generated a super token. Okay, great. We shouldn't allow there to be many of these out in the wild though. That's, wait, how would we invalidate tokens? I guess that's why you'd want to save them in the database, so that you can invalidate them. So we should probably add a layer for that. Note, I am saving tokens to the database, but I'm never doing anything with the saved tokens. What I should be doing is validating that they're still in the database. Otherwise, there's no way to revoke a user permissions. This is, I'll say this is especially important with super tokens, which may need to be revoked. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that after this, which this may mean saving super tokens to a new database. I'll do that afterward. This is probably really stupid to do actually right now, because I'm giving them the token. So okay, here's what we gotta do. BL central server gulp server watch. This'll do a whole bunch of nothing seemingly. I also couldn't figure out gulp watch. Yeah, I wonder if I should take so I was planning on taking a day off next week. I wonder if I should just take 2 days off, spend one day not streaming but still working, and then spend the other day just completely doing nothing. What was I gonna code? Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna look in the dist folder, delete all this stuff here. So let's delete this. Then I gotta get eye drops at some point. My eyes are like totally dried out. Okay, then we don't see anything printing out here, so I think what we need to do is save this file. Let's do that. Or this is because I don't know, it's a Browserify plugin that would cause us to print out. So then what did I just delete here? I deleted the shared folder. So as soon as we see this shared folder reappear, that's when we're good to go. So then here's what I need to do to test this. Go to whatever it's called, super token, super user. Okay, fine. Go to localhost 8080 super user. Post the right password. Okay, so this is finally, well, it's almost done. We should see game and central server appear now. So if we see that, then we're good. There we go. And we're done. We're finally ready to start this. So let's go to there and run this. Oops. System cannot find the, oh yeah. I typed BE instead of CE. Either way, I typed that wrong. All right, now let's load up Postman. So there we go. And now we'll make a super user API. There we go. Okay, so let's duplicate this one. Duplicate. In fact, you know what I could have this do? Well, I'm not going to do that right now. I know it's not secure, so I should just make it more secure and not really care about this stuff yet. So we're going to go to super user. We're going to paste in a password of nothing for right now. We don't need this in here. We can X out of that. And then we save this, but then rename it over here. So edit as get super token. Okay, so when we do this, we should get an error saying that we don't have a password set. Whoops. No such file, haproxy.key. What? Oh yeah, I'd been modifying everything. That's not good. Connects testbed. This is all deleted? How did this get deleted? Last time stuff like this happened, it was because of a problem in Gulp. Alright, let's just revert that. What's going on in the server here? Yeah, we're trying to use this, which I just should not be using right now. Okay, I think let's just delete everything up here. And now we should just have the new code. Okay. Okay, alright, yeah, let's test it. So let's rerun this. And it should start. It did. Good. And then finally, we press the send button here. And we get password invalid. It needs to be password. Okay, good. And if it were just totally missing, it would say did not specify a password. So now let's give it the password that it expects, and we'll hit send. And now we got a token in response. This is a super user token. We can verify this by going to jwt.io, and we'll see. Come on, load the page. There we go. Okay, so we'll see. When I paste this here, it says super user true. And it expires in 10 days, which is 10 times 24 times 60 times 60. Plus whatever this number is. I'm not going to figure that out, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. And if I type bots here, it would say signature valid. So that way, if I tried changing, let's say I'm a huge jerk, and I want to try getting access to everything. So I have my token, which let's go generate. So we're going to create a token for user 1. We hit send. Okay, we got a token. And now we paste this into here. So here we go. Now here's what we do. We say, wait a second. All it takes to be a super user is to type super user true. So I'm just going to do that. And oh, this actually generates a new token for us. Well, we don't, excuse me, we can't just take this and paste this into an API, which we should test that. But because we have not saved this, watch, when I type a new signature, you should see all of this data change. Oh wait, this doesn't work that way unless I change this. And now it's hard to tell that it changed. Anyway, so the way this works is, wait, Adam try bot.lan. What is it not? Is it not loading? Yeah, someone was running into this problem yesterday, and I don't know what's happening. This is probably because, so I'm hosting this on a shared host, and it's not a very good host. But this shouldn't be the case. Let me go take a look at my cPanel and see if they're running into problems or anything. Let's see. It says CPU usage is at 0%. Yeah, I don't see any problems. Oh. This is the programmer version of Jeff Goldblum. You know, I got that comment a lot for some reason at the beginning of the stream, like 2 or 3 times when I'd never before heard it in my life. And this is all over the course of a week. And then it completely stopped until right now when Lord Physics brought it up again. So I'm curious, why do you say I'm the programmer version of Jeff Goldblum? Because I told one of my family members about this, and they're like, I just cannot see any resemblance to Jeff Goldblum. Not your looks, not your voice, not how you act. So I am curious. Sir Crash, this is not my front end. So this is like, imagine if you go and sign up for, I don't even know other services out there. What's that one called? It's a giant hosting site. DreamHost. Yeah. So I signed up for something like DreamHost, and that's what you just took down. I don't have any part in this technology stack. I can't do anything about it. I just basically upload some files and they serve them up for me. So this is something I will eventually be putting onto my technology stack and make sure that it's correct. But yeah, for right now, it's the way you speak. Interesting. Well, I have seen maybe 3 Jeff Goldblum movies. So it's possible I've been subconsciously influenced by him, but I don't know. Yeah, Sir Crashed. Hopefully you actually did turn this off. Because like I said, you probably actually took down a lot more servers than just mine by doing that. And I hope they don't fault me if they see that, hey, you've got, I don't know. Is this? I'll have to watch this video after the stream. And I'll put this here. 10:57. This is the programmer version of Jeff Goldblum. Well, you've never seen both of us in the same room, right? Maybe we are the same person. You might get an email saying DreamHost heroically deflected a multi-gigabit per second attack. Oh, no. So I'm not using DreamHost. I only use that as an example. I'm using a different hosting site. It's probably not that hard for you guys to find out. Actually, I don't know. But I'm using a different hosting site. Because I'm paying like a ridiculously small amount of money for the stuff that they give me. That one is perfect. They sound exact. Maybe that's what I'll be for Halloween next year. How would I be Jeff Goldblum? I guess I get these glasses and a chain and a leather jacket. What's he got going on back there? Is that a mullet? Do you have a mullet going on? What is that? Business in the front, party in the back? Oh, it is. Okay, I gotta rethink this Halloween costume now. Okay, what was I even doing? We were testing. I got this super user token, but I haven't authorized it to anything, so I need to do that. Because I didn't know Jeff Goldblum was an indie game designer. Yeah, that's possible, Sir Crash. Yeah, it's Bounce Web. I told you. Not that hard to find out. Your site may not come back up without human intervention. It's not that long from Halloween, if you compare dates using absolute value. Is this ever going to come back up? Oh, no, there we go. Okay, so bot.land is back up. Yeah. No, Sir Crash is okay. It's good to test that stuff. And eventually it'll be hosted on my own stack. But for right now, I'm cutting costs wherever I possibly can. Everyone, why did you hate them? I don't think So they have some kind of strange practices sometimes, and I don't trust them at all, to be honest. But the service they provided so far has been pretty good. But I would be curious as to why you hate them. Okay, so we did this. Create a super user, and then authorize anyone with super user true in their token. So we have authorized token. We have a verify token. This, yeah. So then we get the payload, and we say if util, no. We say if payload dot, why do I always forget the names of these things? What did I call this? Okay, let's do this. Super token. I created a token. Oh, it's generate super token with super user true. So if payload.superuser equal to true, then authorized equals true. All right, perfect. So now we restart the server again. Do you want me to try slow Loris on something you're actually serving, or did you get a glimpse of why we don't serve clients directly? No, so I never actually tried to stop this at all on any of my services. But I will say this, like, I don't think I can possibly control in any way what this host does in serving my content. Like, I imagine BounceWeb says, like, oh yeah, you can't control. Like, I upload some files to a server and that's it. I have no more control. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm saying I'm not the one who's allowed to do it. So when I am hosting my own stuff completely, then yeah, I think I'd like people to test this sort of thing out. But for right now, yeah, don't try to take down Botland. It's trivially easy to take it down. And yeah. I remember the server would go down almost daily, and only one guy would answer the tickets, and it took him forever to do anything. How long ago was that? Because my tickets have all been answered within half an hour, which is some guarantee that they have now. And there was something else about that. Oh yeah, and the server has only gone down maybe twice when I've been trying to use it. I'm sure there are other times when it's gone down and I just haven't noticed it. Okay, let's test this out again. So we got to take the super token that we had from before, which I already deleted. Okay, so fine, save this as password, save, send. All right, so here's our super token. Let us take this token and with it conquer the world. So now if we do, let's write this down. So super token is here. Now let's make a normal token as well. Let's do create token. Here we go. So here's a normal token. Oh, this is set to expire in 10 seconds though. All right, we got to do this fast then. This is stupid. All right, there we go. So with this token, which is about to expire, so if I keep hitting send here, yep, there we go. It expired. Now let's try with a super token. It should work. It did. Okay, great. We should be able to get any user this way. Well, there are no users, 2 or 3. But we should be able to do absolutely anything using this thing. So if I say send, it says not authorized. If I paste in my super token, there we go. I get this thing, and I can even create a bot for that person if I want. So I can say create a bot for person 1, super user, send. And I got Bay ID 2. Now we can get that bot Bay using my super token. And there we go. Yeah. All right. So that part's done. Nisimico says, what are you going to do with the money you'll get from Blizzard? I mean, I know that's tongue-in-cheek, but one of the things I always try to take some serious sub-question out of that, which is, like, would we ever get acquired? What would we do if we got acquired? My stance right now, and it's very easy to say this when there's no product and no one's clamoring to buy this or anything. My stance right now is that I wouldn't want to sell the company. I'd want to see it through as much as I can. And the reason for that is because it really just, it is your question. It is, what do you do after you get money? And so let's say Botland is huge and I'm like, oh, time to cash out. I get $5 million, let's say. What do I do? What do I do at that point that makes me happier than what I'm doing right now? So here's what I think I'd end up doing. There are certainly ways I could be happier now. For example, if I had infinite money, it would be pretty nice to not have to worry about like, oh yeah, okay, fine, let's just buy an SSL certificate. Like, let's not think about that. And let's go host a VM with like 16 gigabytes of RAM and 8 cores. And yeah, that stuff would be nice. And it'd be nice to not have to worry about like, how much am I paying artists and how much am I paying a lawyer and an accountant. And so right now, all of that's very much like I'm handling it, and I'm even handling the nitty gritty of sending out checks and making sure people get paid, and then verifying that the account had the withdrawal, and then putting it in a ledger, and then sending it to the accountant. And so it'd be nice to pass that work off to other people. But at the end of the day, I like designing and developing games, so I'd still end up doing this. And if my company got acquired by someone else, then I would no longer have creative control. Granted, I share creative control right now with a co-founder of the company, but I very much trust his opinion, so that's not a problem. But I wouldn't want it to ever get to the point where I'm like, I really think we should steer the product in this direction, and we just can't do it because someone's just not taking my opinion into account. February 2010 you opened it and closed it in June. I've had this account for I think 2 or 3 years, so I guess I must have started in 2012. There is not if, someone will try to buy it. I actually don't know that. Sal Khan. Who is Sal Khan? This guy looks like Jerry Seinfeld. Tell me that doesn't look like Jerry Seinfeld right there. Maybe he is Seinfeld. Oh, people have made that comparison before. Well, he doesn't look so much like Seinfeld in this picture, but maybe that was just a weird angle. Anyway, our super token thing is working now. Cola versus Pepsi. I don't know if you're asking me that, but I don't drink soda. Completely forgot about this. I actually had to contact them in 2011 because I registered one of my domains through them and they wouldn't change the DNS to another server unless I transferred it from them. That's crazy, right? Actually, that was one of the nice things. I know that part's not nice, but one of the nice things about signing up with them is that I got a free domain. So that's where onx.net comes from, is from BounceWeb. And that's where ophog's being hosted somehow. Yeah, ophog.onx.net. Nice. Yep. Good old 50% loading bar. Yay. Anyway, ignoring all of that. So that part's done. Let's check this code in. Create a bot bay for a user. That's not even true. Create a super token. This API will be neat. Actually, I'm gonna write, there's generate super token. I should probably just say this. Create super token. So see for more comments. Good luck if I ever need to transfer. Hey folk, happy early birthday. The real birthday person isn't here today. Although actually, folk, based on your time zone, and I don't actually know what time zone you are, I'm trying to remember various things about users, except for time zone is not something I typically remember. But anyway, if you're in a far enough away time zone from me, it might actually be your birthday relatively soon. Yeah, you gotta finish this up. So, we go through a token. We have some to-do items there. Yeah, I think this is fine. Then generate super token. That's fine too. And then finally we have this. Everyone, we should probably write this down. Super user equals true. Super users are authorized to do anything. Okay, done with that. Botland app, this is something I did for the sake of the video I recorded yesterday. Connects file copy and run on IPM2. So the /super user API now exists. It will generate a super user equals true, let's put this in quotes, token with a 10-day expiration time. What was the other thing I gotta write here? It'll generate a super user. Oh yeah. When you post password as the password. This is definitely not secure, but it at least emulates what I'll eventually have when I have SSL up and running. When you supply a super token, I'll just say this. Super tokens are authorized to do everything. Okay? There we go. Oh, GMT +1. So you're 9 hours ahead of me? So in 4 hours, it'll be your birthday. Well, less than 4 hours. $14.12 here, 2013 here. Yeah, I think there are a lot of European viewers. Rather, I should say a lot of people viewing from Europe. I don't know what their original countries are. Because of when I'm streaming, which is during normal work hours for most Americans. So it's surprising that any Americans even found me. Like everyone, for example. I know everyone's in California based on what you said on Wednesday. But that means that you must be working and watching. So no, I'm saving tokens to the database, but I never do anything with the saved tokens. What I should be doing is validating that they're still in the database. So let's change something else right now. 10s, we're going to change this to 1 day. Or do I have to say 1 days? That'd be really weird. Let's go look at the MSJS. This. Can you specify 1 day? 1D. Alright, I'm going to download this. I'm going to just test it out for a bit. Where do we put this? Let's put it on desktop, Dell, Maker, test MS, CS, test MS, npm init. Excuse me. I don't even work anymore. For Macedonia, if you know where that is. I want to say Mediterranean. Am I even close? I don't know. Netherlands, One Direction. Okay, so name, good, version, don't care, test, entry point, test command, Git repository, keywords, author, license. Sounds good. npm install -- save ms. Alright, so now we just do node, var ms equals require ms, and ms 1d. Okay, now what about 1 day? Aha, what about 1 days? So, they only check certain tags. So this is totally fine then. Time zones are enough to program around. Yeah, leap seconds. Leap seconds are crazy. I'm going to get bitten by that at some point. Actually, pretty much everyone suffered from that. Like, even big companies. Because leap seconds make no sense to a programmer. Alright, so this expires a little bit longer from now. The super tokens being saved to a database. That's something that I feel like maybe super tokens should just expire much, much sooner. And then I wouldn't really need to save them or anything. Well, actually, revoking them would be pretty important. Is this a feature I want to do right now? I don't think it is. I think I'll just write that we save it to the database, but we don't ever check it. In fact, let's make this 1 day also. Yeah. Okay. Made token expiration times equal to 1 day. I'll just leave it like that for right now. And then eventually I'll handle this. I'll put this in the normal to-do list. So no, I am saving tokens to the database, but I'm never doing anything with the saved tokens. What I should be doing is validating that they're still in the database, otherwise there's no way to revoke a user's permissions. This is especially important with super tokens, which may need to be revoked if someone gets their hands on one. Really, if someone gets their hands on a super token and starts doing stuff with it, there's no way I could possibly revoke it fast enough. So maybe I shouldn't do anything with this. On the other hand, if someone does get a super token, I can't revoke it fast enough, or probably even detect that it's happening. So maybe a low expiration time is what's needed. I don't know, it's something to write down at least. So let's move on with this. What are we at? I think since we since we assumed that we've got our fake security going, we are pretty much on this. So we still need to get an SSL cert going. Make sure to test the SSL route. So part of this is get the cert, and then instead of generating a super token based on a password, generate it based on a certificate, and then make sure to test it, make sure to write a test framework. This is actually something we could probably do. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. But then this, figure out how this should work, and then actually do it. This is kind of the rest of the things. So what do we have here? Make sure you have an SSL server for the central server. That way it doesn't allow connections from any non-trusted parties. Well, okay, so I guess part of this is get a cert for game server to central server communication, and then make sure you have a public facing SSL cert. All right, done. Don't need this stuff. What did I have pasted here? Okay, yeah, this stuff. All right. So this is something we're going to defer for now. We're going to put this under here for remaining account slash authn slash authz tasks. We'll put this here. Then write a test framework. This is what I want to do next. So let's put this here, and then I think we can mark this thing as done. And then we can also fold a bunch of these so that it's not taking up a bunch of space. Close, 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 close. All right, good. Now let me read chat. Notification events for super token authentication events. Yeah, the problem is, okay, so creating it, we'd probably want a notification for. But using it, this is something where, imagine this scenario. You're playing on a server with, let's say, 5 other people, and the game is done. At the end of every single game that takes place, we need to upload certain statistics to the server, and that requires you to have a super user token. So if there are enough botland games, then super tokens will be used like every single second, probably multiple times a second. It's a great talk that I can't remember with someone who's very knowledgeable on date and time issues. Okay, so yeah, writing the test framework. Here's what I want this to do. I want to just run, I think, basic REST tests. So like hit an API with an invalid argument, hit it with invalid token, try with someone else's token, etc. So I think what we want is a promise-based test that is going to do this. Now, how do we do this? This requires that the server is running. Any test requires that the server is running. That way we're testing a real scenario and not just the API's that the server uses, which means we need a test database, I guess, too. I don't know. Do we want a test database for this? So when the central server starts, we call setup database wrapper. Oh yeah, okay. So here's what we could do. What we could do is make a new database every single time we want to do this, or at least delete that database. Yeah, that's a better way of doing this. Yes, so the first thing we need to do is set up a test database. We use Botland as the real one, so let's call this like Botland REST test DB, or something like that. Or I don't know if capitalization matters in the database names. I forgot what MySQL does, but whatever. We'll call it something like this. What this means is we need a script that will do this. Write a script to do this. One is drop the database if it already exists, then create the database under root, I guess, under the root account. Then run connects migrate latest, and that's it. And then and then we need a script to start the server. Need a script to start the central server and point it at the test database. Can you set up a checkout check-in system for each match? So a keys generated at the beginning of a round, and then only that key, and only once can it be used to check in those stats? Yeah, I could do something like that. I think part of the issue is, though, like I said, if enough games are running, then keys will be created like all the time. Hey Panda, happy birthday. Nailed it, Imager. What is this? Okay. I now realize my true calling in life. You know, the last time someone wanted to do something like this, I think they told me to face a certain direction or wave at the camera or something. So there. If anyone actually sees a resemblance and looks, I'd say you're crazy. If you think I'm talking like Jeff Goldblum, then maybe you're not so crazy. I'll have to listen to him. Also, I don't use a Dell monitor. But props for the effort, Ordinary Llama. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, so let's set this stuff up. It'll be really good to try this out. So how do we want to do this? We want to go into, let's keep the central server open over here. And over here we have a test folder somewhere. This is just test source. So, and there's a gulp file in here too. We probably, what does run do? Oh, just gulp test. What, Speds? Look at that. Oh, free REST API. Oh, got it. Okay. Do you have the selected approved ads on for ad blocker? Looks like you got an Imager ad. I actually don't think so. Where was the ad anyway? Oh, this. Wow. Yeah, this is definitely inspecting my web traffic. Or it's a voice activated ad. Huh. I'll need to get Jeff Goldblum on the case. So set up a test database. First we needed to set up our just test structure here. We have all our test source here. What do we want to do exactly? I guess we could make can make another folder like central server test. Do I want to do that? Yeah. I'll just call it rest test. No, I don't know. Rest test. Fine. I'm not going to struggle with this. Rest test. Okay. Got rest test now. Next, we're going to make the database script in here. This is something that is currently running from... Actually, maybe it's running manually. I don't even remember. Where we have the database in here. We have initdatabase.js. How does this work? This takes in a bunch of stuff and then creates a database. Yeah. So we need to call this with... All right, this shouldn't be too bad. So the very first thing we're going to do... what order do I want to do this in? Let's load up the test gulp file. And we'll say... We'll make a function called test rest. Yeah. Test the rest server. Go to the add block button and hit option. Allow some non-intrusive ads. I see. Yeah, and I should probably switch to uBlock at some point. So the way that this was working before, we called it into test main, piped it into Mocha. So let's go into test main. Test main called in all these other things. So let's go into ECS test, because that's probably the smallest one of these. And then in here we had a describe function. So yeah, let's do that same thing here. Let's call into whatever that folder is I just made, rest test. Test rest calls into rest test, which calls into test main. And then, should there be another test main here? Rest test main? How stupidly can I name files? That is what we're currently trying to figure out. Well, I think very stupidly. The best rest test main. Let's just save it like that for now. I'm not really concerned about naming because I don't want to get hung up on this. So rest test main. Okay. Test don't exit without it. Okay. Cool. So for comments, see test. See the test task. My P key is broken. Can someone print a K so I can copy paste it? This is some kind of sick joke. How could the P key be broken if you typed a P? Alright, so here we go. We got rest test main. We actually don't need any of this stuff, I think. Let's paste in this. Okay. Now we need assert, we need underscore, we need util. All that stuff sounds fine, except for this path is probably wrong. Because now instead of being, oh no, it's probably correct actually. Okay, so that's fine. So now let's get rid of this stuff, and we'll say rest test. So let's just say console.log to write a test here. And here we'll say should blot. We will eventually fix that. However, more importantly, before all of these tests, we need to make sure to run this stuff before. So console.log. Let's make... The last time I ran into this, I thought, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll say const database name equals botland rest test db. And let's do this. So we have a database name. We're going to say deleting. Actually, how does database init work? Init database. Does this delete anything first? Create, use, grant. No, it does not. So we need to delete it first. Deleting the database. All right, well, we don't have code to do that. We could use connects for it. I guess we need to use connects. We need to make another connection, that means. Or we just verify that it exists and then drop all the tables from it. No, that's stupid. We should just delete the whole database. Which would mean we need connects, which would mean we need to copy paste this code. Okay, let's do it. So these can all be consts. And this should happen, let's just make a function out of this. Function, what do we call this? Setup database. All right, let's put all this stuff into here. All right, good. So now we can call setup database in here and put this line up here. So actually that shouldn't be there. That should be here. We connect with connects, then wait, the database may or may not exist. We don't actually know if it does yet. But then we need another connection to it. Oh, this is... var6 says, hey, your light program is repeatable. Presumably what you mean by that is that if I load up my lights program, let me just make the most minor change here. Okay, so when you reopen this page and then you try pressing something again, it still says you have 45 seconds left, and you could actually just change this in the URL. That's presumably what you're talking about. And this is actually only a client-side problem. So on the server, wait, what? Varsik, where did you... Okay, Varsik just pasted me something really weird. What was... No, the copy paste was accidental. Okay, it had something to do with Dota 2. Okay, that was strange. Anyway, yeah, that's not a problem. Actually, let me prove it. So it's probably been 45 seconds since I started talking about this. Let's try this out. So this is gonna say, or let's do this. All right, so if this worked, when I hit color loop off, we would see that fourth light change, and we don't because now I can't set it to blue. So yeah, so there's the bug here is, like I said, it's only client side. So what Varsik is talking about, when you follow me, you get a link that looks like this. And then this link lets you control the lights in my room, which is why I'm like pink right now. And yeah. Okay, so delete the database. We need to do connects. Oh wait, you can't do that. You need to do connects.raw. Yeah. Okay, so connects.raw. And what is the script to delete the database? It's just drop database and then the name. Let's test this out really fast. So we're gonna load up MySQL, and then let's do show databases. We have a test DB there. Let's just do that. Drop database. What's in test DB? Let's look at that first before we just go randomly deleting things. Has a users table. Oh, I know what this is. Select star and what? So select star from users. Yeah. Okay, so clearly we can do this. Drop database test DB. Good. All right, that's exactly what we want to do here. So we're going to make a drop database script and drop database name. And this is delete database script. Okay, and then if that succeeds, then we can say console.log successfully deleted the database. Otherwise, also this dot then should be over here. Otherwise, we want to catch function error. Actually, I don't want to catch anything. If this fails, we should just fail everything. All right. So all this should do for right now is just delete the database. That's it. That's everything. And I'm happy if that works. So let's do title test rest and then BLT, oh, rest test. All right, so actually we want to do this, gulp rest test. This is why this is the worst name. I never remember if it's test rest or rest test. It's test rest, which I had not typed. Olo says, hey man, what are you crafting? And then, hey, it's Rama says, dude, are you making a bot? So check this out. I am making this. And hey, Void Dreamer. So there's now finally a YouTube video to explain what it is that I'm working on. I used to give a live demo every single time, but now I suggest you just watch this video. And this video will tell you all about the game. And if you want to know more information, you can go to bot.land. So yeah, what I'm working on right now is the test cases for this thing. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, I know why this isn't good. This is piping everything through Mocha, or through the transpiler again. This is not good. Not good at all. Alright, let's try something out. In Node, can we do process.m.test equals hi? Then process.m.test. Yes. Now if I started up another application, would that know that process.m.test was set to high? That is the question. Well, I think we can just try this out. Yeah, alright, let's do this. So I'll go into the test gulp file, and what we'll do here is this. We'll say, actually, let's just look this up. Node.js export and environment variable. Node will run in a separate process which gets a copy of the environment. You can't change the environment of your parent process. That's fine. Alright, I'm just going to test this. Let's just do this. Process.m.chickens equals true. Or, I don't know, friends. So, we have the chickens variable. I need to test this out now inside of here. So let's just remove all this code. No, we have to pipe it through Mocha, so I guess we need to do this. But let's put some code here saying chickens are, and let's run that. If it says that they're friends, then we're good. Is that the only light source for your room and computer? Doesn't that strain your eyes? I'm probably doing irreparable damage to my eyes because yes, that is the only light source. I have a gigantic window right there, and watch how different this would be if I'd actually opened this. So I just never have it open so that you guys get to have fun with the lights. Hey, chickens are friends. It worked. Okay, cool. So what this means is that we can use this to set our variables that we need to set, which are these four things. So we definitely want, let's do this. Process.m.database host equals localhost. We definitely want that. User equals root. Name equal, no, name we can't set. In fact, we gotta take this out of here. Well, we can do that at least. No, we do not take in the database name. Olo says, wow, you're the fastest in Sublime I've ever seen. Well, thank you. Did you just set a process M for another process or the same one? For another one. So I was not trying to set it in, I was not trying to export it. I was just trying to get it so that my environment had it, so that my child environment had it as well. So yeah, I just did this. And then the database password, I guess we're just going to hard code a password for right now. Although at some point this should really just use, oh wait a second, I didn't even think about that, right? This could just use MySQL, or SQLite. That's what it probably should do eventually. So to do eventually, this should probably use SQLite. So everything should probably use SQLite for this. But that would involve changing the central server. So we've got this stuff, that's good. We've got them taken in here. And we connect. In fact, this should probably go here. Okay, let's test that out. Did we get rid of the chicken stuff? Yeah, we did. Did I write SQLite? What did I write? Yeah, okay. No. This is, so for the sake of the test, I feel like I should be using SQLite because I'm testing the REST API. I'm not testing the database. The REST API uses the database, but yeah. Let's see here. All right. So what happened here? Setup database proc is not defined. Oh, come on. I forgot to delete this. Wait, how did this even get here? That's weird. No, wait. Yeah, all of this is messed up. How did I must have accidentally pressed backspace. That was strange. No, Voidreamer, don't worry about it. I don't plan on using SQLite in production, but for testing, I think it's okay to use. Actually, I can't imagine what could go wrong with SQLite in testing. I guess maybe there could be some bug that's not reproduced in MySQL or vice versa. I don't know. Anyway, it's the API test should catch that if that is the case. So right now we don't have a database for whatever this is called, Botland REST test database. So it does not even exist. So I don't know what this is going to work. Cannot find module connects. Ugh. Okay, well, we just import that from, how does database wrapper not use connects? Oh, it does. It's require connects right here. I just need to make sure that the package JSON in a directory up has connects, or that this one does. This does not have a package JSON. Okay, so then what we do is we make a package JSON file here. Let's just copy the one from a directory up. Let's use copy so we know we can use this. Package JSON to here. Open this up. This is going to be Botland test. Do I even do this for things like this? Package JSON central server? Yeah. Okay, so Botland test. Oh. Okay, Weedly. And I'll also give this to you, Voidreamer. But you two will compete with each other if you try it at the same time. You should also make an overlay for the stream for who's controlling the lights. I guess that would be possible. Because I know who's controlling the lights if I look at this thing right here. Varsik was the last person. Well, wait, Varsik was just... Someone is attempting to use a token that doesn't exist. Okay, that was a lot of... Okay, Varsik did a whole lot of that, actually. But the last thing Varsik did that was valid... Oh, man. Never mind. Alright, whatever. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of, like, garbage in the log right now. Okay, so let's get rid of all this. This is... I don't know whether to list this as a dependency or a dev dependency. I guess a dependency, or a dev dependency. So we get rid of all of this. And then we say central server gulp file, no, central server package JSON should have connects. So we take this line and we put it into the test package JSON in here, and then we install it. I have too many tabs open over here. So that can be closed. So now here we do npm install. This should just give me connects. Everything else should already be there. Couldn't read dependencies. Trailing comma. Yeah, that was my bad. Right. So we got connects. So now when we do gulp rest test, which hopefully exists. Also, I want to add something to the to-do list over here. Make giveaway run automatically throughout the day. Maybe once every 2 hours. What did I call this thing? Test rest. Alright, how about we do this? Rest test relies on test rest. Console.log, just call gulp test rest next time. I keep typing the wrong thing. Alright, so could not. Oh, I gotta install MySQL for this too? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. No problem, Weedly. No problem. Unexpected identifier. I forgot to close the parenthesis. At least that failed immediately. Is this requiring anything else? Ah, it's requiring the common gulp file. In fact, why does it require that? Huh. If it didn't, this would probably run a lot faster. Oh, it says I made your light yellow. Oh, thanks, Folk. That's really useful information. I was always wondering about Cesium 133. How frequent are the pop-up ads in the free version of Sublime? That nag page isn't really an ad, I'd say, but it's every 20 saves, I believe. Oh, check it out. Deleting the Botland REST test database. To do, write a test here. So now we can test if it worked. We need to create a database with the same name as this. And what we should see when I try to use this database is it doesn't work. So let's do create database there. Use that database. Select, or no, show tables. Empty set. All right, great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to run this test. All it should do is delete the database. In fact, one of the things I probably should have done is put in something here. Yeah, we only care if oh, good. It didn't say successfully deleted it. So here's what we could do, actually. We could do this. .catch function console.log could not delete the database. Perhaps it never existed. Okay, either way, I think we're fine there. I don't know why I had such a flourish on pressing up. Note to self, start commenting requires imports. Is that secretly a note to Adam, Void Dreamer? Can we make an agreement every 100th hour equals light control? Actually, that's not too bad, although people would get light control in waves at that point. I think if people just ask if they want it, I'm usually fine with granting that. Originally, on the stream, like the first few weeks, I think there were so many followers every day that it was like almost, not really almost nonstop, but it felt like it was nonstop. Oh, that didn't even work. Whoop. Oh yeah, what's going on here? Delete database script .then function successfully deleted .catch could not delete. But it didn't print either of those. Did it work though? No, what is it? It still exists. What is this doing? Drop database name. Console.error. Something bad is happening. Oh, it's because we're not connected to a database, but we won't be able to connect. Oh man, this is what's really stupid. So we got to put in database wrapper. We have connection information. This comes from the central server's main.js. It's called database. Okay, so we go back to test rest. Hey, that worked. Database name. So this may fail. Note, this may fail if the database doesn't already exist. So the first time we run this, it's going to work, and it's going to say successfully deleted. And we'll trust that it worked, but we're going to test it too. Have I seen Star Wars, and do I plan to? I still haven't seen episode 3, so I probably want to start there. But no, I don't really plan on seeing the new one. I'm sure it'll happen at some point. Need icons indicating which lights are which. Yeah, that's definitely true. I should have done that a long time ago. The problem is I thought I'd keep changing them around, so I never wanted to settle them. I guess I'll write that on the to-do list. On the lights page, Void Dreamer suggests that I have icons or some text indicating which light is which. Error, unexpected token. Test. Where's this one? Okay, now this will delete the database. So when we do, there's a show databases, right? Show databases. Yes. So there, we see the database there. And once this is done running, and how long has it been taking in the past? 2 seconds? That's not true. Oh, it just says starting. It doesn't say when it finished. Ola says, I want to be a webmaster and front-end developer in the future. I see that you know that very, very well. Did you make a vlog about how did you learn it? So the extent of the information I've shared on what I learned for this stuff is here, which is not a whole lot. I'd be happy to talk with you personally if you want at some point. If you ever want to send me, oh, hang on a second. 12:30. Okay, yeah, I'd be happy to message you personally about it. If you want to know anything in particular about a certain kind of technology or something, the way that I'd started with, also, hang on, this didn't work still. The way that I'd started with JavaScript is I came up with a game project for myself, which, by the way, was like too large of a game project in my mind. But I'll link this in chat. Yeah, so you can see the source for the last game I made in JavaScript, and you can play it on that site too if you want. And it only takes about 3 hours to beat. But that was how I learned JavaScript. Then I ended up reading a book about it, and now I'm doing this project. Well, actually, I had a job in between where I worked as a professional JavaScript developer. All right, why is this failing? Deleting the database. Did it even work? No, it didn't delete it. That's weird. Can Connects not drop the database? Well, this is exactly why we wrote, check this out. Dark Sprite says, what's wrong with the keyboard? Looks like he threw it into a fire and bent it. I put a link to the keyboard in chat. Oh, whoops, no, I typed keyboard wrong, so I actually didn't put a keyboard link into the chat. And then Echo says, is this your job now, Adam? Yes, although I'm not getting paid for it. Okay, so I wrote in database, there is a Connects test bed. What's this? Connects file copy. That's, I think, just cruft that I meant to not check in. What is this? So what's the test bed then? Weird. Are these files exactly the same? Diff with tab test bed. They are the same. Huh. Wellity, wellity, wellity. Let's delete that. Okay, so next we have my mind was wandering. We run connects testbed. So run connects.cmd. Where is connects.cmd? What? Where is this? It's apparently there. So I should really comment that, shouldn't I? Run connects.cmd. This may be one directory up. Actually, it shouldn't be here at all. Need to put up a donation or Patreon page or something? I'll probably do it eventually. Write code with a Ouija board. Ouija board? Yeah. Hey, Dan. Welcome back to the channel. Like I said yesterday, actually, I don't know if you were present when I said this. If you have any feedback about the game itself, feel free to tell me about it. I am always open for it. So, what do I want to do here? I want to run connects from this one. Yeah, now you run require. By the way, I don't know if you guys can read this font. If not, you should let me know. I can always increase the size of it. Okay, so now I can start running things. Actually, I will just increase it. That way you guys don't have to let me know. So next, let's do this script that I'm trying right here. And the database name we got to take in here. All right, let's do this. Drop database, this. So this is what we got to run inside of raw. So we're going to do connects.raw that.then, and we'll have the same error and whatever other functions we have here too. So yeah, let's run all of this. Now so that it definitely works, I'm going to just join all of these lines and then run the whole thing. All right, here we go. Could not delete the database. Perhaps it never existed. Now we're getting somewhere. No, it definitely exists. Or is this a problem with something treating this as case sensitive and something else treating it as not case sensitive? No, it's not even that. Sir Crash, lift the 5,000 character limit. I gave up on my bot because of it. I could do that eventually. And we'll have to see. I'm not really willing to do it yet. One, I think it's. Well, I guess I could just. We'll talk about it later. How about that? New for Lunch says, what kind of script are you making that needs 5,000 characters? Yeah, and Sir Crash would probably just paste it in chat if you wanted to see it. Why is this not working? That's the part I don't understand. Can I do connects like users dot select dot then function resp console dot log resp. Okay, that worked. All right, so that exists. Now what about botland, whatever it's called, test resp, this thing. Yeah, Sir Crashed, you should let me know. We should talk about this afterward, I think. The goal is so that people hopefully don't eventually have to minify their code. Maybe Botland should minify code by default before it's sent. It could do that, I think. See, here's the thing. It needs to send the unminified code as well, because what's probably going to happen is this. Like, you, as a player, write botland code. And you write something like this, like ggg equals 5 console.log ggg. Good guy, Greg. Next, what has to happen is the client sends the code to the server. So let's say it minified it and it turned your code into this, like it aggressively minified it, and now your code has this there. Then you're happy because you don't understand that even happened. And then finally, like, you disconnect. Great. You go to sleep for the night. You dream about chickens. The next day, when you connect to the server, so now you connect to the server, and it'll say, "Oh, hey, I've got your code for you. Here it is." And it says console.log5, and you're like, I don't recognize this. Didn't I write a meme yesterday? So we not only need to minify it, but we'd also still need to send the uncompressed version. So we might as well just send the uncompressed version. This is the source, past the character limit, and I haven't implemented anything particularly smart yet. All right, let me put this on screen so other people can see. All right, so we have a init equals function, turn, range, sensor boost, sensor cooldown. Oh, so here's the issue. This update view you're using so that you can eventually get all of the enemies in range. You will not need that eventually. So this will cut out a lot of your code for you. Whoa, hit. The other thing is, I'm not totally sure why you have... Well, some of this stuff is a little bit strange. Okay, yeah. You could just have this function do this. You could say will missiles hit or will artillery hit. And you could have it take in arguments if you want. Like, this function could just be simplified into that, I'm pretty sure. As in, you don't need to check to see, do you have this hardware? That's what these functions will do. So you could get rid of all of this if you want. Anyway, there's probably a lot of other changes you could make, but I also agree that, yes, we might be able to lift that limit if we want eventually. And arrays will eventually be in the game too. I will loop back around to the code execution system and really put this under a... We'll comb through it all and we'll figure out what we want. What was going on here though? No such table. Botland.botland. Wait a second. That means that this is using... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I know what's going on. This is connecting to the wrong database. In fact, connect test is not the best thing to run here. What I should be doing, more connects.cmd. Yeah, I should change this for a second so that it sets... Set database name equals this. Yeah, maybe let me get rid of the... Seems like this is case insensitive, or let's run this. Then let's require this part. And now let's try dropping the database. Connects pool, access denied. Oh, it's something only root can access. Oh man, fine, set database user equals root. Let's try this again, and then in here I gotta copy paste this thing again. Aha! Finally worked. So then what is going on? When I open up this is database name. How about we put this here? Connecting to database name, connecting to the database. I was replacing missiles with artillery to see which was better. Didn't want to hard code anything. Then I could just say weapon equals weapon artillery and it'll use the right functions. I see. Yeah, and if that's what this comes down to, that people end up really wanting, like, they say, okay, 10 kilobytes accommodates 99% of the users, whereas 5 kilobytes only accommodated 85% of the users, then I'm okay with upping it to 10 kilobytes and then maybe putting a restriction on you can only upload scripts once every like 5 seconds. That way you're not just spamming a bunch of bandwidth through there. Deleting. No, this still didn't work. Or, well, it's gone, but it didn't. I don't know what's happening here. When I connected, this was fine. I'm not getting a warning about not being root, which means that I am root. I am root. And yeah, weird. I would expect to see one of these things print out. Huh. Let's try making the database again. Create database, botlan test, whatever it's called. Rest test DB. And then this is the thing that I'm using everywhere, right? Yeah. Botlan rest test DB. And this should work. I connect to the database. If that fails, that's fine. Then I try deleting it. Is there a way to check to see if connect's actually connected? Maybe that's what I've got to do. Sir Crash says, I really like the idea of time and memory constraints, but I don't know if it makes sense for your game. For example, you get a pool of 5 kilobytes of memory and that's all you get. Each turn has to finish within a certain amount of time or instructions. So time and memory constraints exist for the sake of other players. Well, the time constraints exist for the sake of other players. If your script, let's say, took 5 seconds to come up with a result, like, yeah, sure, I guess we could have spun that up in another VM somewhere else, but I don't... Okay, I guess let me rephrase this. So the time constraints are there because of the architecture that I've chosen for this. I wanted to get times as fast as possible, so I'm doing everything in process, and Node is single threaded. I didn't want to make this asynchronous because I wanted it to be, yeah, okay, never mind. I'm sorry, I know I'm jumping all over the place here. Here's the final reason, is that your bot should be taking in input, so it's got some input and it produces some output, right? The input is the state of the arena as far as it can tell, which means plus or minus 5 tiles, well, 5 tiles away from it, and like no cloak bots, no landmines unless you revealed them, etc. So this is the input. If your script took 5 seconds to run, well, the input changes over the course of that 5 seconds. So we say that the whole time you're running update, nothing's going to change about the arena until you finally change it by calling something like your lasers or move. So that's the real reason, is that you as a player would not want your code to run asynchronously, because then you run into race conditions and not being able to reason about the state of the arena anymore. Not definitively, at least. So what happened here? It just says deleting and then nothing happens. So this is what I don't totally understand. Let's look at Connex's documentation. Hey again, Sloan. So I want to take a look at, does raw return a promise? It should. In fact, it has to, otherwise none of my other code would have worked. Raw. Right? If I write code that does this, can you, in MySQL, is this valid? If I say select 2 from users, there was a test way to do this. I don't know. Maybe it was in Node MySQL. I think it was there. There's some query I can use. It won't actually query a table. It'll just return some result. I'm sure there are plenty of queries like this, but yeah, here we go. Select 1 plus 1 as solution. Yeah, so let's just do this. So here's our code that I want to write. And I want to see, let's put resp here, and let's say resp. So if I run this code in my Connects test, it says successfully deleted the database. So then raw does return a promise. which necessarily implies that one of these things will work. Connects.raw either then will work or catch will work. So for neither of these to be working, what does that mean? Does that mean that that threw an error? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Oh, I do not know. Wow. Adam, can you just check for data in the database as a check to see if you're connected? No data equals no DB. This connection should fail. Like, okay, watch this. Let's say, where am I here? Set database name. What is this set to? Okay, so let's make up made up DB name. And then if I try connecting here, so if I say node and then the require statement's gone now, and then I require this, yeah, this says unknown database. So if I can't connect, it'll tell me that I can't connect. So now if I set the database back to something that does exist, and then I try exactly the same code, it works, and it does not give me an error. So I know the database exists. And does the function raw get called? Well, deleting the database appears in the output here. Where is deleting the database? I don't see this anymore. All right, fine, let's just rerun. Oh yeah, here we go. So deleting the database exists, and then the next line of code to run is this. And I'm never getting any exception messages. So that's what I find very strange about this. In fact, okay, here's how we can test this. Let's just put this select 1 + 1 as solution and see, is it this code that's failing? There. Okay, so this is not a real deletion script. It is just going to say successfully deleted the database. And then we'll know for sure that this is running correctly. But that for some reason I can't drop the database. Which actually might be something Connect just doesn't allow you to do, for all I know. That wouldn't really make any sense, I guess, but it's possible. So this should say deleted the database. We'll see rest test, connecting, deleting, deleted. And it'll just take forever doing that, apparently. Oh no, it didn't. What's going on then? What is going on? Huh. Well, debugging through this would be pretty nice, but we all know what happens when I try to debug through this. I can't get Node Inspector working, and I really should look into that again too at some point. Wow. Yeah, I'm not sure what's doing this. So raw is not called. I guess what I could do is say done calling raw. It's possible, it's just not handling it. But then why? I pasted this exact code into here and that works. Did I screw up? I don't know. Dark Sprite says, where are you from and how old are you? Those are unfortunately both questions that I don't answer. Oh, and then Olo said, friends, can you tell me what exactly Node.js does? So Node is just a JavaScript execution environment. When I run Node, I can type JavaScript in here. I can say x = 5 console.log x. It just so happens that it's bundled with certain libraries that I guess you'd also say are part of Node. For example, the file system. So I can require the file system library, and now I could do something like read file sync. What's a file I even have in this directory? n.cmd. And then I'd have a function. Well, what does this do? That doesn't exist. Could have sworn I had n.cmd in there. How is this working then? How is that working? Hang on a second. n.cmd. Oh, I must have put it in system32. Okay, well let's take rand int dot. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, It also gives you a whole bunch of library functions. The most commonly used ones are the HTTP server and probably the TCP server as well. So what Node is typically used for, despite being an execution environment, is it's used for running a JavaScript server. What's with the semicolon at the end of select? That's needed for MySQL. So if in MySQL, if I say select, what is it? 1 plus 1 as solution, 1 plus 1 as solution with no semicolon, it'll just keep asking me until I finally put a semicolon there, and then it says, oh, 2 is your solution. So that semicolon's needed. And then the done calling raw thing, yeah, it's apparently getting called. I wonder if it's just not getting, I don't know. I don't understand this. Did I screw something up here? Is this not real? Okay, let's try this. Select 1 plus 1 as solution. There's only one thing I could think of here. Sloan says, so Adam, what did you study, if you don't mind me asking? I studied computer science. Also, I need to get going in about 10 minutes. A friend is going to be coming over, and then I should probably just get lunch at that point anyway. So the rest of today, because there's still about 4.5 hours left. The rest of today, oh man, I'm sorry. I'm going to get the test framework working. That still didn't work. Okay, well, getting the test framework working is going to be really hard if I can't do this. I'd like to get this part at least working in the next 10 minutes. How else could I go about solving this? Like, I never put a semicolon at the end there. Okay, well, let's try that out, I guess. But still, I know for sure this is valid SQL, because when I copy paste it into here, it works. So if this particular string doesn't work, I'm not sure what the problem is. However, this is what I used to have here, is the delete database script. And the other thing I'm doing is in init database, I am calling it's the exact same way that I set this up here. The only difference is var versus const, which, yeah, should not be a problem. That's just the block scoping of ES6. And this is not defined anywhere else in this file. How old is that friend and where does he live? It's... I'm imagining that this is just a clever way of trying to get more information out of me. Oh, this didn't work either. Alright. Maybe it's a problem with that function. Excuse me. What version of Node does your friend use? Alright. I'm saving this. I responded with, I don't answer those questions. I then said, a friend is coming over in 10 minutes, so I'll have to go. Alright, we'll eventually hammer this into a quote somehow. I find it funny though. Thank you for the laugh, chat. Alright, yep, so I'm baffled. That's the result of this, is that maybe I'm connecting to the database wrong. I don't even know if that'd be possible. Let's see. So if I say process.m.database password equals made up, and then I try requiring this thing again. Oh, it's not going to do anything because it's already required. Okay, fine. Then I need to do this. I need to say this, and then this. Yeah, so any problem that I could possibly run into from connecting will be printed on the command line. So this for sure must be working. And I know it's returning an object because I can call connects.raw on it, and it's not giving me an error there. Okay, let's do the final thing that I could possibly think, which is put this all on one line. I don't think this is some case of implicit semicolons biting me, because you can't do this in JavaScript and implicitly add a semicolon here, because then it becomes invalid JavaScript. So there's no possible way. Yeah, like this should not be a problem. Game dev channel equals Sherlock Holmes chat. Your entire message is monochrome for me. because you've got the kappa clause, but then you yourself have a gray name. It's a very rare name. Huh, even that didn't work. Huh. Wow, I don't know what to do. What if I just said throw new error? Nope. Is this Mocha catching this somehow? What could I possibly be doing wrong here? Wow, yeah, I can't even think of something that could be going wrong here. And it's like a total of 5 lines of code. So to not be able to come up with the answer here is a little bit alarming. All right, I'll try this, and then we'll just change gears, because clearly this is an unsolvable problem. and yeah. All right, so yeah, what we just confirmed is that throwing an exception would cause this to bubble up the exception. So here's my conclusions from this. We're not throwing an exception below, because that would be shown on the command line. We're not entering the then or the catch. We are calling the console.log afterward. That's really not so interesting, because this is an asynchronous function. So we'll call this no matter what, even if this will eventually fail. Strange though. Other conclusions: this has nothing to do with implicit semicolons. What else did I test here? Yeah, that's it. This is the code. Why does this not work? And the other weird thing here is, if I put this code in another file, so yeah, if I put this right here, for example. Okay, let's try this out. So now I delete this, and I just run node required connects testbed. Yeah, it says success. So I literally copy pasted the code and it worked in a different file. So there's something wrong with this for some reason. Maybe. No, connects is the same version. MySQL is the same version. That probably doesn't matter as much, but let's go into the central server and package JSON. MySQL is 2.9. Oh, so the MySQL version actually changed between these two. That wouldn't make sense that would do it though, right? No. Yeah, that'd be really weird. Let's go into the test and look at package.json and say 2.9.0, and then let's get rid of MySQL from here. Then reinstall it, and then try running the test. Echo says, you're using root perms to run this function? Yeah, but if I wasn't using root perms, then connects wouldn't even connect. Is the order important? I thought the catch is going first, then. The order... Actually, I don't know if the order of the catch and the then is important, but I have catch going after then. And either way, if I didn't have it in the right order, then it would just throw an exception somewhere. Copy the failing script and run it on the other server. Oops. Oh man, I left that nope in there. No. Get rid of the nope. The nope is gone. Oh, Leslie, you have failed me. I just hadn't saved the file. Also, at some point, like I said, I gotta go to lunch, so I'm gonna boot this thing up, and then we're gonna. I'll just say 45 minutes, and that way I can just tab to the page when we're ready. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. Here's the test. This is now using the older MySQL version. So if this works, it means it was a MySQL version problem. It didn't work. What else is different between these two? Who is Leslie? Oh, it was a Parks and Rec. Leslie Nope is her last name. It's okay. So what is different? So copy pasting this code into Connect's testbed does work. So yeah, what's the problem here? In Connect's testbed, I do connects equals require. In fact, I'm pretty sure I copy pasted this code back into here, right? These two things should be no different. I say const here, that shouldn't really matter. Okay, well let's do var. Maybe some transpilation thing is causing this to fail, who knows? But then I have, or wait, did I spell something wrong? Database, password, user, there's database name. Database name is correct. Okay, so let's paste this in and then just put this comment down here. This is one of those things where when I finally figure out the problem, I'm going to be like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, I got it. But then why didn't I? Is that in a Mocha test, like in an it? No, it's in a before. But I know for sure, oh, whoops, you bought Lunch BRB? Oh, darn it. All right. Yeah, excuse me. Did you resume token? Okay, slow hard drive. Yeah, you did. All right, so I gotta write a note to, oops, not this. Remove OMG from Lunch BRB. There. I don't know. Could be console.log's not working. Could be any number of things that I'm just unaware of at this point. Yeah, so we put this code in here and it worked fine. Right, this. And we connected to, I believe, the, let's see, set database name. Balan rest test database. Yeah. Okay, good. Which is what I should be setting in this gulp file. No, I set it in here actually. Balan rest test database, yeah. And it would have failed. Then method accepts two functions, error and success. It could be either actually. You can have it pass in an error function, but you could also just put a catch on it if you want. But thank you, Populio. And hey, Orange, happy Friday. I realize this is the typical Friday problem of people want to go home or something, and then that's, yep. So I don't know. I think here's what I'm gonna do. Like I said, my friend should be here soon, so I gotta go. Where did I even write the test framework thing here? Yeah, here we go. So where I left off, could not figure out why I couldn't drop the database or even run any connects raw functions. So I haven't finished the setup script. Guesses that it has something to do with Mocha. That's a very reasonable test. So, or a reasonable assumption. So let's cut out the Mocha stuff here, and we'll just call setup database right at the very beginning and try this out. I wonder how it would have to deal with Mocha though. Maybe how would this happen? Or maybe, I don't know. How could Mocha even interfere with this code execution? There's, all right, connecting, done calling raw, deleting. Okay, wait, that's a little bit strange. No, it's not. I don't know. All right, well, there's one other thing we can do, which is stop calling this from gulp or Mocha at all. We put this into Connect's testbed, did I modify this file any more than just that thing at the bottom? I did. All right, this may be one directory up from here. I'll say note on this. Okay, let's copy paste this whole thing in here and then just comment this stuff out. So we don't want any of this. And now we call setup database. There. Let's try this out. For this to fail would be preposterous. Database name is not defined. Whoops. Database name is this. Oh, it worked in here. Yeah, so then it must have to do with Mocha. There's no problem whatsoever with this function. Or it has to do with gulp. But what? Anyway, it definitely has to do with either Mocha, gulp, or some versioning difference. Hey, again, Ordinary Llama, and hey, John Soul Reaper. How would it have to do with any of those things, though? RIP database. I know. How would it have to do with these things? So, alright, we can undo this code since we know this worked. There. Delete that. Then in here, I mean, I set the database name here. We could just do the same thing over in a different spot. This isn't even being called from Mocha anymore. It is being called, taking the source of this, piping through Mocha. Huh. Yeah, strange. And yeah, wow. I don't know how this could be interacting this way. Are there any other libraries I would even need here? More package JSON. I'm using MySQL and Connects, and this matches the MySQL and Connects from the central server. MySQL is 2.9, Connects is 0.9. I don't know. Mocha.js working with promises. Oh man, okay. Alright, I finally just realized what's happening. This is possibly taking just long enough where Mocha is actually exiting the whole program before this finishes. So, oh man, okay, wait, let's test this. Does this have like a sleep function at all? Or delay? Oh man, darn it, I want to test this. Let's just use the promise thing that they have here. Actually, we can do this. So they have, you can return a promise from here, .then function. Okay, so let's do this. Let's have this return connects.raw. We will say setup database.then console.log finally. Then we get rid of the setup database call up at the top. All right, let's run this, and I think this will work now. All right, thank you, Monadic Bind. I am going to give you 3 points because of how sure I am that this is going to work now. Oops, I need to return that. Whoops. Yeah, okay, I forgot the return thing, but there. All right, so yeah, I think what was happening is that because this is asynchronous and Mocha, when it exits, just like closes down everything, which actually, by the way, the reason why it closes down everything, it's this right here. These process exits. If I didn't have these, this would have worked just fine, I bet. In fact, we're gonna test this out. Oh, all right, then I can eat my lunch in peace. Because I won't have this ghost looming over me. Undefined is not a function. Perfect. Just perfect. That's exactly what we want. Wait, what? That's not coming from... Oh, rest test main. 58. Oh, whoops. I forgot to call the function. What's with the lights in your room? No, Dark Spread, I don't. The lights are something I just did for followers to have some fun. So if you ever see them changing colors, it's actually just the viewers who are doing that. So the last time it was Ordinary Llama was changing them, or maybe not. I don't know. Yeah. So I expect this to work. It should say deleted the database or that it failed. I don't know. Whoops. Sorry. I don't know how loud that was. I accidentally hit the microphone. It worked. All right. Now we just take points away from everyone for being a naysayer. And I think we're good. So yeah. So here's what we could have done. We could have done this. Set up database. Watch. We go into the gulp file now, the test gulp file, test full file, and we get rid of these process.exits, and I bet this also would have worked this way. No, I'm never one to take points away like that. Alright, I bet this would also have worked. Olo said, I thought that I'm good at IT. Because every teacher... Oh, at IT. Okay, because it looks like a tag that you're trying to talk to someone named IT. Because every teacher in high school is telling me I'm so good, but after watching about an hour of a professional, I realize how much I have to learn, how dumb my teachers are. No, so... Oh, wait, hang on a second. Yes, nice. Okay, so I fully understand the problem now. This bug will never happen again. We are finished. Okay, so yes. Hang on, I want to respond to that in just a second. So this was a problem caused by Mocha exiting before our promise had a chance to execute. So yeah, I gotta clean that up and everything. So Olo, you probably are good at what you're doing, and you shouldn't be expected to work at a professional level if you've only been at this for even 3 years. I think programming is something that you just constantly learn more and more and more. You learn more about computers, you learn more about users, you learn more about maintaining your code. There's so much, and there's ever-changing technology to add to all of that chaos. So wherever you are now, like, keep at it. And if watching professionals inspires you, then great. If it gets you down, then that's terrible, because you shouldn't compare yourself right now to people who have been in the industry for a while. And I've mentioned this before, if you ever need help with anything, feel free to ask me. There are people who ask about like their Python or their Java projects, and I'm happy to help. So I think with this, I'm at the point where I will take my lunch break. Let me check my messages. I just had an alarm go off that says play Donkey Kong 64 tomorrow. I mean, you guys have that too, right? A Donkey Kong alarm? I don't know how I'd live my life without it. Well, all right, I guess I'm just going to kind of waste time on stream right now. How about we run a giveaway? You know what I should do, actually? Here's what I should do. Oh, everyone spend points too, so now I got to go modify my... I don't even know how I'm supposed to do this. Yeah, okay, I got it working. Alright, so remove everyone as well. I'll just say everyone. Alright, yeah, so here's what I think I'm going to do in the afternoon, because I stopped writing that SSL stuff. So what we'll say is there's going to be lunch, and then when I get back, make Balan totally free for the afternoon. Afternoon. And in order to accomplish that, let's go run hello screen. Let's run the server. Aineraz says, how hard do you think it would be to write an automatic scheduler for a high school algorithm, basically with the subjects you can freely select? I'm not sure what it is you actually would be scheduling there. As in, I don't understand what program you're suggesting. So when I think scheduling algorithm, I might think something like, you've got certain people and they've got certain tasks. How do you slot them in such a way that they're all accomplishing their tasks in the right schedule? But maybe you're talking about how would you just... Oh, maybe that is kind of what you're saying. Like, you have, like, math is at 9 a.m. and science is at... I'm greatly simplifying this. And then, you know, history is also at 10 a.m. So you can only pick one of either science or history. So how hard do I think that might be? I think it'd be pretty easy. It all depends on your skill level though too, and it all depends on how complex you want this program. For example, if I were to do this as a just as pseudocode, I'd say, all right, I have a schedule. It goes 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. I can only have one class per schedule. So at some point, I need to replace the word class with all of the classes I can have. And maybe there's something at 11 o'clock. I don't know. Fun, 11 a.m. So the only problem, okay, I go through, I'm at 9 a.m. What are all the classes that I have at 9 a.m.? Well, it's math, so it has to be math. Now I go to 10 a.m. and I see I have science and history. So I come up with a list of everything at 10 a.m. and I just randomly choose one. I'll pick history this time. And then same thing, I see at 11 o'clock I only have the fun class, so I do that. But again, maybe I'm not understanding this correctly. If I was going to do it in Python, since it's probably going to use GTK for the interface. Yeah. So yeah, I don't think it'd be too bad. So lunch when I get back, make Botland totally free for the afternoon. At some point, what I wanted to work on was the Christmas lights program. Maybe we'll do that for some time too. Maybe do the Christmas lights program. Whew. Not exactly like that though. Like making the schedules for all the classes in the school. Oh. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, I gotta get going. Hello? Okay, yeah, sorry to abruptly leave. My friend is here. I'm gonna go away for lunch. I've got a couple of supporters in this thing, so you have been noted. All right, I'll be back. It probably will only take about half an hour, but you never know. So I'll be back later. See you guys. And when I do come back, I'll be back for about 3 hours. Okay. I'm back. I gotta read chat. Actually, let me just scroll up really fast, make sure. Okay. So that took a little longer than I thought. I'll explain why in a little bit, but first I'm gonna read chat. Excuse me. Also, I have this great smoothie that I made. Rare is the occasion when you get to see me drink something other than water. All right. OMG said, weren't you supposed to do the lights a few days ago? Yeah, I don't know if OMG is right here, but I'll say OMG RE lights. Yes, my wife wanted them in the living room, but my wife is now on vacation, so we can take the lights. Allah says, but I'm sitting here and trying to understand anything on the screen, and that's quite shocking after reading teachers' professional programs like Hello World and Fibonacci stuff. Orange Ray just solved Fibonacci. Fibonacci's done now. Not even the sequence, just the person. Paper on the ground. Here's your light speed. Oh wow, I got 3 followers while I was away at lunch. Well, thank you guys. That's Sprint though. What? Louder, how do you not like smoothies? What? And hey Merplex. So yeah, my friend ended up staying for lunch. She brought over some cookies. I actually didn't even get a chance to eat them. There was like too much stuff going on. Well, actually, let me go grab one thing from there. Hang on. Actually, I will just I'll show the world the kindness of my friends. Take a look. There's Adam written in calligraphy here. And this cookie even has Adam written on it. It has been identified as mine. I gotta go put this back in the fridge though. So yeah. Alright, make Botland free for the rest of the day. Will do. So we go in here, and then in here, and then in here. And then we do this. Today is Friday, which is this day. So we set it to, I'll set it to 5 points. It doesn't need to be free, but it can be very cheap. Comic Sans is greater than calligraphy. Perhaps the cookie's named Adam and not labeled for Adam. It's true, that's something I hadn't considered. Deep thoughts. Okay. And then this is something we'll consider after the REST APIs are done. So yeah, Botland is now only 5 points to play for the rest of the day. So if you guys want to get access to the game, is anybody online? Nope. Well, anyway, if you want to get access to the game, 5 points. All right. So the test framework. We had gotten started here. We can get rid of this and get rid of this and probably get rid of all of that stuff. I don't know which one is correct. Help me. Smooth these. You were right the second time. There's apple and orange and kale and flaxseed and ice and berries. So tasty. Okay, so this is what we want. This can return a promise. So we want to do setup database. Yeah, let's do. What happens if we had an error in here and we had no catch? The database should be gone right now. So let's just check this out. Show databases. No, it is there. What happened here? Oh yeah, because I have select 1 plus 1. Ha. Let's delete that stuff. So this can all be deleted right now. Hey, Judge Bacon. So they want to make extra sure only you will eat that cookie. Sounds totally fine to me. Sounds totally fine to me too. I'm sure someone uttered before this, if only, or like, that cookie's got my name on it. Superman says, select 1 plus 1. It is 2. You don't need SQL for that. Yes, you do. How did you just figure it out? You probably ran it through SQL. Nobody knows that kind of math off the top of their head. The thing about smoothies for me is the more stuff you throw in it, the more it tastes like... No, that's not true, Wouter. It's good. If you put like oranges, apples, and banana into a smoothie, there's no way it's going to taste bad. I don't even think... Even if you screwed up the ratios and it tasted just like banana, it still probably tastes fine. Oh, nice, Merplix. Made a chat making Ajaxen. Using Ajaxen long polling. It's smooth like smoothie. Okay. So successfully deleted the database. Now this should be gone. So when we do this, yep, it is gone. And now let's run this one more time. The reason I want to run this is because it should error this time, which we are fine with. Now this was the deleting the database part, so that's done. Next, create the database under the root account. We have a script for this, and it's called init database. Hey, Derpy Whale. I have an overly sensitive. Oh, okay. That was a little bit too much information, but now I know. I'll add this to my Wouter journal. Okay, so I think we can just call into this script. It might say that you can't make a second connection. How would I even use this? How do I use this right now anyway? Init database. I think this is something I'm supposed to run from the command line, but I guess it could be invoked via require. Oh, drop database is only scripted for a hard-coded name. The name is botland rest test db. So if I ever had this, if this ever existed in the actual database, then I'm a moron for calling something rest test in a production database. But also, yeah, this should hopefully be fine. And if the database name doesn't exist, then yeah, we should be good here. I made you a journal, but not a moderator. Okay, init data is not called. So I think we need to say this. So, oh, I gotta sneeze. Okay, this script is intended to be called from the command line, but it can also be required from, say, a test script. And the database name here, oh, maybe this is the part. No, this doesn't actually, this only creates one. All right, so let's require it, except for we can't do that unless this returns a promise. So we need to make this a function. What do I want to do? I guess what I could do is I could say module.exports equals this. Hey, Raptor, and thanks again. Anything needed for the wiki that I can work on? I don't think so. Buy premium access to hear Adam sneezes. Yes, that is truly premium content. So if we return this, and then here, yeah, this is not a good way to do things. We should have this just be a function. So how do I want to do this? I guess I just say this here, huh? I'll make a function called init database. All this does is it create database and add user. Yeah, so this is what our function is going to be. And we need to put all of this inside of here, and we need to have this return the promise that it created. And then format all this code, I guess. That's probably going to screw everything up. Actually, that doesn't look too bad. This looks really weird, so let's join those lines. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Oh, see you, Wouter. All right, then we export this. Module.exports equals that. And now this is not callable from the command line anymore. Also intended. So, oh yeah, Spurtman, that's what I meant to tell you. I watched that there's a video, I don't know what this service is called, but it'll create a cartoon with these couple of like dog characters, and then they'll run whatever text you did in a text-to-speech program. So anyway, it was these two dogs talking to each other about WebScale and MongoDB, and I imagine that's where you got the whole MongoDB is WebScale thing from. So I finally saw that video. I just stumbled upon it too. I wasn't seeking it out. Oh yeah, it's because a bunch of MongoDB things leaked. WebScale. There's a site, I believe, called MongoDB is WebScale. Yeah, there it is. This site. And here are these dogs. I think they're dogs. They look kind of like dogs. If you're not at all familiar with databases, don't watch this. It won't be funny. And the transcript is at the right side, and there's, yeah. Did I just heard MongoDB? Oh, MemeDB. No. Okay. So 1, run node. 2, require this file. 3, call create database and add user. Okay, great. Now, do I put a console.log here? Yeah, I guess exported, create database and add user. You still need to call it. Actually, that's a bad idea. Let's just get rid of that. Okay, so we're going to require this script. Let's put this at the top. Const create database and add user equals require. Now it's a init database, which is up 1, 2, central server database, init database. So this function is what should be called after all of this. So we say dot then. Yeah, there we go. So by the time all of that works, we should have the database will definitely exist. Oh, this, we need to fix this too, actually. So if you can't make a connects call, okay, so here's what we need to do. We need to say let connects equals null. Try setting it this way. Actually, let me do this too. Const connection options equals all of this. Okay, so there are the connection options. Now let's try connecting with these connection options. Catch error. And if there's an error, we'll try connecting with all of the same connection options, except we'll delete the database name. Try again, but this time delete the database because it doesn't exist. Okay. So this can just be return. I could say here, finished setting up the database. Yeah. Let's try that out. All right, what happened? Unknown database. Shouldn't that be coming from here? Console.error, error connecting to, actually let me do console.log, error connecting to database name, making a new connects object to try again. That's the code that should be getting hit. Oh, I should also print the error here. All right, let's do that. But after that, is deleting even getting hit? Deleting the botland rest test database. Oh, we don't, oh, I see what happened. Okay, so this is getting hit, but then if this fails, we actually don't care. But it's just if the first part fails that we don't care. So what we need to do is something like this. We need to say, how do we do this? We want to ignore an exception just for this first part, because that would be fine. Oh yeah, we can catch just up until this point. Function, we could say all of this up here. Yeah, and then do dot then, and then we don't want to catch. Okay, I think this is the code that we want. Partial data is now hosting me. Twitch.tv/partial data. You heard my saliva? It's nasty. I'm sorry. I talk a lot throughout the day, so there is coughing as a result. Phlegm builds up in my throat. Normal human functions. Nice. Cool. Thanks for the hosts. Okay. And all that was while we wait for this. Error. Unexpected token. Okay, well that's too bad. There. Problem fixed. Yes, son. Actually, while this is loading, I just finished my smoothie, so I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. My 0 followers. Schlug says, but I hear it. Yeah, watch this. Hey Schlug. Hey Schlug, I'm talking to you. What are you using as your terminal? I'm using Conemu. How do I host you? You type /host from your own channel, I believe. Database name is not a string. Where's this coming from? Oh, this is, okay, I know where this is happening. This actually should be taken in from here. We need to set this process.m.database name equals database name. Set this so that create database and add user has access to this too. I think this will work. Slug has an angry face. Oh wait, oh, it's a partial data? Oh. Are you OCD? Oh, never mind. I thought you were mad at me whispering to you. Oh, thanks, Eruptor. Now I have 3 hosts. Should show up over here, actually. It says only 2. But anyway, cool. Alright, timeout of 2000 milliseconds exceeded. Ensure the done callback is being called in this test. Huh. Could not delete the database. Perhaps it never existed. So this stuff is all fine. Unknown database, unknown database. I don't know. Can we increase the timeout for Mocha? Mocha.js, increase timeout. What am I trying to do? So Shulk, I think you'll have to be a little more specific than that. Are you talking about what kind of game am I trying to make, or what am I working on right second, or is it more specific, like what am I trying to get to work with this database and this test framework? So yeah, what level of detail should I answer you at? Oh, you need to specify. Oh, here we go. This dot timeout. Let's set the timeout moderately high for this. Okay, and then I'll comment this. So the database stuff. So what I'm doing right now, I wrote a REST API and I'm just writing tests for it that'll be automated. That way I don't need to keep running this program and saying, okay, I want to get a user. And then I hit the send button here and I say, okay, is this user what I expect? So that's what I'm going to run right now. Make sure the timeout is high enough so that it doesn't stop execution early. Oh, check it out. Finished initializing the database. So now if we show databases, there it is, Spotland REST test DB. And then we say show tables, empty set. That's not correct. Users doesn't exist. Oh man. Wait, what happened then? It says use the database, granted privileges, finished it. Oh right, I never ran connects to migrate. Oh, so we should at least have a user on there, and the user should be Adam. What's the game I'm talking about? So the game I'm talking about is this. I've just recorded that video last night because a lot of people have been asking about it. So that's only 2 minutes long. If you watch it, you should get a pretty good idea for what the game's about. Okay, so now I just need to run this. So I'll cross this off my to-do list, and then we run this part. So connects migrate latest. Can we do this from an API? Connects.js. Let's find out. Migrate. Migration API. Connects.migrate is a class utilized by the Connects migration CLI. Each method takes an optional config object which may specifies the database directory extension and table name for the migration. Okay, I'd like it if a file could give me that. I can't just say migrate latest. Let's take a look at the code. Connects. Nope, not in there. Source, migrate, index. So we'd import from migrate. We have the migrator and we have latest, yeah. But then there's a config that you pass in. I shouldn't need a config, right? Maybe just pass in environment? We'll have to test this out. It has database, directory, extension, and table name. See, here's what I think this wants me to specify here. Not this one exactly, but the connects file, this. Because this has... No, yeah, what is this? Apparently it's something that goes into here, huh? Connects.migrate.latest. Oh, config is optional. If you need to run something only after all migrations have finished, you can do something like this. Wow, maybe this is super easy then. So in our test, we say do that and then finally run the migration. Connects.migrate.latest. All right, let's try it out. Shlug, let me know if that video answers most of the questions you have about this, because like I said, I just recorded it last night and I haven't gotten any feedback on it yet. So I don't know, is it as informative as you would have liked? Do you have an idea about the game now? So yeah, I'd be curious to hear about that. Here we go. Scander, oh, migrations doesn't exist. Okay, well this is where having a config would actually help. So this .config, does this eventually look in which directory? Table name, I think they're correct. They have table name, oh, there's stub extension, table name, they probably have, directory. Yeah. Did I read this in here? How did I miss that? Oh, directory. That is perfect. Directory. So the directory needs to be client. No, not client. Central server. And then where does this exist? We go into database migrations. Yeah, database. Whoops. Migration. Oh man, I keep not typing a slash. This might work. I don't know if we need to scope all the way to the migrations or just to database. I'd expect it to be all the way to migration. Yeah, that would make sense. Eineraz and Obese Kangaroo say, I think the video is pretty informative and Botland's a pretty sweet idea. Well, I'm glad you guys like it. And, oh, by the way, the game is only 5 points to play right now. So, the game is only 5 points to play right now. Well, I should say costs only 5 points to play right now. Just type /w botland bot game to get access. Access will be revoked on Sunday. All right. So what do we have here? Scander, desktop. Oh, did I go up too far? Oh, this is running from the test folder. What is... okay, let's do this. Console.log. Actually, let's just stringify it. Dir name. It's like code.org. Awesome for new programmers. I like it. Yeah, I'd heard of code.org before. I haven't ever played it, and I'd come up for the original. I came up with the original idea for Botland about 5 years ago, and I just never released it. And this is the thing you guys have seen on stream before. There's Python code I have here. Botland, yeah, from October 17th, 2010. This is the original game where you could, code, move right, move down, pick up, something like that. Oh, I think they have to be standing on a mineral to pick it up. I could speed this up. So anyway, this was the original version of this game. Very, very different from what it ended up being. And that was only like a week or two of work anyway. Okay, so deleted the database. Then bad DB error, unknown database, Botland rest test DB. Yeah, no, that's strange. I guess I can't do these things in a sequence because I delete the database, but then I'm still connected to, oh, yeah, that's the problem. Okay. So I guess in here we start up a new connects. That seems pretty silly. So we'd have to do this. Connects destroy and then make a new connects where I don't have the database in it. I'm going to need to refactor this code in a sec. But then on this, what we do is... No, this isn't good. Yeah, this isn't good. Schlug says, so you're trying to teach new programmers to learn to make game programming? No, I'm not, actually. No, we're trying to make a game that is fun for strategy gamers. And it just so happens that it happens to involve coding, but it more so involves automation, I'd say. So if you end up taking a pre-made script, and let's say you just take this, have you learned anything about programming? No. And that's part of the point of this, is you should be able to, in the future, just make pre-made scripts and say, yeah, I'm fine with this. I don't necessarily need to know that this should go here and that this should go here, or that it could be turned into JavaScript. I shouldn't have to care about that stuff as a player of the game. What does it mean to control your lights? Oh, so when you follow me, you get a link that looks like this. Let me show you. Hang on, I'm loading this up over here. Okay, so you get a link that looks like this. I'll just delete that. And controlling my lights, take a look. Let me see if I can. All right, so take a look behind me. If I click red here, you can see that turns red. If I click blue here, that one turns blue. That's what it means to control my lights. So if you get a link that looks like that, feel free to mess around with it. Okay, so the weird thing is deleting this database is not as straightforward as I would have liked it to be. I think we need to make a function that's just delete the database. So function delete database. But then we need to do all this stuff. Okay, fine. So let's take in the connection options. And let's do this. So yeah, whoever's changing the lights right now is not me. That is someone else, totally different. Okay, so we've got this function. We need to call most of what we see here, but not all of it. And this is where having a promise for this stuff is really good. So we take in the connection options. If that doesn't work, then the database has been deleted. So I think we're set. Could not make a connects object. That means the database was probably already deleted. Shlug says, you guys are an indie group? Yeah. So I'm the only coder for the game. I've been working on this for about 3 months and 10 days. It'll probably take another 14 or 15 months at this point to finish, which I hope to. I'm not trying to stick to this particular date, but I am using it as a target. February 8th is when I hope to have all of the account stuff done enough to the point where there is a vertical of Botland. You can create an account, you can sign in, you can do whatever else you need to do. Maybe there's no email or reset password or something, that's fine. Then August, so that gives me another 6 months from February. August is when I hope to have a beta of the game out. And the keyboard is this keyboard. Okay, so we tried deleting the database. Now, if we could make a connects, then we use it. Oh, also, did this print the directory name? I wanted to see where we are. Oh, here, directory name, rest test. So we'd have to go up just one folder, apparently. I guess we can use this. Where's the part I wrote before this? It was this. And I wrote some notes about this right here. But I don't have the raw file anymore. Oh, but I do have it on my Debian box. Okay, so let's go over to here. Close out of this one. I don't need that anymore. And it was here that I had command line.js. So let's take a look at something here. Yeah, path.join. That's what I want. So we're going to say const directory migration directory. Let's put this up here just for now. Equals path.join dir name dot central server database migrations. Shlug says, I'm in an indie group. He's a coder noob. Are you saying the coder in your group is still learning how to program? Also, we have 2 people with bacon in their name present. Cold Bacon and Judge Bacon. Yes, well, welcome, my bacony followers. That's a bit peculiar, but okay. All right, so we connect to the database, then here we need to delete it. We need to return a promise actually either way. So here we can just return successfully deleted the database. which we would expect that to succeed, I guess. So let's delete the rest of this stuff. And then here we return a new promise, I guess, which would mean we need bluebird. Or what we could do here is connects.raw, select 1 plus 1 as did not have to delete database. This is actually, so I'm gonna write why we do this. I do this here so that I don't need to npm install bluebird to get the promise library. So we instead return a promise via connects. And it might actually surface promises in a different way. They might do that. So that way we definitely return a promise. I think that's it for this function. So delete database takes in connection options. If it can connect, that means that there's a database there. If this can connect, then it means there is indeed a database to delete. So we do dot then, and then we do connects.destroy. Destroy our connection so that we free up the connection pool. Also, the database no longer exists, so this connects object is invalid. Here's where things get a little bit weird. What we need to do is we need to call into this thing first. So what we say is, we say delete database dot then. And now there's a function that needs to make a new connects entirely, one that does not have the database name in it anymore. So connection options, well, actually it's this. So now it's make a new connection, but this time delete the database because it doesn't exist. So now we make a new connects. This one should not fail. And then we call into this. So return, oh, we can't return from here, can we? The only way we'd be able to do this is if we let me see. What if we did this? Return the connects and then dot then function connects. Oh, we'd have to keep chaining this to the next thing and then the next thing and then, yeah, I don't think this would work that well. I don't know. Create database and add user. Actually, we don't need a new connects. Wait, maybe we can just do this. But no, connects doesn't exist. I don't know. Let's try this out. Let's delete all this stuff. We'll see where this gets caught up. Is this C++ or C# or Java? This is JavaScript. And hey, Echo. The project's coming along okay. Oh wait, you're not talking to me. Oh. I didn't even realize there was someone in my chat named Worka. I thought you were just acting like Pac-Man right now. Worka, what's your project? Vase Escape? Echo says, sorry, Adam. No, it's fine. Okay, I think this is going to fail. I think this is going to fail because connects was never recreated and probably thinks it's connected to the old path is not defined. Gotta be kidding me. I forgot to put in Okay, let's go back to Debian here. Do you need to require path apparently? Yeah, you do. Okay, I just didn't realize that. All right, let's put that in here then. Const, then we'll connect over here. So yeah, what I expect to happen, this part will work. No, this won't actually. No, yeah, this is all gonna fail. The hard part is having to delete the database first, but that's asynchronous. So we need to make a new connects object no matter what. Yeah, so this won't work. We do need to return a new promise here. All right, well, yeah, let's go take a look at connects. Did they surface the promise library at least? They have index. Isn't the light annoying after a while? I don't think so. Oh, nice. This is partial data setup. Where's the open image in new tab? Here we go. Wow. Isn't it sweet? I think it's an awesome setup to have. Hey, you have almost the same lamp I do too. Although that's not too crazy. I'm gonna put this in my notes. There. Wait, girlfriend did that art? What art? That's a TV, right? So it must be this art? Or that art? I can't make out any details. I can of the corgi though. Chyler says the red OMG. Well, it was someone in chat who set my lights to red. That is not me. Okay, so yeah, this failed. Connects is not defined, and it's on line 37. Yeah, it's exactly here. Okay, so in order for this to work, we need to make a new connects here, or perhaps we just return a promise. So do they expose? Oh, they do. Connects.promise. Oh, perfect. Okay, so we can just say return new connects dot. There's no connects though, is there? Connects ctor equals require connects. All right, let's do this. Get rid of this everywhere. So then here what we do is we say this is like capitalized connects, which is what's exported from here. Yeah. So let's actually get rid of that too. We'll just say connects. And then here we can return new connects.promise. And it needs a resolve and a reject. So we have Bluebird saved on the desktop. Let's go try that out. Oops, not that. All right, there. All right, so do we have promise.resolve? Yeah, it returns a resolved promise. Orca did set them to red. Huge mountain picture. Oh, okay. TV's in the far left corner. Shows how much I paid attention to that picture, huh? Let's take a look again. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, you know what I thought this was? Okay, this looked like a TV that had a very dim screen and had just ghosted itself. But yeah, now I can tell it's a picture. Well, how do we know this is a TV? Sure, I can see a plug there, but what if it's just electronic art? To what end did his girlfriend go around making art? You know, when I first got these lights, people would come over and they'd say, "Whoa, what are these? I've never seen these." Now people are like, "Oh, are those Hue bulbs?" Oh, I've seen those. So we just return a new promise here, which, so now no matter what we do here, now create database and add user is something that's going to create its own connects. And then after that point, we need to do something like this. We need to say connects equals, we need to do this. Connects equals that, then return connects.migrate latest directory. Yeah, except for that I would probably have tabbed this in totally differently. Where is the end of this function? There it is. That's what I would have tabbed in differently. So this part we can actually leave the way that it was, which is like that. Okay. All right. I think we're good. I think we can run this. I think we're finally set. So let's take a look at the code. We delete the database, so we go into here. There are two conditions, two potential cases we can go through here. One is the database exists, in which case we will hit this. The connection will work. We will delete the database, then we'll destroy the connection. Oh, we don't return a promise in that case, do we? Maybe we don't have to. No, we don't have to. This will just be piped to the next then. Partial data, you just whispered me a site. I'll have to look at this later, so I'll paste it into a notepad that people won't see. Okay. One test failed. What happened here? Can't create botland rest test DB. Database exists. Could not make a connects object. That means that the database was probably already deleted. Wait, so what do we have here? Show databases. There's the database. Could not create a connects object. That means it didn't. Oh, we never passed in the connection options. So I need to put here console.log deleting database, deleting the connection options dot what's it called? Database. There. Yeah, okay, let's try this. Yeah, I'm gonna lower, well, I'll stay standing for a bit longer, I guess. All right, have we finally worked out all the kinks here? I think it's not like this is a terribly long script. Honestly, I think part of the reason why things have been taking me longer this week is because I do need to take some time off. So I'm definitely going to take at least a day off next week. I'll have to see if I can, what else I should do. So cannot make a connects object. That means the database was probably already deleted. So that part should be fine, actually. But then it says it can't. Botland rest test. Yeah, what's going on now? It's very strange. Connects.raw, delete database script. So the database exists because the deletion part isn't working. So then this thing shouldn't fail. In fact, what we should do here is we should say throw error. We actually really just shouldn't even catch anything here. All right, let's try this. I like how he writes JavaScript like breathing, blows my mind. Yes, management. For those who don't know about management, you can watch this video. So the actual writing of the JavaScript is natural enough for me. The problem is still thinking in terms of JavaScript. I need to think of what's failing here. For some reason, this isn't working. It's not even connecting to the database. So it can't run this. Can't run this script. So it just says could not make a connects object. And I don't know why that's happening. So hopefully we get some, oh, connects is not defined? What? Where is that coming from? Line 20? Weird. Is this a use strict problem? Okay, I'm curious. What happens if we do this? We say use strict, and then I say like a equals 5. No, maybe that all needs to be in the same thing. A equals 5. No, what? Shouldn't use strict prevent you from just declaring a variable like, or a global like that? I don't know. We might have fixed it just by putting. Let's go check on Babel.js. Delete database script is not defined. Okay, that's a little better. That I accidentally did delete completely. I really should have saved that. Oh, I did save it. And that was all it took to do this. Now it connects. So that means that use strict is coming into play. Oh, right, it's ES6. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah. Okay, so here's what's happening. Check this out. If I say just a equals 5, this says immediately, you guys can't see it, but right here now, a is not defined. So that's why this was failing. And I bet if you put this inside a try catch error, console.log error. Yep, this prints error. Yeah, so that's what was happening before. So I was just being a dummy. And then this problem is also actually very easy to fix because now we make this based on the current directory. So we put 2 dot dots there. There, cool. I think we're finally back in business. Wheatley says, you consider me a regular? Yeah, I do. I mean, you have like a crazy amount of hours too, don't you? Out of curiosity though, why do you ask? Yeah, 104 hours. And the most people have, let's just go with like Tenbroya for example. Yeah, some people have like 400 hours. So that's kind of crazy. But I wouldn't really, Tenbroya is always in the channel, but I don't see Tenbroya chatting a lot. So no database selected. This is coming from, no, that's fine. We got to get rid of this thing now. Okay. Hey, Lulong. That's like 10 weeks. Yeah. It's actually longer than that because my work weeks, streaming-wise, are 32 hours. So I try to stream for 32 hours a week, and then there's still plenty of other work to do, but it's not really coding work. No. Oh, 42 hours, I see. Yeah, auto-connect on IRC. No, I'm sure that's what's happening. I'm just saying, like, is someone a regular if they're present, or are they a regular if their account is in the channel? Like, what does it take to be a regular? So this says, successfully deleted the database, then database successfully created, used, granted, finished initializing. Next was run connects migration. So no database selected. Oh, but that shouldn't be the case. Oh, no. We just gotta connect here. Okay, I think this should work now. So what was happening before? We delete the database, create database and add user. And I'll say, note, this script uses its own connects object. Okay, then down here we need to make a new connects object. So need to make a new connects object because the databases was destroyed. Now that also means that in init database there should be a destroy. Oh, there is. Oh wow. I thought of everything. That should be in a finally up here too though. Connects dot then, yeah, it only destroys it here. So we should say dot finally. All right. Yeah, we're in business. We finally did it. Finally worked. All right, so let's go take a look. Show database. Use database spot lan rest test db. No, it's this way. Done. Now, show tables. We should have, I think, 2, maybe 3. Yeah, 3. Okay, good. So then select star from user should be empty, but connects migrations should be 1 entry, I believe. Perfect. Oh, it finally works. All right. Let's mark that off the to-do list now. First, I'm going to go up here and fold this entire section. Oh, wait, no, that's not the entire section. Here's the entire section. Somewhere. There. Got it. All right. Run there. So need a script to start the central server and point it at the test database. So the way that we've been starting the central server right now has been, let me close some of these tabs. The way that we've been starting it right now is like this. Run without PM2. This has coded in it all of the credentials that we need. So what we need to do is start the central server, perhaps using PM2. That way we can close it later. And then, well, okay, there are 2 ways to go about doing this. So let me write this down. So option 1, have the test framework start the central server and then shut it down. That would be ideal, I think. And option 2 is I manually start a server and then, yeah, no, I don't even think we consider option 2. I think we do this. So then the question becomes, how do we do this? So now how, so we could use PM2 so that we can keep track of the created process easily. However, we'll need inter-process communication here so that we know for sure that this thing started up okay. That part's the part I don't like. We would need inter-process communication so that we know that the central server started up. Sloan says, if there's one thing I learned from this stream, it's write down everything. Seriously, it's actually helped me be more productive. Thanks, Adam. Well, you're welcome, Sloan. This is something I actually, when I started working at Microsoft, I started this. I don't even remember. Oh, no, I think I do remember why. I kept getting stuck on tasks. And here's what happens, and you've actually seen this happen on stream too. You start a task, and you start the task, and you try something like, I'm going to try method A. And method A doesn't work. So now you try method B. And method B doesn't work. And then finally, maybe you try a couple more different things. And then you think, wait a second, let me try method A again. Because you either forgot that you did it, or here's the worst thing. This actually happens like, okay, I'm gonna use an example everyone can understand here. Link to the past. So, personal story time. A while ago, I showed this game to my wife. I said, hey, you should try this out. So she was playing, I don't remember the exact spot where, but anyway, let's take this for example. So here's just a random part in A Link to the Past. And this is a ladder, and it's not like she was stuck here, but it was in a dungeon somewhere. I don't remember where this was. So if you line Link up with exactly like I'm gonna make this super obvious. If you line Link up with like this pixel, he's probably not gonna go up the ladder because you're not lined up right. But let's say the conclusion you drew from that is, oh, this is not a ladder. This is just part of the terrain. I can't go up it. Now you'll never try to go up at the center because you say, no, I came to some conclusion. So the problem when you're programming, I think, is that you try method A, but you conclude the wrong thing from it, perhaps. So it could be something like, you know that problem I ran into earlier where I was, this, process exit. So earlier my method A was something like, what was it? I don't know. Like test in rest test main.js instead of init database.js. And then my conclusion, which was, I don't know, I think I came to the conclusion though, is that like, oh, Mocha is not causing the problem. This was the wrong conclusion to come to because Mocha actually was causing the problem. But still I moved on to method B. So anyway, the whole point of that is when you write down everything you've been doing, you have an idea for what to try next. Even if you, like 4 hours have passed or you've taken 2 days in between. Underman says, this is an indie game? Yes, it is. And the game itself, if you want to get some detail on it, there's a video I just recorded last night. It's an improved version of that block algorithm system we used to do to keep up with our tasks. What's the block algorithm system? I'm curious about that. All right, so yeah, and this is what Spurtman's joking about, like interprocess communication, just use sleep 10. Well, this is actually probably the biggest problem of this. I need some way to know for sure that the server is up and running. So there could be, for example, there could be like a ping API, or I could enter a loop and then time out after some time. I think that's probably actually what's best here. I should probably just enter a connection loop and time out after 20 or 30 seconds. So now here's what our to-do list becomes. So start the central server with PM2's API. Part of this is make sure I include PM2 as a dependency, and then keep track of the PM2 ID of the process for later, and then close the process down when I'm finished. Oh, and part of this means PM2 needs to be running, right? It needs to be a global tool, not just a dependency. Maybe it can just be a dependency for this. We'll have to test this out on Debian. Anyway, that's the first step. Then the next step is this. Enter a loop, a connection loop with a timeout. Test the timeout logic. Then test all of this on Debian. And at that point, I should finally be able to write the test. So then check all of this in. Hey, Deadbringer. OMG says, Adam, it's like making an algorithm for a program. I forgot how that block thing is called. I believe it's block algorithm. But instead of making it for a program, you make an algorithm for your task or problem. Maybe... okay. Well, that's... I'm wondering if it's like pseudocode almost, but for your life. Mighty Speed says, what program are you using? This is Sublime Text 2. And I'm writing in JavaScript, although, oh, well, maybe you're talking about this plugin for Sublime Text 2. This is called Plain Tasks. Okay, so do I start with this or do I check in what I have right now? Because what I have right now is actually a decent, all right, let's check in what I have right now, I think. Okay, so this returns a promise. So in an init database, we're going to put this up here. Returns a promise, that's important. And this creates a database, adds a user, and then grants them privileges. No, not even adds a user, and then grants privileges to a user. Well, partial data, it is fair to ask if you've never been to a stream before, like, hey, what's this thing all about? And yes, for the last, let's see, 90-something days, or however long it's been, I would always answer the question with, yeah, here's what Botland's about, and I'd take a minute or two and actually show it to each person who asked. But yeah, those days have come to an end, I think, because the viewer counts have gone up to the point where I don't think people want to hear me explain Botland for like 15 minutes a day. 2 strings and 2 verbs. What is this? Oh, I didn't know there was a name for this. Wait. Yeah. Thought this was just flowcharting. That is coding hours lost, although it is stream interaction gained. Although the follower counts have been pretty good the last couple of weeks. It's like an average of 15 a day or something like that. Because I hit 1,000 followers, I think, like 2 weeks ago, because I had that celebration. Which, by the way, anyone who hasn't seen the result of that celebration can go watch this video, because I revealed the concept art. Also, the game is only 5 points to play right now, so if you want to play Botland, you can play it, or you can just watch me code, either one. So this shouldn't really be called create database and add user. I think it should be more like create database and add and grant privileges, grant privs. Yeah, so that's what we're going to say. So that in here, when we say create database and add user, yes, let's take that and put it there. All right, I don't need this anymore. So let's continue to look through here. We said this script is intended to be called from the command line, but it can also be required from, say, a test script. I'll write this down. Command line, run node, require this file, call, create grant privs. Okay, and then node, well, yeah, it's pretty obvious how to do this from node. Require the file and call this thing. Yeah, Botland is only 5 points for the rest of today. That's it. Yeah, that's true. I had a smoothie today. But this is water in here. Oh, I didn't know Draken was turn complete. Okay. UMLs are not flowcharts. I was thinking of just like almost English flowcharts where you just draw something out and you say something like, "Am I great?" And then there's some like, branch off of here into, well, then I don't know what this was supposed to be. let's just close this and never talk about it. All right, I think we're done with this script. Console.log. Yeah, most of this was actually this. I want to keep the same way it used to be. It was all on one line before, so let's do that. And then we have this return. Great. Okay. Cool. Next up, testbed. Great. A clarifying comment. And then here we've started to write the test rest script. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Now we have these two things which also need to be checked in. So this should be cleaned up probably a lot. Let's save that off there and then try this out. In fact, let's get rid of this too. I'm just going to comment this out. Should data user should be able to create a user. Yeah. All right, so what are we doing up here? We have database name. Setup database. All right, well, let's put all this on its own couple of lines. There we go. Okay, and this is called from where? Here? Yeah. In fact, because we're setting this, no, never mind. Sloan says, wait, we can play Botland? Didn't you say you'd make it free for the rest of the stream? Yeah, I said free, but then I'd settled on 5 points. So it's practically free. Okay, so deletes the database entirely. Connection objects, an object to pass to connects is connection. All right, and then this returns a promise. Okay, so delete, yep, drop the database, good, successfully deleted. Finally, destroy this, perfect. Could not create a connects object, that means the database was probably already deleted, but we print the error out anyway, which this needs another quote, and then return an already resolved promise. Perfect. Says the server is down. That's weird. Yeah, let me take a look. No, the server's not down. Sloan, are you going to the right location? Because it's here. Okay. All right, so then setup database. This handles deleting the database if it already existed, then creating it anew and creating all of its tables by running connexes migrate. And then this also returns a promise. Okay. So note, we do not take in the database name. That is hard-coded in this file so that we don't accidentally delete a proper database. All right, good. Set up our connection options. This is not going to fail anymore because we have that in delete database. Yeah. All right, so then we delete the database, then we create it, then we migrate up to the latest. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, all this is fine too. Finish setting up the database. Okay, so started the foundation for the REST test framework. There are no tests yet, but the before function in Mocha can now delete a database and then set it back up completely again by creating tables, by granting privileges to a user and then creating tables in the database. Okay? So now we want to use PM2's API. Let's close a lot of these things. The only thing I don't want to close is this. Alright, so PM2 node. They have an API for doing this. I haven't used it. They have their own website too. I don't know where that is. It's probably, well, I don't know. We'll find it here, I'm sure. Yeah, pm2.keymetrics. Never would have guessed that. I know I've been here before, I just didn't remember the name of it. So, documentation. Process management. So this is all from programmatic. PM2.start. Perfect. Perfect. We're gonna get there. Totally gonna get there. So let's go to the test server. Let's do npm install -save PM2. Oh wait, no, maybe this is already, oops, hang on. Not good. Close out of this, close out of this. Let's go back to the central server. Do I have PM2 anywhere in here? The central server may have it. More package.json. It actually doesn't. It's just a global dependency right now. Huh. So now we have PM2. Let's use it. Const PM2 equals require PM2. Name is test central server. Oh, max memory restart. Interesting. That's actually really interesting. In fact, I should be running my server with PM2. Huh. Monadic bind. Oh wait, maybe this is already, oops. I'll have to go fetch what I was referring to with that. I'll write this down. Monadic bind quoted from about 5 hours, 44 minutes. All right, so we don't want to do that. Big array. I guess we call this largest array. No, I'm kidding. What's our script name though? It's dot central server data. Data. What do I even run here? Run without PM2. Dist central server bin www. Okay, so this is a crazy directory that I never would have gotten. So central server dist central server bin www.js. Is it? No, it's not .js. All right, there. Then processing. So console.log in PM2 apparently. Air plus proc. I don't know what this is gonna do. Let's try it out. Kafa says, hard to be a software engineer. Is it worth it? I think the level of difficulty is based on how mathematical or logically or organized you can think. So is it hard? I think it has a lot of challenges. And it all depends on what you're doing exactly. I think just when you finally feel comfortable with some language that you're using, you'll start using another language. And then you get comfortable with the technology and you start using another technology. Is it worth it? That's also subjective. I think it's worth it. I think it opens up a certain freedom. So, for example, I wanted to be able to turn a fan on, like a physical fan, when I was in bed because I like sleeping with the fan on. And I ended up writing a web page that connected to a Wemo switch that I have that does that. And it's not like I couldn't have done that if I wasn't a software engineer. There's already software out there that will do that. But it was nice that I at least have the ability to do something like that. Yeah, okay. So, did you forget to call pm2.connect before interacting with pm2? Yes, probably. Because, alright, what's pm2.connect? Where does this even come from? PM2 API, here we go. I didn't realize there was a section on that. Alright. This shows you how to start app.js with some configuration attributes. So I need to do this stuff. Oh, send message to process. What? What? Send data. So then the app gets a message and can return true. Wow. So I actually could make my central server respond to this and say that it's done booting up. Oh, that's pretty crazy. But I don't really need to do that. Like I said, it's a REST server, so it's got its own responses already set up. OMG says, first you need fancy shirts and glasses. Mathematical, I'm horrible at math and still code, for fun mostly, but I have a few freelance clients that I do some web dev for. The only thing that I'm worried about is the math and computer science, as I'm majoring in that once I get out of high school. So I think it's not really worth delving into why I said mathematical. I think the takeaway from the answer is just both questions are subjective, and my answers are yes, there are still challenges, and yes, it's worth it. So I think those are the key things: subjectivity and my actual answers, I guess. So let's copy paste this. We have connect here, then we exit completely if we couldn't connect. I guess that should be changed eventually. But then the script that we want to connect to is going to be this. Allow your app to be clustered. I don't know what that's for. Scale your app by 4. Then if we pm2.disconnect. Okay, I don't know what the disconnect is for exactly. Like, how does start work? Start. It doesn't tell you what. I just want to see what the callback for start. Error and proc. But what is proc? Proc name? Proc ID? Is it it's probably an object with the name, the ID, and everything else. But then why does it say apps? I don't know. We're going to have to print this out because, yeah, none of this makes sense. Then I'll say console.log disconnecting, and we'll format all this stuff. Hey, Capillara. It's all about problem solving. If you learn to enjoy to solve problems of any nature, software development will be a constant source of joy. Yeah, I totally agree. And I'd like to add a caveat that in reality, you will very likely find at least some subset of problems very annoying. and so can you find the majority of them fun? And that's something that's important. Oh, right, I shouldn't have this start function here anymore. And I might be missing messages. I'm kind of jumping around chat. Yeah, there have been some threads on Reddit. I never had this experience, but some people's schooling, they grew up and let's say they were in first or second grade and they said something like, oh, 1 minus 2 is -1. And the teacher says like, no, it's not. We haven't gotten to negative numbers yet. Now again, I haven't had that experience. But that's a really, really bad way of teaching math because you're basically saying like, you're right, but no, you're not right because we're in first grade. I think it's bad and it can put people off of trying to learn after that. So let's do PM2 list. We should have a server process running now. It's not. Is that because of the disconnect here? Like, it didn't print anything. Console.error. Then we start up the script and then we do this. So what is the connect function doing? In fact, none of my test even ran. Maybe we're getting an error and we just don't realize it. Altman says, I'm 44 and I've been coding since I was 8. Got my first job with AT&T when I was 13. Earning a living ever. Yeah, nice. So essays and demos about how math can actually be fun. Is it called Kill Math? Oh, this is too long for me to read right now on stream. I'm not totally sure what's happening with this thing either. Let's take a look. So what's passed in is the same than what you declare in a JS and JSON configuration file. So what are these things that can be declared? Oh, things like name, script, args, watch. Yeah, I don't need this. I don't need this for right now. I guess it's because you can start multiple applications at the same time. So when we get back to here, where is the programmatic API? Connect method, connect to the local PM2, but if it's not up, it'll launch it and it'll be put in the background. And their English is not very good in this documentation, but I understand what they're saying. The part I don't understand is why this isn't doing anything. So we do connect, we pass in a callback function. So I guess let's do this at first. Callback function hit. And then here we can say calling pm2.start. And then maybe it's start that's failing? I don't know why it would fail and not give me an error at least. Oh, see ya, Kappa. My son was in public school. He answered the question, what form of government is the United States? Constitutional Republic. Even spelled it right. Teacher marked it wrong. Said the answer is democracy. We now homeschool him. Yeah, it's. I don't know. I think what's a little bit bad about that. No, what's very bad about that is like, okay, telling someone they're wrong in that case. But the silver lining in that cloud, and here's what I was going to say is a little bit bad about the silver lining. The bad part about the silver lining that I haven't said yet is your son doesn't know what's exactly right or wrong. And when there's an authority figure saying something like, no, that's wrong, then now you've switched to, oh, now I know that this is wrong. And it's not until years later, or unless you talk to your parents, that you might find out that it's correct. So the silver lining, I think, is that eventually you learn that everyone can be wrong. But learning that lesson when you're, let's say, 6, 7 years old or something is not really possible. I think you learn it more later in life when you look back and think about what you've learned. So none of this is even printing out, and that's the part I find a little bit weird about this. Like I'm not even getting this. PM2.connect is just not doing anything. I imagine this would print out at the very least, and then I would see nothing. So who knows what's happening here? Is Botland bot down? I don't know. No, it's not down. Also, something I found kind of funny is BotLad, the bot that never actually really speaks in chat. It's just kind of working behind the scenes. BotLad actually has more followers than I had about 4 months ago, which is not saying a lot. How many followers is that? 3. It has 3 followers. 4 months ago, I had 0 followers 4 months ago. He's 8. He's our 5th child. We have 6 children. Wow. Public school has massively degraded over the past 20 years. Okay, yeah, it does say connecting to PM2 and then just fizzles out. So let's try to make a really simple example of this, so I don't need to keep waiting for this to finish. We're going to go into desktop. Let's just go into the Dell folder, and let's just go into test MS. I'm not gonna do anything else here. In fact, let's not even desktop Dell test MS. I never even made a file. Well, I guess that makes sense. Okay, so then I do need to save something there. Fine. Desktop Dell test MS touch app.js. Okay, so here we go. So let's pass an absolute path to this thing of central server dist central server bin w. Oh, it is called .js. Huh. So I was not wrong in doing that. Why did that not copy? There we go. We got it that time. Okay, so we got to do it this way, and then we got to take all of these things and make them forward slashes. So here's the script that we want to start. And I wonder if that was the problem the whole time, although I would expect an error to be hit of some kind. So let's do this. Let's get rid of the const here. We'll turn this into var, and then we will npm install -save pm2. Weedley says, BotLad, the server appears to be down. Wait for it to come back online. I get this when I try to buy the game. Oh, I know what's happening. This is so stupid. Okay, sorry. I'll fix this in just a second. It's good to know that it at least doesn't let you do this. But I bet you anything hi appears in one of these scripts. I'm not sure where exactly. In fact, let's just do it this way. Let's open up this and just do find stir snip hi. Oh, I'm in handlers. But it's not in there either, actually. Wait, what? How did I screw this up then? How do I connect? Oh, this is PhantomBot. Oh, never mind. I'm in the wrong folder. I meant to be in this folder. Find stir hi. This has got to search through all of Node modules now. So that's probably a stupid idea. There it is. That's a problem. Okay, well, that's what I thought. All right, so I got to fix this, and then I gotta make sure never to make this problem again. I'm gonna write this down up here actually. Remove the hi.com from this. So let's do git cd. So this slash token interface slash app.js. And then in the meantime, we got to go into system32 etc, no, drivers, etc, hosts. So yeah, let's take this directory. Notepad host. So I got to set this to whatever. Let me ping a bot.lan. There we go. Take that out. Put this over here. Save. Okay. Now I think it should just fix itself. Let's try this out. hi.com:3000. Please work. Please work. All right, let's just load this up in Internet Explorer. hi.com:3006. No, 3000. Page can't be. So this is still on my old. This won't work. Oh man, I've been missing a lot of chat apparently. Sloan says, what are some of the libraries that you use for the front end of Botland? I want to learn some new libraries. Phaser's getting limited. So I use a library that Phaser is using called Pixie, and that's for OpenGL. Then I also use React and Redux, and that's more for the DOM end of things. Hey, McLeod. Okay, well, at some point, this will just start to work. I don't know if this is getting stuck. Let me try a command again off screen. NSLOOKUP hi.com. Non-authoritative answer. Yeah, that's not the right IP address. I've got to flush my DNS cache. I don't actually know how to do that, so I just won't do it. What does it mean in the meantime? I could restart the bot. I could just, yeah, okay, let's do that. Let me check something else. Yeah. Oh no, Weedly, I'd like to do this because this is stopping anybody else from signing up too. So I'm going to open this up and we'll do this right now. This right here should have been changed to play.bot.land. But 3003, why did it do that? Oh, that's where the game server is running. Okay. ipconfig flush DNS. Oh, thank you guys. So now if I search for hi.com, oh, maybe this isn't a DNS problem. I don't know. Or it's not my DNS. All right, so I got to restart this now. The token interface needs to get reset. This is the token bot, which means, unfortunately, the people who followed who didn't get to control my lights yet. So it's only these people. Kappa, who already left, and then Akuzi, who is presumably still here. So let's rerun this. Let's do node app.js. Now everything should be fixed. And now I just grant a token specifically to this person. There, perfect. Okay, Weedly, can you try signing up again? You weren't planning on signing up. Hey, Talroll. Alright, Weedly. How many points do you have? 568. Okay, cool. Alright, it works. Okay, so sorry about that, guys. This all happened when, remember, I signed up for a VM a long time ago, and until I could put it online, which I did while I was on stream, I didn't want you guys accessing it, so I couldn't hide the IP address any other way than putting something in my host file, so that if you even saw hi.com, you'd realize, oh, that is not Botland. He must have a setup that'll forward that to something else. So then I just never updated it once you guys were allowed to know the IP address. And now here we are. So let's try this out. Wasn't the game supposed to be free for the whole weekend? No, actually it was never supposed to be free on the weekends, especially because I don't stream on the weekends, so people wouldn't be able to play it anyway. Or not play it, but get access to it. Alright, back to this. So we're done with that. We do need this, so now we do node app.js. This should start my process. Well, that probably shouldn't be happening repeatedly. Good God, that's annoying. Okay, so that was really frustrating. We have to try this again. I wonder how that happened. How did that happen? PM2.connect. Yeah, what if I just never did PM2.start? There, that's it. What if I just did this? What is this gonna spawn a million command prompts again? Callback function hit. So now PM2 should be running. So if I do PM2 list, okay, good, that works. So now if I close this, this should still work. Good, and now PM2 kill. Now it should not work any longer. Oh, it spawns it in order to show it. Okay, that's fine. So all that worked fine. Now. Oh, Wheatley says, out of curiosity, what happened to the bot? The bot was pointed at hi.com, and on Wednesday I changed that address so that it pointed at like 192.168.124 or something like that. All right, so then what I have to assume is happening is this script is not valid or something else is failing. Can we say what the starting directory is for this? Exec mode. Options. Oh boy. Start directory. Does that even exist? CWD, the directory from which your app will be launched. Okay, so I guess let's try this. So we do this script and we launch it as though we're in the central server. Okay, let's try that. It's gonna be really weird. Sloan says, I'm gonna go. Do you stream on Saturdays? No, I don't. I'll be streaming again probably on Monday. I know I'm gonna take a day off at some point next week. I don't know when it's gonna be. Okay, so this thing is still happening. It'd be nice if I could like grab one of these windows before it closed and stop it from closing. But that looks like it would take inhuman reflexes. So I guess we just kill PM2. Oh, no, we can take a look at the logs, right? Yeah, that's what we should have done. How do we do that? Let me look up my PM2 notes. And yeah, see ya, Sloan. PM2 logs. All right, now we should get some insight into what's happening. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Need to specify database user. Right, of course. Of course. Just quit it. Quit it. Quit it. No, kill. No. I can't even type commands because the thing keeps popping up. Okay. Whew. Got some relaxation from that. All right, let's make it not start up again because that is very, very annoying. Max restarts. You ready for that? Oh wait, we could just set auto restart to false. True by default. Okay, so here's what I should have done. There we go. And I think I can just get rid of this entirely. I think the big so this is still going to fail, but now it'll only fail once, and it'll only try spawning one of these windows. There's the one time, and then it failed. We're good here. So we got an object. What's in that object? Stringify apps. Pop-up blocker. Apps is just an array because nothing started. But we don't know that there was a problem starting the app unless we get the logs. Telroll says it would be better to just run second instance of Node.js. What are you trying to do, Adam? Can you resume a bit? I'm a bit late. Yeah, sure. I'll explain what's going on. So I am writing the test framework for REST right now. So there's a REST server that I have, and this is, I want a test client to connect to that server and just use the APIs on it. So in order for this to work, there are a few components. One is setting up the database. That part's already done. That's completely finished. Now, what I'm trying to do is all of the steps that you see here. So I'm trying to start the central server from the test script. That way I can just run a single script and know for sure that this is tested and then close it when I'm done. So what I could do, yes, is start up the central server manually in a second node process entirely. But I feel like this would be a better way of doing things. Will people have to go through the UI JavaScript, or could they code directly to the REST service if they wanted to? I'm not sure. Okay, so the REST service is not for people to interact with. So they will need to go through, well, they don't need to go through the UI, but there's no reason for them to ever try to use the REST API. Like, the service right now is for things like, the only game function there is create bot bay. And you wouldn't want to use the API probably. And in fact, probably someday I might even stop you from using it. Although there's always some API you'll have because you can always send network messages to some server. And I don't plan on making that prohibitively difficult or anything. I just don't think people would necessarily want to do that. I guess what it would allow people to do is write their own botland apps. I never even thought about that. I don't know how we'd prevent this. I guess well, anyway, doesn't matter for right now. So what we're going to do, we're going to start this up. So now we have the code to do it. Yeah. So we have the code to do this, and it's here. So we can start this here. And, oh, wait, nope. There's a problem. We need to put this up here before we do that. Okay. So the script should really be a relative path. And then this is going to fail because our environment doesn't have the variable that it needs in it, which actually means this is going to fail too. So if we do pm2 logs here, we'll see this. Yeah, and this is saying database user is not specified. So what happens if we did this? Set database user equals hello world. And we, whoops, that's not what I meant to run. Okay, what I meant to run was this. All right, then what happens here? Now it'll still give us an error. I totally expect that, but it shouldn't be about database user. It should be about database something else. Database name, perfect. Okay, then we're in business. The only problem we had was this should have been set database user, not define. Oh, because I set them. Where do I set them? They're somewhere in here. I can't find the code anymore. I apparently stopped setting them entirely, actually. Yeah, I only set the database name. Okay, so I need to make sure that this is set completely for everything. And then once the database is, yeah. Okay, so here's what we got to do. Wait, no, this stuff, what? Where is this getting set? Set up database. The only way this could work is if either the gulp file set this up, or if, oh yeah, the gulp file sets it up. It's right there. Ah, so then the problem is, I got it. I totally got it. All right, here we go. Also, something just clicked with me for a second here. Server.js. No, never mind. We don't use connects there. My new room looks like a palace. You should send a picture. So we're going to make a function here called launch rest server. And that's going to contain the contents of this. And now here's what we got to do. So we're going to say connecting to PM2. We get to here. Now process.exit2, I don't think we should say that. I think we should say return new connects.promise. I believe it's reject. The only way to know that is to go into here, run node, get connects. Connects equals require connects. Connects.promise.reject is a function that returns. No, there's a fail? Maybe it is reject. Well, I don't even know how we trigger this error necessarily, so we'll have to try this out. Let me take a look. Bluebird.js. Promise.reject. Create a promise that is rejected with the given error. Oh, so we can put the error right in here. Oh, perfect. Okay, that's exactly what I want. Great. Next, call pm2.start. So we're going to start up this script. We need to make sure not to try restarting the process since it will likely just continue to fail. Okay, get rid of these things. So then if it does start, which we never got it to because I never finished writing this code, here's what we have to do then. We need to get it to start correctly so that we see what the output is from PM2's API. So you go to desktop, del, ms. MS doesn't exist. What did I call it? Test ms. Test ms. Then we go into this. So we're going to run this, but we don't have any environment variables set. So we need to set them so we can take them from here and run without PM2. So let's copy that into here. Done. Now we run node app and this should work. Let's see. Yeah, apparently it's working. So if I were to try connecting, if I say I need a super token, send. Yeah, I got a response. All right, so it's connected. So then the weird thing is, well, the weird thing is, where did my code just go? Darn it. PM2 list. Svenhoff. Hey, Svenhoff. Do you use CMD or? No, I use Kanimu. And Dayton says, wait, what is this? I want a Twitch view bot to troll some people. This is not that kind of thing. This is Botland, which is, wait, so a ton of people are saying a lot of different things. Matrix, welcome. Adam, as not a Node.js developer, may I ask you, what does that mean when you return that promise? Yeah, I'll talk about promises in a bit. Talk about promises. And whoa, what tool was that? I don't actually know what tool you're talking about. So Eltman, you'll have to specify. But anyway, talk about promises. So promises in JavaScript are a way. So here's actually the best way to get this is if I just go to this thing and tell you what they said. You were doing REST tests. Oh, this. Oh, Postman. Oh, yeah. This is the Postman extension to Chrome. Yeah, this is super useful. Okay, so here is on the first pass, promises can mitigate the pyramid of doom. So in Node.js, you have a lot of asynchronous programming where you'll do something like this. You'll say okay, I want to do step 1, and when that's done, I have some callback function, and that should call step 2, and when that's done, it should call this. Well, the problem is your steps don't usually look this neat. Usually they've got like some code here, like some cruft, and then you set some variables here, and then you call into some other function, and you say foo, and then maybe there's an if statement. So by the time you've actually written out all your code, it might look a little bit more like this, and it's just super tedious, and everything in step 4 has to be tabbed in like 5 times. And so one of the things Promises lets you do is condense all of that down into this. It's all the same tab index. And the other thing they let you do is they let you catch an error. So I could say if any of these steps fail, it'll go into the catch down here. And that way, all of the steps can pass their return values to the next steps. But you can have an error handler for the entirety of them and maybe do something when it's done, even if it failed, just like a try catch finally. So I think the best way to show you this would be to show you some code where I actually ended up using promises. Take a look at this. Because I'm returning promises from all of these functions, I can say, I want to delete the database. Now this might take, just imagine I'm on a terrible connection and it's on a distant computer, there are many hops to get to it. This could take something like 30 seconds to do. So that's the beauty of asynchronicity. You have a delete database call. And then once that's done, I know for sure, here's what I want to do next. And I can specify the thing I want to do after that too, when I'm done with that. And because I'm returning this as a promise, so this is the setup database call, I can chain things on the caller side too. So I can say .then, finish setting up the database. So now I have a nice, neatly listed set of steps. I want to delete the database, then I want to recreate it, then I want to migrate to the newest database, and then when all that's done, I want to print out something to the console. And well, anyway, that's the intro to Promises. I think you wrote in that error in PM2. Orange Ray says, where's my saved script? You're probably connecting from a different setup than you were before, because saved scripts are saved in your browser. So if your browser version got updated, actually I don't know if updates will do that. But anyway, if you're in a different browser, or if you cleared your cache, or if you deleted, like all of your, I don't know what, like your browser history cache, whatever else, if you deleted all your local settings, I guess, or if you're in an incognito tab, any number of those things can change it. All right, what was I doing before I started explaining that? Oh yeah, I was testing out, first of all, this thing is still running. So PM2 stop 0. The second thing is, what does this return to me? So if I do this, you so need to write a book on JS for Dummies. I don't think I'd be the best inclined to do that. Man, this is still saying apps nothing. I think there are a lot of books on JavaScript already, and I need to find something else I could bring to the table there. But also it would take like an inordinate amount of time. Yeah, weird, Orange Ray. If you want, you can stringify your local storage and figure out whether there's still anything there. But yeah, eventually they'll be saved on a central server, and if you lose your scripts, you'll pretty much lose everything probably. So. Okay, here's what's strange. We're saying in PM2 apparently null. So this is printing nothing, and then apps is printing nothing. So what I would have liked to happen is to know what is the PM2 ID of this process, because later I need to close it down. Write a book on ES6. Good publicity for the channel. Well, I appreciate that you guys would read a book if I wrote it. I still don't feel like I'm the most qualified to do that. And what I would hate to do is spread suboptimal education to people in the form of a book. If I'm writing a blog post about here are my thoughts, I feel like people know to take that with a grain of salt. But a book intended to teach you something, I don't know if I could do that justice. Okay, so here's what we got to figure out. What can we get from their programmatic API? How did I even get to that page? Oh, because this is all like one giant thing. Okay, so how do I get the ID of a process that I started up? It says pm2.stop, proc name, proc ID. So how do I get the ID? Okay, I can list them, but what if I had multiple ones of these things running? Describe process, process name. Maybe I can just pass in a process name? Oh, that would be really useful. Let's find out. Where's this thing? There we go. Can I specify proc name? Proc name, proc name, come on. Maybe I'll search for name. Name, oh. Oh, well, isn't that easy? So we say, let's do this. Let's do pm2 list. We should see our process, so pm2 stop 0. Good, that should be gone now. Next, we give this a name. So we'll just say test, test, test. Good, okay, now let's restart this. Node app. We should see that, whoa. That's way more than what had started previously. Domain. Did it give me the ID? Why did this all of a sudden? Huh. All because I gave it a name. Now it can print it. Process identifier, PMID 1. Is that correct? PM2 list. PMID, oh, it is 1. Well, well, well. So this isn't an array. So we can do this, I think. We can say var first app equal app0 console.log well, let's just stringify it. PMID first app. All right, let's stop everything. Stop 0, stop 1. So everything should be stopped. So PM2 list should show nothing now. It shows that they're both stopped. Can I? Well, let's just kill PM2. All right, now we go back into here and we try this out, and we should see the ID of 0 print out. So let's see what we got here. It's undefined because it's part of some really long path to that thing that I'm going to have to stringify in the proper order. I don't want to do this. Null 2. All right, this is going to spam my console. I hope you're ready for this. All right, then I'll read chat. What do you use for unit testing? Any tips for unit testing React components? So I use Mocha.js. I have not actually unit tested any of my React components, but I think if you search online, you should find something for it. The pragmatic programmer from journeyman to master. All right, I will write that down. See, I always picture myself, oh, I've got 4 months of free time. What do? Oh, I go through my media list and I find the pragmatic programmer and then I read the whole thing and I meet Jeff Goldblum in real life and high-five him. But I don't think that's ever going to happen. Me having 4 months of free time, well, none of it's going to happen. How old is Jeff Goldblum? This is now about most importance. 63. Okay, now I know. I am Jeff Goldblum. All right, so this thing printed out. Now we can finally get more information about this. Wow. PM2env is printing out. And I want to copy all of this. I wonder if there's an easier way to do this. No, that's not how you do it. I just want to select everything. Edit. Copy all. Oh, that was easy. PMID. Here it is. What is this part of? It's part of whatever this object is. So let's scroll up to the top of this. Oh no, that was not helpful. Okay, how about we format this as JSON? All right, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that, and that, and that, and that. PM2env. So we don't want this open. I apparently can't fold this in anymore. Why? Well, we can get smart about it. There. PMID. Okay, so here's what we got to get. We got to go into here. We will see pm2env.pmid. So that's what we really wanted. So now we just do that. We go over to here, pm2 list. We probably need to kill 0. Actually, can we pm2 help? Stop the app. Is there a way to kill the app? Is stopping it killing it? Probably. pm2 stop 0, pm2 list. What did I miss? I come back like 4 hours later and you're still talking about Jeff Goldblum. That was just poor timing on your part. Altman says, do you record your Twitches? Would love to watch when I'm not able to real time. Yeah, I do actually. So if you go to bot.land, you can find all of the different resources that I put online. And where I'm most active, obviously, is Twitch. Where I'm second most active is YouTube. Then the rest of these become dumping grounds. These 3 become dumping grounds for everything from YouTube. And then, yeah, so anyway, if you click YouTube, and I'll send you a link to this in chat so you don't need to follow along with this really. And I'll say view as new visitor. So you'll find, first of all, every week I record a recap video. There's 1 week that I missed. I try to make them as short as possible. So you'll find that they're usually somewhere between 1 minute and 30 seconds and 2 minutes. Some are shorter than that. And then one was a little bit longer because that was also my tutorial video. So that'll let you catch up on everything that's happened in the last like 13, 14 weeks really quickly. But you can also go to playlist and find all the development VODs that I managed to capture. Now there are some gaps here. For example, there's no day 1, there's no days 3 through 10, and there's no day like 36 and 37, I think. And that was because of, well, the beginning ones were my fault, but the other ones were just Twitch export problems. I didn't think people would ever want to watch this again. I didn't think people would even want to watch it in the first place. So I greatly underestimated all of you, and I'm forever grateful that you've stuck with me this long. So there they are, and they're still I need to upload these, or at least try to, almost every day, and sometimes take up like 8 gigabytes of my bandwidth using this, so hopefully I don't get a slap by my ISP. We'll find out about that. Everyone, I'm afraid you lost me. I'm still a little new to JS. Okay, cool. So this is stopped, and now here we go. This should finally print. So here it printed undefined. Here now it should print, I think 1. Either way, it should not print undefined, and it shouldn't do what that just did. Wait, what? What did I screw up here? County property PM2env of undefined. Did this not start up? It didn't start up. What happened? What did happen? PM2 list shows that... Wait, this is online. What? I stopped it. No. What? So if I stop this and then... Oh, missing require... Oh, whoops. I didn't stop anything. Okay, well, that was the problem. So now we should see this working correctly. Let's try this out. Nope, I still screwed up. All right, what's happening? This is somehow starting the process. I wonder if this is forced to restart on its own. So it's just immediately booting itself back in. Let's just kill this. This is not working. All right, there we go. Now it says 0. So we got the PM ID. This is useful, although the name could have also been just as useful. The problem is I don't know how to properly stop these processes. PM2 stop 0. All this is going to do is list it as stopped, and then the next time I try running the test, it's going to screw up. PM2 show 0? I mean, I guess this is fine. How do we remove it from this list, though? What were the other commands we had access to? Delete, stop and delete a... Oh, whoops. Okay, PM2 delete 0. Oh yeah, and GSAR Gaming just said the same thing. Okay, thank you. Points give GSAR Gaming 1. Alright, there. Now it's gone, and now restarting this thing should be totally fine. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, we got there. We got there. Okay, so we need to use their API for delete, which, do we have that? We have list, describe, dump, flush, reload, send, kill PM2. Did they just not list it, but it's really there? Let's go to edit this page. All right, we're gonna go to, nope, this is their GitHub. Where is their, oh my goodness. PM2 has a lot of stuff here. Where's just the normal PM2 library? All right, let's back up a step. So this was it. Okay. So the function I want is in their API. So let's take a look at, where's index? Interactor samples tool. What do we have? Take a look at their index. So they're requiring, oh, CLI is where they're getting this stuff from. So then CLI must include things from some other library, some other JavaScript thing. Yep, okay. So let's take a look at what's something in this API we definitely know about. We know about kill daemon. So let's just search the whole repository for this. Wherever kill daemon is probably at least a good idea where you can find this other thing. It looks like it's an interactor, although those were tests for it. All right. Aha! CLI.killDaemon. So it is in CLI. And I close that file. So let's open it. So there was kill daemon. Let's see what else we have here. CLI dot, it was delete. Oh, they have delete. It's right here. Oh, that's easy. Okay. Let's do this. Let's have this set timeout. Set timeout JavaScript. What is it? Function comma timeout. Yes, it is. Okay, so function comma timeout. So function is going to be something that does pm2.delete 0, and we're going to time that out for 2 seconds. Is that long enough? No, 3 seconds. 3 seconds will give us enough time to be able to check to see if this worked. So pm2 show, no, list, pm2 list. We should have a process there. Yeah, so pm2 delete 0 should be gone. Now let's get list ready so that we can run this. Good, now we list this. It should show up. Good, now we wait for this to close. It did, now it shouldn't be there anymore. Wait, it is there? I screw something up. Deleting the process. All right, let's manually do this, I guess. And then console.log deleted it. And let's make this 9 seconds so we've got some time. List any processes we have. We got nothing. Great, perfect. All right, so the process should be in the list. Great. And now, in about 3 seconds, we should see this delete. Deleting the process, deleted it. All right, so it hasn't, and that's probably because what we saw here in the API is that it takes in process name, which I just assumed could have been the ID, but apparently that's not okay. So let's instead pass in test, 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 in which case we don't need to even store this thing. Wait, that's app name. Yeah, whatever, let's test it anyway. Okay. Oh, I'm already disconnected from PM2. Yeah, you're right. I'm stupid. Oh, wait. We got to get rid of that. We got to delete this again. PM2 list. Talworld says it doesn't delete itself when it quits the main loop. No, and actually that's the point of PM2. The point of PM2 is it's a process manager. So you want to be able to start a program and then have it manage itself regardless of yours. That's kind of the benefit of it. And so what I'm trying to do is, yes, link it to my own process. So we got rid of that. Now let's try this out. I think this should work now that I'm not disconnecting. I know it said disconnecting, but it shouldn't be. Oh God. Okay. Show 0. Good. We got something there. Now it said deleted it. Oh, perfect. All right. Let's give GStar Gaming another point. Good job, GStar Gaming. You have a piano's keys number of points. I said that stupidly. All right. Yeah, cool. So we really should be taking this from here, but we'll do that now that we've tested the code. So that was a really, really good exercise. I'm very happy with how that went. And by the way, that example of what just happened and how I ended up figuring this out is like totally fine with me. Sure, it wasn't straightforward at first, but I didn't get stuck for like 3 hours working on something. And each step of the way, I had some clue of what was going to happen next. So I don't mind doing things like that. And now, great, I got some code out of this. So let's go use it. So we have PM2. We do not have any real code yet in here. So we're going to put this in here. And we're going to need to change this around a bit. So here we go. So we don't care about this necessarily. This is eventually going to need to be, well, all right, let's start with the basics and we'll work our way up. So calling pm2.start. Good, we've called it, except for I also screwed something else up. This needs to be here. Okay, so script to be run. Test central server. I'm going to put test in there twice, so I can't possibly miss it. Oh, no problem, Wheatley. Not a problem at all. Wheatley has just whispered me something, which really isn't worth repeating, because it's just test stuff, but nice. All right. Oop, auto restart false. I thought I put a comment around this. Oh, I put the comment in here. Okay. Need to make sure not to restart the process if it fails, because it will likely keep on failing. Next. So in PM2, this could have an error. So I guess what we check to see is if error console.error error process.exit 2. But we probably aren't going to be doing that exactly. So here's what I'll say. Console.log PM2 started apps.length processes. So we get the first one. That's all we care about. And we need to save off the ID of it. So we're going to say up here, let rest server PM ID equals null. So when we start the rest server, we do so using PM2, and PM2 has its own internal ID for the process. We save this so that we can later close the process by its ID. That way we know we're referring to the correct one. So in here, when we say start central server, rest server, this one. So when I call this, here's where I'm going to finally make use of this. PM2m.pmid, and we say that this equals first app.app. Wonderful. So we should also put an assert in here. Assert apps.length. We can't do this, I think. Yeah, I don't think we can do this. I don't think we can assume it's the first one. I don't know how we test this though. Maybe. Okay, here's what I need to do. I need to do PM2 kill. And then Oh, this is gonna be tough. Let's go into here and yeah, a.js. Let's just take that and we'll do this. We'll say set interval function console.log hello plus new date, and we'll set this just for every 5 seconds. It's going to do this, and then let's start that. So pm2 start a.js. This should work. Good, it started. Now we do pm2 logs, and every 5 seconds we should see hello print out. There it is. Okay, good. So now ID 0 is this A process. So when we start up a new process, we need to figure out, is PM2 giving us all of the processes? Yeah, it is. Because, oh no, wait, no, it's not. This is just the processes I started. Oh, so then I think we're fine. In fact, let's put the number of apps.length, get rid of this, close the one that just opened. So PM2 list. Wait, what? What happened to, what are these, 2 different instances of PM2? What happened to my hello program? Oh no. What have I done? Oh, PM2 log is not a function, it's logs. Oh. Oh, my test program closes. Oh, whoops, I deleted it in here. I'm stupid. Okay, let's run that back. Let's start from a clean slate. Let's do node a dot, no, PM2 start a.js. This should, just like before, do my hello program. Then, so we should see hello. Good, there it is. Okay, then we do this. We run this program and we should see number of apps 1. Perfect. So now we got the PM ID of that. So that is PM2 logs. Whoops, no, I wanted PM2 list. PM2 list. We should see 0 and 1. There, they're both there. We're golden. We are golden. All right, so this is only ever going to return. I'm gonna, how do I want to do this? No, apps is an array of any applications we just started. Oh yeah, Noob for Lunch, show me. An array of any applications we just started, not a list of all applications running in PM2. So that was something that the documentation probably could have clarified a little bit for us, but we came to that conclusion ourselves. PM2 started this many processes. Yes, that should always be 1. So we get the first app, we save off the ID of it, and then we actually don't disconnect from PM2. At the end of all of this stuff, so we do this, we say after is a function, set the timeout high enough, after, we set the timeout high enough, and we do this, PM2 disconnect, and before we do that, we do PM if util, do I have util? Yes, I do. If util.exists, PMID, then PM2.delete rest server PMID. Nice. It's a link to an Amazon page. Oh, whoa, I thought you were talking about phone case. This thing is sweet. Man, I don't think I showed you guys. Okay, let me see. I know I have a OneDrive picture somewhere that I've shown you guys of my setup from, my point of view. Let me see if I can find this picture again, and if I can, more importantly, show you what my computer case looks like, because you guys are going to laugh. Let's see. Oh, this is from a while ago. Oh, hang on. Oh, here we go. I found the picture. Okay, I have opened the picture. So here is my setup. Wait for it to load. Okay, there we go. Do you see my case? My case looks like it's from the 80s. Yeah, I have the same color water glass now. Except for my mic stand has changed, of course. But yeah, you can see the keyboard camera. That's why if you sometimes see me looking like this, it's because I can't see what's behind the camera on that screen. And sometimes I don't feel like moving the windows around because I have them just so. So that is my setup. 600 watt power supply. Nice. Well, congrats, and I hope you enjoy it. Okay, here's where we kick things into overdrive. You ready? You ready? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run this program, and this should start the REST server. And we won't know it started. Oh man. Okay, hang on. Let me think about this. So we start the process, then I guess we enter a loop to check to see if we can connect to it. Which means we need a Restify client. How about this? Is there any better way to do this? No, I don't know. I guess we could do PM2 logs. This might work. All right, so we're getting real-time logs for everything. Now we start this. This is going to take some time, but what we should see print out is at least some logging from the new process. Although Mocha might kill it before it gets to the... Oh, I'm never calling this function. This will never get called. Launch REST server. Okay, so that was stupid. Let's run this now. So now I'm definitely calling the function. Let's take a look. This should return a promise eventually. We'll need to change it so that it does that. In fact, I might need to write that in this list. So this part's done. This part's done. This part's done. Now enter connection loop. I guess the next part is change the API into a promise-based API. It's just easier to keep track of. So is this thing gonna start? It'll start by wiping out the database, recreating it, and then attempting, and it won't have very much time to do this, it'll attempt to create, oh no, it's a synchronous API. It has all the time in the world then. Nope, it failed. We didn't get any errors. Actually, we didn't get anything printing out. What happened here? Oh, I still have this code up at the top, don't I? No, I don't. So then fine, let's just diff the current file and take a look at what changed. So that's fine, that's all good. Launch REST server. That should only be called after, you know what I should do? There's the after function here. What we're gonna say is console.log. The REST server had started, so we are cleaning up PM2 ID, REST server PM ID. And then console.log disconnecting from PM2. But why did this print nothing? That part is what's disconcerting to me. Yeah. I don't have any explanation for that. Unless even requiring, no, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. The only other thing I can think of is maybe I passed in the script with the wrong location. I guess what I should do is this. I should say, so central server directory equals this. So that the migration directory is the central server directory plus some extra stuff. Which means when I'm getting, where did the path go? Here. When I'm getting this, we need to, let's say, central server startup script is going to be the central server directory. Wheatley, where did you write that? did you write that in the JavaScript editor? So central server directory. Then we're gonna take dist central server bin www.js. Okay, and now we make use of this instead of this garbage string here. And again, we didn't get anything. So I wonder if, yeah, no, that wouldn't make any sense. I was gonna say, I wonder if it's trying to log and then can't. In fact, if I just cut out all this code entirely, everything should work kind of how it did. Because if I diff the current file, we required PM2. On its own, this shouldn't cause anything to fail. We set something equal to null. That's no real difference. Change a bunch of directories. Okay, fine. So really the only different stuff in the test code is this and this. I'll just try that out. In a comment for hardware, move that hardware around. You'll get an error. That error will not go away if you remove the text. You'll still get the error and cannot deploy. You'll only remove if you remove that hardware. Oh, that's interesting. I don't have this even running. Let's see. So what Weedly is saying is, and by the way, this is interesting for a reason you may not necessarily imagine, but if you put a comment here and you put in a script with an alert, in a comment for hardware, move that hardware around, you'll get an error. Oh, in this kind of comment, add comment. Wait, yeah, wait, well, how did you do this? Oh, you'll still get the error and can't deploy. Oh. Okay, let me try deploying. Yeah, so deploying doesn't work. I'll have to see why. I don't know what these blocks are getting treated as, to be honest. Cannot read property get tier information of undefined. So this is serializing to something very strange. Let's hit deploy again, see what's happening here. Oh, this is on play.bot.land though. This is going to be impossible to read. Okay, let's try this out on BLCL run. Whoopsie doodle. Yeah, Weedly, thank you. I will have to look into that. And in the meantime, what happened here? Unexpected token on line 31. I forgot a comma. Ain't that the pits? Alright, we'll try that out again. Meanwhile, while we're waiting for that, we go back to what Weedly was showing us, where we go to localhost. And actually, let's launch this. Okay. So we just gotta wait for this to load, which is taking a surprisingly long amount of time. So by the way, I imagine having almost anything in these comments would cause this to screw up. Writing in a simpler format on Pastebin, how to reproduce happens 100%. Yeah, I think it'll happen 100% for me. It sounds like all I have to do is this. Just add a comment here, put this, and then try deploying. And, oh no, that did deploy. Wow, this worked for me before, right? Was it? I gotta kill off all the bots. So debug main, there we go. No, my bots are getting created there. So it sounds like it's on this one, add comment. Wait, what happened to my comment over here? Huh, weird. Oh, maybe I didn't press enter, or no, now this will stop me from deploying. No, it won't. All right, yeah, I think it might be helpful to have those repro steps. Maybe it was this. I saw this happening too, based on, wow, weird. Didn't I just do this on the server though, and it didn't work? Oh, there we go. It was move it around. I forgot. That's what you told me to do. Okay, yeah, let's take a look now. So hardware ID. Interesting. This is being called from get slot configuration. ID and tier number is probably just the comment. Yeah, it is. I know what's happening. All right. So what's happening is I'm converting this into code, and because there's a comment, it happens to be putting the comments in the code as well. And this is only a problem with hardware. So we need to, yeah. Okay, so this would actually happen, by the way, no matter what you type in here. It doesn't matter if there's a script or not. I actually am going to give you, I'll give you 4 points for this. Because I think this is a very creative bug. So here's how it works in its simplest form. You can say add comment here, pick any comment, even the letter A, and then just drag this around, and there it breaks. And yeah, the reason this is happening is because there are comments inside of there. Elite Skater says, how long till the game is ready? It'll be about 14 or 15 months, I think. So still a long way away. And if you want to find out more about the game, by the way, you can always check out this video, which I just made last night. Yep. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I think I know how I could fix this. So I'm gonna write this down, bugs. So comments in hardware blocks are not allowed right now. Weebly found this. So repro steps. 1. Drag any hardware onto the canvas. 2. Right click it and add a comment. 3. Type anything for the comment, e.g. A. 4. Drag the hardware block around. What happens is that we get this stack trace, copy stack trace. This stack gets hit. Okay. The problem is that it's here in this stack that this happens. The problem is that I am converting the hardware blocks to code with this line, and that's annoying. And I am not removing the comments. Oh, and yeah, I saw the steps. I now have the set of steps here that'll definitely help me find this later. And actually, this shouldn't be too long to fix. I just need to make sure that I do it correctly. Elite Skater says, what are you using to do all of this? I'm coding in Sublime Text. The language I'm using is JavaScript. There are a lot of libraries and technology that I'm using on top of that. Aren't you scared that someone will steal your game idea? And I'm not really scared about it. I think it could happen, and I think if Botland becomes popular, it will happen, and that people will try to make a better version of Botland. And to be like pragmatic about it, that's the idea of competition, and in that sense, it's a good thing if people try to improve on it. For me, it might not be, because maybe their version is better, or they have more resources, or they find some way to, I don't know, patent troll me to death. And that would all suck. But I think if we can make Botland well, and we can be the first people to have a really nice solution for this, then yeah, we'll have a community, and once you have a community, you're pretty much set. I mean, if you think about it, there are tons of massively multiplayer online RPGs out there, but there are still millions of people playing World of Warcraft. If someone somehow made an exact copy of World of Warcraft and made things like a little bit better, people wouldn't just automatically switch to it. It'd need to be a lot better. It's like if someone made a competitor to Facebook right now, you need to be a lot better than Facebook to pull people away from Facebook. Because if you remember, Google Circles, or was it called Circles? I don't even remember at this point. Google Plus. Oh man, Google Plus. That goes to show you something. Google Plus, when it first came out, I think the most appealing factor was it's not Facebook. And I haven't followed a whole lot about their trajectory since then. But yeah, you need to provide a lot more than what an established community has. It won't be open source. No, so Botland will be closed source. I know that's kind of strange given that you've all pretty much seen almost all of my source already, but yeah, I'm not going to make it open source. I think it'd be too hard for us to maintain we control the Botland servers. You guys should come to us for that. And part of this, and I've linked this a few times before too, there's a monetization doc I made. So if you want to read about how we plan on making money, the game will be free to play. And if you want to play it forever for free, that's fine. And you should feel like you're still having fun doing that. And if you want to spend money, you can. It'll help you gain some more utility, I would say, not necessarily more power. And really, a lot of this is going to come out. You'll see when I start to code this stuff, and you'll say, oh, okay, I can see this fitting into place. And you might not agree with it then, and we're totally open to feedback, but I don't think we've come up with a way that is like trying to wring money out of our users. I think it's fairer than that. Okay. Did this work? Let's close these things. So no, I'm still running into this for some reason. It starts and just immediately stops. Okay, well, this is where we gotta get clever with how we test things. So let's get rid of all of the PM2 code and have this function return immediately. Then there. Then I go grab some water. So I'll be right back. When I'm on the outside of this room, it looks much more colorful than when I'm immersed in the light. One more question on that bug. Why do you have to move the hardware for it to work? I think moving the hardware probably causes it to validate. I just closed the stack trace. Let me take a look at the stack trace actually over here. So it comes from on change. Yeah. So every time a block changes, that's when we validate your script, I guess. Yeah, it must be something like that. Okay, so yeah, what happened? All right, now I'm confused. Let's do. Oops, not even diff all. I don't want to do that. Actually, no. Let's do that. Let's just do that through here though. Package.json changed. Okay, fine, totally reasonable. And then this, I commented out PM2. I changed slightly how I form these paths, but that shouldn't do anything. This function is a total no-op. It just returns. So then here is where some of the changes are. There's launch. No, that doesn't make any sense. No, that should be fine. Finish setting up the database. We should see that at least. And then after, we say this dot timeout until it exists, pm2.disconnect. Oh, well, this won't work, pm2.disconnect, but is it the after function? What part of this caused this to stop working? Wheatley says, if I use cloak hardware, will it validate when the bot uses cloak? If I use cloak hardware, will it validate when the bot uses cloak? I'm not sure what you mean by that. So, yeah, no, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you talking about something bug related or like just a normal game clarification question? Because that'll give me some more context alone, and then I'll hopefully be able to answer it. Okay, this makes no sense at this point. The only other thing I can do is comment this part out. And barring that, I have no idea what else could be going wrong here. I've pretty much cut out all of the changes that I made, and yet it's still failing. Oh, again on the bug instead of moving the hardware. Oh, so, oops. when you are dragging hardware around, which first of all won't even happen in the game eventually. It'll be on the account server before you even get to this point. But when you're dragging hardware around, you are constructing a bot that does not exist yet. So if I hit deploy, like, yeah, that Yod bot in the background just got created, but me dragging this around has nothing to do with that bot back there anymore. And in fact, if I like added in harvesting, I'm not modifying that bot. I'm not sure if that clarifies this a bit. Although Weedly, I will also say this. To me, right now, the bug is very well understood, and I could come up with a fix for it. So I don't know if it'd be worth your time to, and if you think it's worth your time, then that's fine. You can make that decision. But in my mind, I feel like it's well understood enough to the point where if you want to do bug testing, you could do it elsewhere. This is still failing. I guess there's one thing that could mean. No, the timeout's not getting hit. What is going on here? I've commented out pretty much everything. Like, this function is not even getting called anymore, right? Because that was the only place where it was getting called. I'm not even using PM2 anymore. What? Nothing's printing? Nothing's... Wow. Yeah, and the first thing that runs here is deleting the database. I don't understand. Huh. Hey, SwiftBlue. Wow. Oh, I really don't understand this. Okay, let's do this. Let's copy all of this over to here. Let's also Control Z a bunch so that we get back to where we used to be. So this is the working code. And then this had everything commented out. So if we revert this file entirely back to what it used to be, like all of it's just gone. We hit revert here, there. I have wiped it out, and now we run the test. If this somehow fails, I don't even know what to think, because I checked this in when it was working. Nothing should have changed between the test and the commit. And, I don't know. That's weird. Alright, well, we're just waiting for output now. It's still transpiling. We could speed up our test start by making a watch thing, but I need to fix gulp, and anyway, it's just, I'm too mired in tooling problems. So yeah, I've just got to resign myself to waiting 40 seconds. Okay, it doesn't work. Well. Or at least it's not doing anything. Did MySQL like totally blow up here? Show databases. Botland REST test database. I don't get it. Even the reverted code doesn't work. What did I change? Or oh, please don't tell me it's because of what I think it is. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Is this it? Was I just typing rest test instead of test rest? How will stopwatch increase speed? Isn't stopwatch just a time in? Did I miss something? Wheatley, I don't think I understand the question. I'm sorry. Also, I'm not trying to be obtuse. I want to clarify that. Maybe I don't know. A friend asked me a question via text yesterday that just totally made no sense. And I said so, and the person's like, wow, way to rip me apart. And so I hope it doesn't come off sounding that way on stream. Oh, no, this has nothing to do with that. Starting test rest. Wow, so what's going on here? Test main. What else is there even to consider here? Rest test main? Yeah, wow. Okay, I guess let's write this in here. In gulp, about to start the main file. Okay, so there's that. I guess let's copy the working code in here, because we can always revert it if we need to. And I guess let's put a console.log in here saying in rest test main.js. Like, is it even getting to that point? And yeah, the other thing is what changed. Oh, actually, GStar Gaming said saving PM2 maybe made an issue with node module packages. I guess that is possible, because that is the only other change that I had here was modifying this. PM2 is now required. But I mean, this should all be self-contained. I guess I could try deleting that. Okay, so it says in gulp, about to start the main rest test file. So then, do we ever at least get to even just this point? And what else could cause this to just error without giving any sort of... We are getting into that file, and then it just doesn't print anything. Okay, I guess let's put a console.log here. So in before, in after, and then we immediately call in a setup database. So I guess let's also see, we'll say before describe here. I know this is the worst way to debug things, and what I'd like to do is have Node Inspector set up. Someday, maybe, when I'm feeling brave, I will update Node, and we won't run into the nightmare day that we ran into before. Wheatley, I'm sorry. That confused look, haha, never mind. So yeah, in gulp. This is what's annoying about having to use console debugging is even if... Well, actually, there's one best case here, and the best case is that I understand just from what's printed what went wrong. No, I'm not going to be updating Node. Alright, so this should print, yeah, pretty soon. There's another thing. Alright, so we're in the main file, and then we get to before describe. So we call describe, and then something breaks. I guess I could have put something here. But what broke? Before function, timeout, then launch rest server. Setup database? Like, I guess it's coming from in here? Wait, no, it can't be in there because we never got to in before. So something failed. Oh, it's because there are no tests. Oh my god. Oh, I'm an idiot. Just gonna make this sound the rest of the stream. Okay, I figured it out. I've done it. I have ascended into the Goldblum stratosphere. I am now 83% sure that this is going to run. There's still that like 1/6 that's just nope, not gonna work. But no, alas, it worked. Okay, great. So I'm very surprised that maybe I'm not that surprised. I guess if you commented out your test or something like that. But I commented this test just before I checked it in. You know what? The other thing I didn't check is it said calling PM2 start, then disconnecting. So I guess what we should have here is my server should be running, and it is not. But why? Yeah, 83%. That was correct. We're good. We can get rid of all these console.logs. Can't believe this. Something as stupid as that. So let's get rid of, where are the other ones? This one, this one, this one, this one. I need to write this comment somewhere. Do I have any Mocha notes? I have some. Test framework. Mocha. Okay, so let's put this here. I ran into a problem where Mocha wasn't running my before and after functions. It turns out that Mocha won't run those if there aren't any tests to be run. So the solution was to add this. Whoops. An empty add and empty test. Should run before and after. Okay. All right, well, that was a waste of time in that I probably should have realized that was happening sooner. But now that we've gotten this working, let's go to setup REST server and, wait, no, launch REST server? What did I call this? Launch REST server. All right, so it should say, yeah, connecting to PM2, calling PM2.start, and then it disconnects. So we need to make sure that this stuff happens before the test finish. And actually it said disconnecting from PM2. So why didn't this thing start? Is it the wrong directory? Let's print out this. Scorched Yeti says, hey, why are you logging that in OneNote for future reference? I should give that a go. Why am I logging in OneNote? Because it's such an amazing way for me to organize my thoughts. I had been using, so first of all, I think having synchronized notes is one of the most important things. So whatever program you're going to use, I think that was the #1 requirement for me. Second, I'd used Evernote for about a year or two, and there were certain things I despised about that program. For one, I was editing on mobile sometimes, and I was editing on desktop other times. And when there would be a conflict, I don't know if this was the platforms I was using or who knows what, but I'd have some file, right, like to do, buy eggs, buy bread, I don't know. And then there'd be a conflict. Like I would change bread to, I don't know, buy, oh, whoops, I didn't mean bread, I meant cookies. And what would happen is it would say, like, conflict, this is all, it would be in one file, and it would show this, like, conflicting text showing below. It would just duplicate the entire file. I wouldn't even realize that it happened because if my to-do list was long enough or something like that, I wouldn't ever get to the text that finally showed conflicting file. And then what happened though is on mobile, when a file got to be enough characters, the only way for you to edit was to tap like a very specific part of it. So I might tap this, and now it was like you zoomed in on just buy cookies, and now you could only edit this. So if I hit delete a bunch of times, I was not backspacing into buy eggs. It was just so annoying. Anyway, it bothered me to the point where I switched to OneNote. I haven't looked back. I've got like a million different notebooks now. I mean, you can see a lot of this stuff here. I've got, yeah, tons of notebooks, tons of notes even within these things. I've got notes on programs and OS's databases. Like, I don't know. I think it's great. And I'm a very note-oriented person, so this works pretty well for me. What did I even just change here? I made it log what it was starting. So botland central server dist central server bin www. Does that exist? So we go into botland. Let's get that exact thing. Central server dist central server bin www. Okay, this should apparently exist. So let's ls it. It exists. So when we said that we wanted to start this up, what happened? Oh, this is the same problem as before. So yeah, we just need to make this return a promise. In fact, we need to do things this way. And this was the next item on my to-do list, so I don't feel like I've wasted a bunch of time on this or anything. Let's close this file. I'm gonna say dot, actually let's do it this way. Dot then, good, tab that in, dot then function. Actually dot then launch REST server. That's really all we need to say. So now we can get rid of that. And now launch REST server needs to be changed so that it returns a promise. This is something that we struggled with the other day, and we did so in, I believe it was server.js. Yes, there was a non-promisified function that we turned into a promisified function. So we're going to need to do that same thing here. All right, let's take this just as an example. So we have the connect, which passes in a callback. So what we're going to do is, let's do this. Let's do promisified PM2 connect. And we shouldn't need to do this every single time. But yeah, let's, wait, we don't need to do this at all actually, because it is a simple callback function. So we should be able to call promisify on it. But in order for us to test all that, we should do it in a different file entirely. So let's test it. All right, I am going to go to this. I'm going to open up app.js, and I'm going to npm install save bluebird. So now I have promise. Promise equals require bluebird. Is then the same as else, or will it happen no matter what, like do? So it is a promise construct. This is what I was talking about earlier. I was talking about this a little bit. So basically, in short, a simple explanation is then is not part of JavaScript. So if you have if, foo, else, else, bar, whatever. If you have something like this, this is all, everything you see here except for this foo is just like raw JavaScript. An if statement and else, like you can see that they turned pink instead of some other color. When you have then, that is something that you're given based on a promise library. Or you might also see it referred to as a thenable. And this is, like I said, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, so I'm just going to cover this quickly here. When you see me do something in my server, for example, where I say, okay, I want to generate a token, then I want to capture the token, then I want to do this, and then finally I want to catch whatever any errors I had. This is a way of handling asynchronous APIs. And that's part of the point of promises here. It's to make your code look neat, and it's to make sure that errors flow through all the way to one catch and that you can chain functions together. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to test out promisifying the PM2 connect function. So let's see if it works. Actually, let me leave that there. There is in Bluebird a promisify. Promisify. So I can do this. So taking a function, yeah. So I can say var promisify connect equals PM2 connect, and then I should be able to do this. Dot then function error. Actually, I guess this takes, yeah, something like this. All right, and we can put this in here too. Okay, let's try that out. So all this is going to do is it's going to connect to PM2, and that's it. But it should work as a promise. Oh, perfect. It did work. So now we need to disconnect from it. Hey, Programmer D. And yeah, this was the beauty of the promisify part here. It is taking a non-promise aware function, wrapping it in such a way that it returns a promise where the callback will be, well, it'll just work. All right. So we also need to promisify start. Promisified start is, let's promisify start here. So when we call then, after we're done with that, we want to call start. So let's do dot then function. Actually, we don't need to do that, do we? Start has another argument though. This is where I think things are going to get a little bit weirder. Let's take in, where was that a.js? Here it is. Let's take this in. We're going to call, this. So we're going to say then PM2.start So this needs to be called with, so I guess we need to say function, return pm2.start. We pass in all of the arguments that we'd had before. So let's take these. Oops. Oh god, I pressed the wrong keys. Okay, there we go. And then here we put this here. We don't need this comment. We don't need this. Now we're returning this. So finally, what we should have happen here is we should have a final then with air and apps. And then we can apparently just put all of this stuff here. So let's do that. All right. Yeah. That should be that. And then finally we can put dot catch function error. Let's put console dot error in catch error. So the only thing I'm unsure of is this part here, the PM2 start. We will see if this works. So we'll go into, well, we have the logs actually running, so let's try this out. We should see hello print out here in about 4 seconds. No, because there was an error. Cannot read property CWD of undefined. I see. This is not allowed to be passed in. So this is what the multi-args function is, I believe. Returns a function, then we'll wrap. Yep. Okay, so setting multi-args to true means the resulting promise will always fulfill with an array of the callback success values. This is needed because they only support a single success value. No, that's not right. That's strange. Oh, I'm not calling the promisified start function. Let's see if that works. In catch, cannot read property 0 of undefined. So this returned my, yes, I do need multi-args equal to true. Multi-args equal to true. And I'll tell you guys the reason why in just a second. Let's see if this worked though. No, that didn't work. In PM2 it just says undefined. Fulfill with an array of, oh, I get an array now. Oh, never mind. No, that's correct. I just need to handle this differently. So we need to say something like args here, and then I say var air equals args 0, var apps equals args 1. Aha! Have we outsmarted this thing yet? Okay, let's do PM2 kill. Oh, man. Okay. Not there yet. Let's try this. Stringify args. It is starting the process. So if I do PM2 list, you'll see one process in here. There it is. So PM2 kill. Then let's run this again. Now we'll get, yeah, a whole bunch of stuff about this. Yeah, what happened here then? Args is just an array. The error wasn't even passed in. Oh, weird. So oh yeah, this is really strange. So what happens if there's a problem starting something up? Here's what I'm taking from this. Is the only arguments I'm getting to this is an array of an array. There used to be an error and then an array, and the error was null, so this is just passed in as nothing apparently. That doesn't sound good. In fact, if I took multi-args out of this, what happens? Yeah, it thinks it's nothing. Wait. Args, second arg. Let me just see. Maybe I was wrong on what I'd said before. I'm not sure about this. No, it's just undefined. I'm not getting anything. Okay, so multi-arg needs to be true, and I need to figure out what to do in the error case here. So let's control Z this back to where multi-args was true. And then, all right, let's just cause an error to happen. A222222. Let's see what happens here. What does go on? It's just an empty array. There's no error whatsoever. And what would have happened if we hadn't promisified this? Well, let's try that out. So if we tried something that just doesn't exist, and we ran this, it says in PM2 apparently null. So error is just never set. Even if there is an error, that doesn't make any sense. I guess you know that you just didn't start any applications. Like, this always seems to be undefined. Always. So let's do this. Error, and then apps, I just don't want to stringify. Strange. Yeah, error is null. And then apps is just nothing. No, wait, no. Apps is an array. It's just not obvious that it's an array. I could probably do toString on it. So basically, that always exists. Okay, this is why this is super weird. In fact, that was even pretty weird. All right, let's take a look at their code for a sec. Do I still have this open? I do. So we want to take a look at their start function. Start equals this, yeah. This calls start JSON or start script. Start script. There should be a callback. Yeah, here it is. Callback. That didn't even get hit. Do we pass? What? This takes in a callback and doesn't do anything with it? Oh wait, no, it's defining another function in here that takes in the callback. Oh boy. Resolved paths return CVE. So there are some cases, at least, where they'll pass in an error. Maybe error is set not when there's a problem with starting an app, but with communicating with PM2 itself. Yeah, and that would be much harder for me to reproduce here. See, the weird thing is this. In the non-promise version of this, this gets an error in apps. And at some point, error is going to be set. Great, we can live with that. In the promise version of this, we get an array. And error is just not even existent in here. You know what? This is the kind of case where we just promisify this ourselves. We don't trust their behavior. That's totally fine. I think that's what we do. So promisifying connect works great because there aren't crazy arguments. Promisifying the rest of it does not work great. So let's do this. Promisified PM2 connect. Good. We can do this because PM2.connect just takes a callback, so it works quite well with Promisify. So then when we want to go and use this, we say return the promisified PM2 connect. Yep, .then, and that's when we take in this stuff. .catch. So, whoops, function error, console.error error. Actually, this isn't even for us to do. This is something for this thing to do. if there's any problem, it'll just bubble up to the rest of the program. Like, we don't need it. Well, I guess we could just throw an error here. Error. No, we don't need to catch this. So then our function here is going to be like what we'd had over here in app. We do this. The promisified start is what's going to change. Okay. And that's going to be the same way that we'd written the server with promisified. Yep. Okay, let's try it out. So we take promisified PM2 start, and that is going to take in options. So we return a promise where we don't need try catch here, but what we do need is PM2.start takes in a callback. And how did I handle this before? Oh yeah, right. So PM2.start, options, and then the callback is going to be, and this takes in error and apps. So we're going to do resolve with error. And, oh, no, we don't. No, here's where we get if error, reject error, else resolve apps, error apps. Perfect. This is exactly what we need. All right. And now we can call the promisified function. We pass in this, and then we put a comment here just like we had before. Good. And if this succeeds, function error apps, we can ignore error there. It'll never be set. In fact, what we could do is assert that it's not set. Assert not util.exists error. Error shouldn't be set if we in the then function. All right, so we say that it started, we get the first app, we do all the stuff that we were going to do, save this off, we're done. Okay, great. And then catch is for someone else to catch. So we can get rid of this. So we connect to PM2, start our process, and then save the REST server PMID of the process. All right. I think we made use of this. Yeah. Okay, let's test this out now. So we're going to do PM2 kill, and we're going to run the test thing. Here we go. Yeah, great. Killing is finished. This is going to take like a minute. So I'm going to go grab one of those cookies that my friend made. And no, I won't do that. But I want to do that. Now I can only think about cookies. I'm so conflicted. All right, I'm gonna run a straw poll. Straw poll. Why is straw poll not running? There we go. All right. Would you be interested in watching Adam play Hearthstone after the stream is done? Yes, no. There. That's the straw poll. Undefined is not a function. Promisified PM2. Oh, whoops. Promise is not defined. Oh, we need connects.promise. Do I use promise anywhere else? I do. Here, connects.promise. Yeah, that should work. Yes, times 1,000. I only play for fun, so I don't think people, even if they say yes now, I don't think they'd actually want to watch me once they realize what that entails, which is me trying out Grand Crusader until I finally get a Mysterious Challenger. I am talking about this card, of course, which has been in my deck for like a while, and I have never gotten Mysterious Challenger off of it when I was a mage. I'm going to at some point, we'll see. It almost worked. Promisified Star is not defined. That's a lie. It's called Promisified PM2 Star. No, we can't do that. We need to kill PM2. Is PM2 still running a process right now? No, it's not. Okay, so this never started. Oh yeah, because the function didn't exist. So now we run this. Everything should be fine. Let's take a look. Does this make sense? We connect to PM2, start a process, save the ID of it, and then we return all this as a promise to here. So we need to do is test the error case after this. Then our test will run. There's nothing in the test. And then our after will run, which will disconnect and delete everything. Filthy liar. Is this the code that's lying or me? I like calling my code a liar. It makes me feel good about myself. Okay, PM2 started that time. Cannot read property the length of undefined. So if we do PM2 list, we should see our application here now. We do. Good. So if I were to, I could connect to this thing here, and it returned nothing. That's a little strange. Let's do this. Okay, no, it's working. All right, so PM2 kill. So why did this fail? Line 113. I was afraid of this. So error isn't set, but apps also isn't set. So we're returning a promise that when it resolves with error and apps. Or it's rejected with just error. Okay, stringify error, stringify apps. Why is 3D game dev so hard? Yeah. Everyone, yeah, no, that I know, that is something I always say. Also, why is my viewer count been like fluctuating plus or minus 5 all the time? It usually fluctuates, but not by such large numbers. It's gone from like 30 to 45 to 37 to whatever else. Maybe because I'm writing tests. Maybe people keep coming back saying, is he gonna finally write a game again? Or is he just gonna keep testing stuff to support the game? So I guess most of the day 50s have been account-based stuff. Pretty much started this when day 50 started. Oh, we almost got there. Okay, so error is null and apps is undefined. How is apps undefined? Did I just screw up the writing of this? Apps. Resolve error apps. No. Weird. And that's how the API is supposed to work, right? PM2.start, it takes in an options, and then it takes in a callback function with error and apps. Am I missing something about resolve then? Resolve is called with whatever I want to pass in there. PM2.start option. And these are the options I had here, right? Yeah. And nothing else. And I either call resolve or reject. Oh, maybe it just didn't start something. No, that wouldn't make any sense though. It did start something. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a process running right now. So this does start, but maybe no. I'm trying to reason about how this could happen, and I'm coming up blank right now. It's not this. It's that just apps isn't defined. Let's see if apps is defined here, actually. That's a really good idea. Stringify apps. So in ppm2 start. There, this will tell us. Every low-level graphics API is terrible, but the high-level ones are pretty good. I mean, I'm not like that great at 3D, and Unity made things much easier for me. You don't even really need to think about too much math in Unity. If I want to raycast, I just call the raycast function. I don't need to write any math for that. I mean, I know there's more to 3D math than raycasting and collision, but I think a high enough level engine will give you a lot of the functions you want. Same thing with a physics engine, actually. That's pretty common now to just use physics in game. I remember back when the physics programs were all licensed and you had to... Actually, that was still true for a while for some of them. All right, what do we have here? Apps is at least an array there. I don't think I had killed this before starting this. So what? It tried starting and then couldn't? Yeah. So if I do PM2 logs here, it's going to say something like the port was already bound. Where is it? It's not showing me the logs for the closed servers. Oh well, PM2 kill. I think what's happening then is that resolve isn't working the way I expect. PM2.start, call resolve with error and apps. I don't know how I could have screwed this up. Like, I have this exact same thing written there, and then I have the same thing written here too. So when this resolves, it calls into this. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Got stuck on shaders. I haven't done a lot with shaders yet. I wonder... Okay. Yeah, so here's what I expect to happen. I think it's going to print out apps as an array. There will be one thing in the array. It'll probably spam my whole screen. Yep, there it goes. And now I have no idea how this could be happening. So here's where this is printing from. And I can for those following along and trying to help me debug or at least understand what's happening. So there's this in process manager to start, and then it says the apps, and that's the app that I'm getting here. So that's where this is printing, in start apps, and it stringifies apps. Okay, great, right? So now I call into resolve, and I call it with apps. And in fact, I can prove this too. I can say calling resolve with error comma apps. My resolve function is what's going to happen in the then clause of the promise here. So promisified PM2 start, I'm returning it from this then, and then I'm calling this then, which means it will get my error and apps. And apps for some reason is just no longer defined at that point. So now when I scroll down here, I see apps undefined. I wonder if there's some other argument. In fact, let's see, console.log. Let's actually just write stringify. Arguments.length. Isn't it always calling reject as error is undefined? No, so because error is undefined, it's going to call into resolve. I know resolve is getting hit because it's printing error apps PM2 started, and it's like, oh, now this is actually gonna fail because I forgot to kill PM2. Okay. Oh, bitrate goes down. Yeah, when I scroll the wall of text. It is not undefined, isn't it? Well, okay, yeah. So let's let this run. Here's what I'm pretty sure is going to happen. I'm pretty sure it's going to say calling resolve with error comma apps. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. And if that's the case, then it's not that it's calling reject. It's that it's calling resolve, but it's somehow not passing my arguments correctly. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Calling resolve. Yeah, so I'm definitely hitting this code here, which is calling resolve. resolve is a function that should just... Oh, wait. Oh, no, never mind. I know what happened. Okay. Okay. You have to pass things as an array here, I think. Yeah. All right. So then here's what we get. Resolution. Let's say resolution args. So I say const air equals resolution args 0, const apps equals resolution args 1. I think that was the problem. Now I think everything should work from start to finish. So we stop PM2, we try this again. Now the reason that happens is because, and that's what this thing was trying to talk about, and the whole reason why I made this function in the first place, multi-args, it says this is needed because promises only support a single success value, while some callback APIs have multiple success values. The default is to ignore all but the first. So that's what was happening. Yeah. The difference is that I will now get an array of length 2 here. Oh, check it out. Everything just passed. Argument.length is 1. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, man. All right, now I understand how their code worked and how we got to the point where we're at now. Error is null. Oh, but apps is actually set correctly. Wait, so why does it say arguments.length is 1? Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Args.length is 1. Wait, so args.length was 1 before. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, I got to try this again. Here's what I'm concerned I just did, although I thought I'd tested this before. We said get args 0 and then get args 1. And then stringify air, stringify apps. Get rid of this. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. That can be left there. Okay, let's try running just that program now. Did this already work the way I wanted it to? That wouldn't in catch. Promise if I'd start. Multi-args true. Then args. Oh, right. This is the whole 2 thing here, which I got to get rid of from down here too. Yeah, okay. So this was the issue. Got it. And in JavaScript, what happens when you make an array with, let's see, new array null 5? What happens? It's null 5. What happens when you do this? Null 5. Okay, that's fine. Huh. So for some reason, all right, I'll need to comment why I'm doing this. I need to manually promisify this because the callback function used has 2 arguments. Bluebird has support for this. I'll say Bluebird ostensibly has support for this, but it doesn't work in practice because air is sometimes null, and for some reason Bluebird will just not pass a first argument when it's supposed to be null. So options is an object, cpm2.start. It returns, returns a promise. What's going on with my tabbing here? That was weird. Just wondering, have I ever seen the original Jurassic Park? I think I have. A lot of that movie rings a bell, but I don't know if I've ever seen it from start to finish. And maybe I have. But I think, and that movie was released so long ago, I don't remember. I think that the way I used to watch that was I'd catch like the end of it on TV and then I'd catch the start of it on TV. And so yeah, I think I've seen the whole thing, but I've just never watched it all start to finish. Oh, see you, Swift Blue. All right, I think we're good. Let's test this out. So we're gonna kill PM2 again. Actually, before we do that, let's do PM2 list. We should not have the test server running. It says it's online. That's not good. We wrote disconnecting. Server had started, so we were cleaning up PM2 ID 0. Does that have a callback function? It's possible that we're exiting before it had a chance to finish. And if that's the case, we need to promisify that too. Everything is difficult. They don't even mention delete here, so I guess we have to go take a look at their code again. I have the CLI open here. Let's take a look at delete equals. Oh, it does have a callback. Oh, great. Love you forever. I'm what? Far millibar. What? What is millibar? 1,000th of a bar? Okay, I could have guessed that, but is this an expression I've never heard of? Jeff Goldblum laugh. I actually don't think I'm familiar with that. I've seen, I think, 3 things that Jeff Goldblum was in, maybe more, and I wouldn't remember it, but Jurassic Park, The Fly, those are 2 very, very different movies, and the GE light bulb ad, which I thought was pretty entertaining. Oh, Far Millibar is familiar. I don't think I ever would have gotten that. I thought this is some weird, like, Australian slang. Ordinary llama's probably not even Australian. Far millibar. For my brain to not be able to make that leap of maybe he means familiar. Okay, let's delete this. Can what am I using? Mocha.js promises. Can after also handle promises? Working with promises. Is this, I mean, it shows before each. Does after also work with this? If so, I need to change this a bit. And is delete something that happens immediately or no? I might need to change all of this. Well, I'm going to finish this up and then I guess I'm going to play Hearthstone. So delete takes in a callback and then disconnect. Does that take in a callback? It does. Everything takes in a callback. And delete has an argument. Process name, something, callback. Okay, fine. Let's write these functions. It's not like they should be hard, especially now that I have this stuff. Promiseified PM2 delete. We'll say name or ID. So here we call PM2.delete name or ID, and we take in our call. Wait, what does the callback even get? Presumably it gets an error if we couldn't delete something. But what? Operate, delete process ID, process name, callback. I don't know. I'm just gonna put error here, and we're gonna say this. So we're gonna reject it. If it didn't, really doesn't matter. We're closing the test framework anyway. And then here we're just gonna call resolve, I guess, with nothing. So that's PM2 delete. So what we're gonna say is return new promise no, we don't need to do that. We need to disconnect no matter what. So maybe we do this. Return new promise.resolve. Can we just do promise.then? Is that something in this API? promise dot. I mean, I could do promise dot resolve dot then. Hey, old man. Let's just do it this way. Then function. Actually, I guess yeah. Function. We say all of this stuff in here now, and we return promisify delete. And then finally, no matter what, we do disconnect, which I would hope is the, well, it doesn't really matter. Let's just do that. Okay. Let's try this out. PM2 kill. All right, everything stopped, so we can try this. Wait, didn't you link this video earlier, Ordinary Llama? I already have something on my to-do list here. Yeah, this is the same one that was linked earlier. I still haven't seen it, though. The Jeff Goldblum laugh. This is it, though. This is the test. Here's what we expect to happen. It should start the process. Then when it's done, PM2 list should not show the process anymore. That was not what we expected. But that's an easy thing to fix. Ooh. Should I stop and then restart the stream if I'm going to play Hearthstone? Yeah, I think I should, because I don't want to lump in accidental Hearthstone content with Botland. So yeah. And that way too, anyone who wants to watch could just stay afterward. I thank you guys for sticking with me this long. Another one of those days. Haven't gotten a whole lot done. This is all just set up. Alright, what do we have here? Resolve is not a constructor. Why? Where did this even come from? Line 208, yeah. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. No, man. Development-wise, how much longer do you think this project is going to take? I do think about 14 months. I think that there was a lot of progress at first because there was a lot of different game engine stuff to do. And now we're going to get to the point where we've got like accounts set up. And looking back on this, I'll think, wow, this was awesome. Like I had the help of a lot of different people. We're going to run into a lot more issues with scalability too. Because I had a lot of questions about that. Undefined is not a function on 215. Finally. Oh, whoops, we didn't return. Wait, yeah, no, that shouldn't matter. Finally is not a function. So we can't. Hang on, this is probably just my stupidity here. Do we have promise here? Yeah, we do. Okay, so promise.resolve.finally function. Promise resolve.finally is not a function. Oh, yeah, so how do I do this? Oh, these aren't even Bluebird promises. Yeah, whoops, I'm in the wrong place. I need to go to desktop, whoops, test. All right, let's try it here. So now I know for sure I'm using Bluebird promises, right? Promise dot, yeah, there we go. So this is not a thing I can do. Oh, it is. Well, why didn't this work then? Oh, this is using not a Bluebird promise. Oh, wow, Ordinary Llama said that. Let's give you a point. What's this meme? All right, if this works, then we're golden. Oh, it worked. It worked. And now when we do PM2 list, We got no processes. So now the way to know for sure that this totally worked, like 100% definitely worked, is to call our Restify client, which code JavaScript learning Restify. And then we have our Restify client. So let's take this code. This is actually incredibly simple code. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do all of this. First, actually, let's try something. Let's relaunch the server manually. So let's go over here. We're going to do just this. That should run this. Then we launch the client. Node Restify client. What's this going to do? Okay, great. So this made a token for us. So we're going to copy paste this code. Bloop. We're going to copy paste it into here like that. We need to install Restify. So we put that in there too. npm install -save Restify. We require it up here. And that's it. This will be our test. And we've got some terrible code in here, and that's fine. Okay, let's run it. Adam, you're like Bill Gates. I think there's a pretty defining characteristic for Bill Gates. Most people would probably list in their top 5 for adjectives for Bill Gates. And it is insanely wealthy. And I am not insanely wealthy. Check it out. It worked. That's our first test. We called into an API and we got the return value. Okay, great. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm not even going to check this in right now. What we're going to do is this. We are going to write clean up what I've done and check it. Oh yeah, this part is still not done. Actually, is this even necessary? Well, that is necessary, I think. Then test the timeout logic to make sure it works. We can't have tests running. We can't have tests running unless the server has started. Okay. Yeah. All right. So thank you guys for watching. For those of you who've been paying attention to earlier in the stream, apparently some people would actually watch me play Hearthstone. So I am going to go take a quick break, a bathroom break, go eat some cookies. So I'll be back in about like 5 or 10 minutes. And when I do, I'll stream Hearthstone. So I actually am going to stop the stream so that the Botland stream ends and then the Hearthstone stream will begin. So let's go to the usual outro of play.bot.land. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So I'll be back in, like I said, like 5-10 minutes. So see you guys. Have a good weekend for those of you who aren't going to follow the whole Hearthstone thing. And thanks for watching.